Chapter 1, National Fortune Wilderness Descends. The God-level choice system. Congratulations to Blue Star Civilization, the National Fortune Wilderness survival game is now open. Each country will randomly select 10 contestants to enter the wilderness world, engage in wilderness survival, with global live broadcasts. All the materials that contestants obtain may be returned to their country with a chance of a 10,000-fold return. But if a contestant dies, the national fortune value will be deducted. Each country starts with a national fortune value of 100. If the national fortune value reaches 0, the country will be destroyed. The random selection of contestants will now begin. A barren, desolate, cold, and lifeless blue star suddenly echoed with a majestic and mysterious voice, covering the entire world. Immediately after, a translucent blue light curtain appeared before everyone's eyes, scrolling wildly. Isn't this the plot from a novel? After 3 years of crossing to this barren blue star, finally, a turning point has come. In an underground shelter, Yihan was incredibly excited. God knows how he had managed to survive these 3 years. He had originally thought that as a transmigrator, he would become a top tycoon or a peerless genius. But who would have thought that upon arriving in this parallel world, Blue Star, he encountered an apocalyptic disaster where resources were exhausted, and nearly half of humanity perished due to natural disasters and hunger. By sheer luck, he entered an underground shelter, where every day he ate a type of black energy block. Some people were kept in the dark, but Yihan knew very well that this thing was most likely made from cockroaches. No choice, the apocalypse had come, food was scarce, and anyone who could eat was already thankful. And now, the turning point had finally arrived. First contestant from Dragon Country, Wilderness Survival Master, Lin Chi. Profile, Lin Chi, 35 years old, Wilderness Survival Master, self-media blogger, with millions of followers, skilled in surviving in various extreme environments. Great! It's Master Lin Chi. We're saved. We're saved. With Master Lin Chi's strength, going to the wilderness world is like going home. The food he gets will be returned to our dragon country by 10,000 times. We won't need to worry about food anymore. Ha ha ha. The first contestant from the Korean country is a girl group member who only knows how to sing and dance. The Korean country is finished. Heaven, please bless us, let the random selections for Dragon Country be all tough people, fierce people. The remaining 10 billion people of Dragon Country all prayed wildly, their eyes fixed on the light curtain before them. Second contestant from Dragon Country, Dragon Team Leader, Long Yi. Profile, Long Yi, 30 years old, world-class Special Forces soldier, has carried out secret missions for Dragon Country many times, born to face death, never defeated, included in classified archives. The legendary Dragon Team. Third contestant from Dragon Country, divorced mother of 2, Wu Wan. Profile, Wu Wan, 38 years old, divorced with 2 kids, hates men, self-taught in traditional Chinese medicine, owes 800,000 in debt due to opening a Neza milk tea shop. It's over. Fourth, fifth, and sixth contestants from Dragon Country. Fortunately, the next few contestants were all remarkable in their own way. Until the 10th contestant. 10th contestant from Dragon Country, college student, Yihan. Profile, Yihan, 18 years old, 183 centimeters tall, handsome and good-looking, with perfect modeling. That's it, it's over. Yihan was indeed very handsome, but in wilderness survival, can being handsome be a meal? Oh no. Each contestant will randomly receive 5 survival items to help you get through the beginner phase. 10 seconds later, all contestants will enter the wilderness world. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The mysterious voice sounded again, and with the countdown ending, Yihan only felt a flash before him, and he had already appeared in a completely new world. Looking around, it was a dense mountain forest, with fresh air, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Having been hiding in an underground shelter for 3 years, breathing in the fresh air, Yihan felt relaxed and joyful. Immediately afterward, 5 items appeared out of nowhere in front of him. First, a military green tent, of excellent quality, able to block wind and rain. Next, a military-grade multifunctional entrenching tool, a 500g bag of salt, a camping pot, and a bottle of purified water. Seeing the items Yihan received, many Dragon Kingdom viewers couldn't help but be amazed. Yihan's luck is really good. The entrenching tool would be super useful for Long Yi, too bad he only got an axe. In wilderness survival, salt is a very important resource, it's essential. A big bottle of purified water, how great would it be if I could drink it? We've been stuck in the underground shelter, everyone gets very limited drinking water each day. Could wilderness survival be determined by luck? Yihan's starting supplies are really useful. The audience kept discussing and admiring Yihan's good luck. In wilderness survival, luck is also a crucial factor, hopefully, Yihan can perform well. Ding! At this moment, a pleasant sound echoed in Yihan's mind. The system brother arrived, albeit a little late. Congratulations to host Yihan, the God-level selection system has been activated. With this system, you can trigger at least one random selection opportunity per day. Completing the selection will yield generous rewards. The system detects that the host has a bottle of purified water. Please make your choice. Option 1, pour out the purified water and gain the title of Fool. Option 2, drink the purified water and gain a detailed map with a radius of 1 kilometer. Option 3, keep the purified water and gain the ability to hold your breath underwater for 5 minutes. The system finally arrived. Yihan had been waiting for this day for 3 full years. His face was full of smiles, his lips couldn't hide his excitement. Option 1 is only for real fools to choose. The map and breath-holding ability. At this stage, the map is definitely the most important. I choose the second option, drink the purified water. Yihan immediately made his choice, unscrewed the bottle of purified water, and began gulping it down. It was refreshing and sweet, so delicious. 1 liter of purified water was quickly consumed by Yihan. Congratulations to host for completing option 2, obtaining a detailed map with a radius of 1 kilometer. The system's voice echoed again, and Yihan noticed that a map option appeared on the system panel, which he could check anytime. He immediately started looking at the map, to check if there were any dangers nearby, and to see where would be a good place to settle. What he didn't know was that his actions sparked a new wave of discussion. Yihan shouldn't have done that, drinking a whole liter of water in one go. What's he going to do next? During the 3 years of the apocalypse, everyone's daily drinking water has been limited. Yihan must be really thirsty. A whole liter of water, drank in one breath. I don't think Yihan is cut out for wilderness survival. Can we swap him out for someone else? Forget about Yihan, I'm not optimistic about him. Let's see how long he is doing. Everyone look quickly, the contestant from Asan country is being attacked by a hyena, he's almost dead. The national wilderness survival officially began, and everyone around the world was glued to the light screens. The performance of the contestants would decide the survival or death of each nation. Chapter 2, Wild Chicken. Triggered 10,000 times return. At this moment, all the attention from everyone on Blue Star was gathered in the live broadcast of a contestant from Asan country. The scene was brutal. In the light screen, a dirty contestant from Asan was desperately struggling. A heartbreaking and chilling wail echoed through the air, filled with agony and despair. Surrounding him were vicious hyenas, their eyes blood-red, drooling with putrid saliva. Asan had encountered the hyena pack, and his rear was already torn apart. His backside was a bloody mess, the sight too gruesome to bear. Hyenas love rotting meat, this Asan must stink, attracting the hyenas. I can even feel my clenching from here through the screen, it's just too horrible. The first contestant to die is about to appear, it's Man Mohan from Asan country. The blood stains the ground, and the hyenas feast happily. The guy even dropped a rap, he's got some skills. Moments later, Asan's screams ceased. All that remained was the sound of hyenas devouring flesh, and the live stream turned into complete darkness. Immediately after, everyone saw an announcement pop up. Announcement, Man Mohan from Asan country has died. Asan country's national luck value is deducted by 10 points, currently 90 points. Notice, if the national luck value is too low, it will affect the material return rate by 10,000 times. Upon seeing this announcement, a chorus of curses erupted from Asan country. No one cared about the death of Man Mohan, everyone cursed him for dragging down the country. He had contributed no resources and died right at the start. Meanwhile, all the other contestants received the same announcement. Someone died this quickly? Yihan glanced at the announcement and saw that it was an Asan contestant, so he paid it no mind. He continued to study the map he had received. This map was simply a godsend. With a range of 1,000 meters, it didn't sound very large, but it covered an area equal to 100 football fields. Moreover, it was in a densely forested wilderness, so traveling through this area wouldn't be easy. The most important thing was that this map was extremely detailed. There's a small creek 500 meters ahead. Different marks represent different resource points and dangers. I can even zoom in, 80 meters ahead, there's an edible wild fruit, and 100 meters away, there's an injured wild chicken. Yihan felt like he was about to hit the jackpot. This system, this map, was amazing. He immediately began to move, while in the live stream, the audience was buzzing. Yihan, check if there's any danger near you. What's he doing? He's driving me crazy. He's been standing still for so long, he must have been scared silly. Sigh. I was just mocking Asan, but Yihan isn't much better. I won't let you talk about Yihan, he's so handsome, he's got this. Wu Wan, the treasure mom, has already started looking for herbs. She's a traditional Chinese medicine expert, definitely better than you. Many viewers weren't optimistic about Yihan, after all, from the start of the Wilderness Survival Challenge, his performance had been quite average, ranking somewhere near the middle or lower among the contestants. But what they didn't know was that Yihan was about to deliver a huge surprise. At that moment, he took a step forward, his target clear, the edible wild fruit. This fruit was called DXIN fruit, about the size of a blueberry, dark purple in color, with a sweet and sour taste. Many people had eaten it as children, but didn't know its name. It was also a traditional Chinese medicine herb, known to help with kidney health. Soon, Yihan reached the 80-meter mark and found a patch of DXIN fruits growing. The fruits were fully ripe and looked delicious. Yihan crouched down and began picking them. He gathered all the fruit and put it into his pocket, eating 2 large handfuls himself. The taste was really good. However, this time, he didn't trigger the 10,000 times return. Many Dragon Country viewers felt regretful. It seemed that triggering the 10,000 times return also depended on luck. At this moment, Yihan looked around and saw the injured wild chicken marked on the map. This wild chicken was so fat. At first glance, it must weigh at least 5 pounds. Its feathers were shiny and smooth, and it was limping around, pecking at bugs. Looks like it's really injured. Heaven helps me. Yihan held his breath and carefully approached the wild chicken. A large number of viewers from Dragon Country also grew tense. But the wild chicken was very alert and immediately noticed Yihan. It immediately began to run away. Yihan didn't pretend anymore, he chased after it with full force and threw his engineer shovel. Bang! The shovel's handle hit the wild chicken, causing it pain, and it flapped its wings, trying to fly. But at that moment, Yihan had already reached it and directly covered the wild chicken with a pot. Ha ha ha! Feeling the wild chicken struggle inside the pot, Yihan couldn't help but laugh. He quickly thought about reaching into the pot to grab the wild chicken, but after a moment of thought, he pulled his hand back. At this moment, the wild chicken would definitely peck his hand, and what if he got hurt? Survival in the wild requires caution. Never seen a pig run after eating pork? Just kidding. Before crossing over, Yihan was a premium member of the Eggplant novel app, having read countless novels. So, Yihan took off his jacket and wrapped it around his hand, then reached into the pot. This move immediately sparked heated discussions. Everyone, we might have underestimated this college student named Yihan. I believe he is about to bring us a huge surprise. A crisp and sweet voice echoed in the holograms in front of everyone. This was an official commentator chosen by Dragon Country, named Bing Bing, who was both beautiful and had a sweet voice. Just a moment ago, the Wild Survival game selected 10 commentators from each country to handle commentary for the 10 contestants. Of course, because one contestant from India had already died, they only needed 9 commentators. Bing Bing was the one assigned to commentate on Yihan. At this moment, Yihan had firmly pinned the wild chicken and was lifting the camping pot. The wild chicken still wanted to struggle, but it was no match for Yihan. Ding! The system's prompt tone sounded once again. Congratulations, host. You have caught a wild chicken. A choice opportunity has been triggered. Option 1, release the wild chicken and gain the title of Saint. Option 2, kill the wild chicken and gain A-class hunter ability. Option 3, raise the wild chicken and gain A-class animal husbandry ability. Another choice opportunity triggered. Yihan's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his decision. Crack! He grabbed the wild chicken by the neck, twisted with all his strength, and the wild chicken died on the spot. At this stage, it was far from the time to start raising animals or planting plants. Congratulations, host. You have killed a wild chicken and gained A-class hunter ability. In an instant, as the system's prompt sounded, Yihan felt a surge of enlightenment. It was as if he had become a professional hunter, instantly learning many hunting skills, experiences, and various ways to set traps. He had directly avoided 30 years of detours. System, what level is Long Yi's hunter ability? Yihan asked, curious. Long Yi's hunter ability is a plus level, mainly due to his extremely strong physical fitness. The system replied. Hunter abilities are not only judged by skills and experience, a good hunter must also have strong physical fitness. Yihan felt relieved. With the system's help, his physical fitness would eventually surpass that of Long Yi, the top special forces soldier. Just then, as Yihan killed the wild chicken, an announcement immediately appeared. Dragon Country contestant Yihan has obtained a freshly dead wild chicken. Triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country. You have received 10,000 freshly dead wild chickens, and the supplies will appear in Dragon Country's warehouse and can be freely distributed by Dragon Country's officials. Instantly, the officials of Dragon Country realized they could control a magical warehouse. The warehouse had no capacity limit, and the items inside wouldn't decay. The higher-ups could distribute the supplies to various shelters. This warehouse is truly amazing. The power of the gods. This is definitely the power of the gods. The senior officials of Dragon Country were ecstatic. You have to know, when facing the apocalypse disaster of Blue Star, they had no idea what would happen next. Human technology and civilization seemed very powerless. Although Dragon Country still has a population of 1 billion, living in numerous shelters, it is very difficult for these shelters to communicate with each other. Some remote shelters can't even achieve basic communication, let alone transport supplies. But now, it's better. With this magical warehouse, we can directly distribute supplies across distances. Yihan triggered 10,000 times return. Shit. The yellow-skinned monkeys from Dragon Country actually triggered 10,000 times return? Yihan from Dragon Country got a wild chicken. Damn it, I want to eat a wild chicken too. Uncivilized Dragon Country people, so what if they got a wild chicken? Can he even start a fire? Baka. So what if it's 10,000 times return? Dragon Country still has 1 billion people, no one will even get a single chicken feather. Humph. This is a national fortune competition, don't let me find this Yihan, or I'll twist his head off and turn it into a urinal. One by one, foreign competitors, after seeing the announcement, were shocked and began cursing. At this moment, Yihan had already arrived at the stream marked on the map. The clear stream flowed gently, making a pleasant sound, enchanting all the viewers in the live stream. Staying deep underground in the shelters, where could they see such natural beauty? This stream is really nice, I don't need to worry about water for a while. But the stream water in the wild still needs to be boiled before drinking. Yihan smiled as he started preparing to handle the wild chicken. Getting the wild chicken was just the first step. There were still many troublesome things before he could actually eat it. Mr. Fire, I must have fire. Yihan placed all the materials next to the stream, then began preparing for starting the fire. Yihan's thinking is very clear. He is looking for materials to start a fire. If I'm not mistaken, he should be using the bow drill method to start a fire. It's a simple, quick, and very convenient way to make fire. In the livestream, the announcer, Bing Bing's crisp and sweet voice rang out. She was chosen to be the announcer for a reason, she wasn't just a pretty face. I know this, I saw it in a novel. Before the apocalypse, Dragon Country also held some wilderness survival challenge competitions, and someone used this method. I didn't expect Yihan would know this method, sorry Yihan, I misunderstood you earlier and even cursed you. Yihan brought back 10,000 wild chickens for us, he was the first to trigger the return among all the contestants, he's the chosen one. Yihan is so handsome, I want to marry him, have children with him, I even have names for the children ready. Amid the discussions of many Dragon Country viewers, Yihan had already quickly completed his preparations. In front of him, all the materials for the bow drill firemaking method were laid out. The bow handle, bowstring, drill rod, base, and tinder. Next came the assembly work. Yihan carefully cut 2 notches at the ends of the branch acting as the bow handle using a combat shovel, then tightly stretched the bowstring. The bowstring was made from a tough vine, which in wilderness survival can replace a rope and has countless uses. If aiming for perfection, the vine bark can be peeled off, dried, and then twisted into a cord, which is basically a strong hemp rope. Then, Yihan wrapped the bowstring around the middle of the drill rod and inserted the sharp end of the drill rod into the base's groove. The base was a large piece of drywood he found, and with the combat shovel, he carved out a groove and filled it with crushed dry leaves. With the preparations done, Yihan knelt on one knee, placing his other foot on the drywood, taking a deep breath and holding it. He began quickly pulling the bow drill. Swish, swish, swish. The drill rod began spinning rapidly. The number of viewers in the livestream kept increasing. All come and watch him start the fire by drilling wood. Everyone, Yihan is incredibly skilled. His preparations, his actions, none of them seem like it's his first time drilling fire. Bing Bing couldn't help but gasp, covering her mouth with both hands. Everyone saw that the groove on the dry log had already started turning black. Then smoke began to rise. Fast, too fast. Yihan's eyes shone with a glimmer of joy, he had already seen the sparks, letting the crushed dry leaves keep smoking. It's done, he succeeded at drilling fire on the first try. Good thing I'd done this before, didn't expect it to come in handy. Yihan was filled with joy, stopping his actions. He carefully crouched down, placing more dry leaves into the groove, gently blowing on them. Finally, under the gaze of everyone in the livestream, a flame rose and quickly grew stronger. Throughout Longwa, in various underground shelters, cheers erupted. On the livestream screen, Yihan swiftly transferred the fire, and in no time, a campfire sprang up. What's more, he had dug a large hole in the ground, then moved the fire into it, making it easier to roast chicken later. And he kept all the materials for fire drilling, just in case. The best scenario, of course, is to keep the fire going forever, saving the trouble of relighting it. But as the saying goes, the sky is unpredictable. Who can guarantee that the fire won't go out? It's too hard. Next step, get the pot and boil some water. Yihan filled a pot with creek water, placing it over the campfire. The boiling flames quickly heated the water to a rolling boil. But this pot of water wasn't for drinking, it was to scald the chicken. Anyone who has killed a chicken knows that this makes it easier to pluck the feathers. Otherwise, this step would be much harder and take a lot of time. Splash! Yihan poured the scalding hot water over the wild chicken, causing steam to rise, and the air smelled unpleasant. Then he began to pluck the feathers, clean the insides, wash it, and threaded the chicken onto 2 sticks, rotating it over the fire to roast. As for the chicken heart, liver, and gizzards, Yihan loved them, not picky at all. However, he kept the chicken intestines, wrapping them in a leaf for later use. Let's sprinkle some salt. Lucky there was a bag of salt in the initial supplies. In the wilderness, it's important to get enough salt, otherwise, it could cause serious problems. Yihan sprinkled salt on the wild chicken, and many viewers were drooling, as if they could smell the aroma through the screen. He himself was also swallowing his saliva. It had been 3 years since he had eaten meat. Finally, the fragrant roasted chicken was ready. Yihan didn't care about burning his mouth. He blew on it and started eating right away. There weren't many cooking techniques, and the only seasoning was salt, but he was enjoying it immensely. Everyone thought Yihan would devour the whole chicken, but unexpectedly, he ate very cautiously, chewing slowly, only finishing half of it. Yihan's approach is very wise. In wilderness survival, you often go from one meal to the next with no guarantee. He understands the importance of food storage, which will help him go further. Look quickly, he's collecting the chicken intestines and bones, perhaps to make a trap. In the live stream, the commentator Bing Bing quickly spoke up. And Yihan's face also broke into a smile. It was time to put his newly acquired A-class hunter ability to use. As everyone knows, a qualified hunter must be proficient in making all kinds of traps. Chapter 4, Wu Wan is poisoned. Yihan arrives at the bamboo forest. Before making traps to catch prey, there were still a few things to do. Yihan quickly tidied up, adding more twigs to the campfire for fuel, then boiled a pot of creek water. Then, he moved the pot away from the bonfire and placed it aside, covering it with a lid, waiting for it to naturally cool down. Opening the lid would definitely cool it down faster, but that might let insects, dust, or other things dirty the water. So it's safer to keep the lid on. After all, setting up the trap will take some time, and by the time he comes back, the water will have cooled down enough. Details are everywhere. Yihan has a unique charm. It doesn't come from his handsome appearance, but from the way he carries himself, as if he has everything under control. Bing Bing couldn't help but look at Yihan with starry eyes, staring at him on the live stream. Yihan was naturally calm, because he had a system. Within a 1-kilometer radius, he knew everything that was happening. How could he not be calm? Even without the hunter ability, he could still know where the prey was. To the southeast, 800 meters away, there was a nest of wild boars. To the south, 700 meters away, there was a bamboo forest, where bamboo rats lived, and there were several rabbit nests nearby. These were all food, all meat. Just now, Yihan had eaten very modestly. He didn't even get full. So, he planned to go big this time, set traps to catch more prey and eat more meat. Apart from these animals, the bamboo forest is a treasure trove. In wilderness survival, anyone who can get bamboo is half the world in their hands. Yihan was excited as he set off on his journey. Forget about the system for a moment, his luck was also incredibly good. Like that player from the country of Asen, who arrived and immediately ran into a pack of hyenas, getting knocked out at the start of the game. But the area Yihan was in was rich in resources. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there were many resources waiting for Yihan to collect. And most importantly, he didn't need to be as cautious as the other players, scouting the environment and avoiding potential dangers. Others were worried about getting bitten by snakes, but Yihan didn't have to worry at all. It was like playing a battle royale game with an aimbot, knowing exactly where the enemies were, where it was safe. So, Yihan held his engineer shovel and walked confidently forward, with no obstacles in his way. Yihan is on the move. He's carrying an engineer shovel, along with chicken intestines and chicken bones. He must be setting traps. Anyone who doesn't know would think Yihan is the master of wilderness survival. By the way, how's our master Lin Chi doing? With his skills, wilderness survival should be a piece of cake for him. He can't be worse than Yihan. Master Lin Chi is looking for a suitable place to build a shelter. Over on Long Yi's side, he's searching for prey, moving swiftly like a leopard, muscles rippling all over. Oh no, Mama Wu Wan is poisoned. Apart from Yihan, the other 9 players from the Dragon Kingdom also had a lot of attention. After all, every player's actions would impact the whole Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, a piece of bad news came. Mama Wu Wan had been poisoned. While Yihan was making a fire and roasting chicken, Mama Wu Wan wasn't idle. She was looking for wild vegetables and fruits to fill her stomach. She had no idea how to hunt animals, not a clue. But she was well versed in plants, having self-studied Chinese medicine. So, Wu Wan was full of confidence, and within a short time, she had gathered a large amount of various plants. Her jacket almost couldn't hold them all. Ha ha! Wilderness survival is my domain. I am the best. To succeed, first go crazy, charge ahead without hesitation. Wuan mumbled to herself, encouraging herself. She stopped in a relatively open area and began sorting the plants into categories. These wild fruits are very sweet, they can be eaten directly. As for the wild vegetables, they can be eaten raw, or boiled into soup. Wuan kept shoving various plants into her mouth, swallowing them down. These were all plants she had identified as safe to eat. It tastes so good. These wild fruits are really sweet, and the wild vegetables are so refreshing. Wuan's face was full of smiles. After eating those black energy blocks every day in the underground shelter, I was about to throw up. Now, everything tastes good. But soon, she began to feel something was wrong. Why is my head spinning? And I feel like I might throw up. Wuan's face changed. Could she have eaten something wrong? Wow. She fell to her knees and started vomiting, feeling dizzy and seeing stars in front of her eyes. It's over, she can't die. Her self-taught traditional Chinese medicine knowledge is still useful. God help us, Wuan can't die. This will lower the national fortune of Long Kingdom. Everyone stay calm, she won't die. She just ate a horseberry, which caused poisoning. She didn't eat much, so it's not fatal. Huh? The little wild fruit she ate is poisonous? It looked just like the one Yihan ate. Earthberry and horseberry, many small wild fruits look quite similar, but earthberry is delicious, while horseberry is poisonous. A large number of Long Kingdom's viewers began to feel nervous. But as professionals explained, they gradually relaxed. Wuwan's poisoning was mild and would not affect her life. At this moment, she had vomited everything she had eaten and felt much better. Strange, which one of these things is poisonous? She couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Yihan finally reached a bamboo forest. His discovery once again shook the entire world. A vast bamboo forest, densely growing. Anyone with even a little wilderness survival knowledge, or who has read related novels, could tell that this meant huge value. Yihan looked at the bamboo forest in front of him and also smiled. This large amount of bamboo, even if he wanted to build a bamboo house, would be more than enough. Making bows, arrows, and other weapons, setting traps, making cups, weaving mats and bamboo baskets, daily necessities, and so much more, its uses were endless. And he also saw edible bamboo shoots and bamboo fungus. This is truly a treasure land. Yihan rolled up his sleeves and got to work. First, he dug up bamboo shoots and collected bamboo fungus, both were delicious natural ingredients. Soon, Yihan had harvested 3 bamboo shoots and a pile of bamboo fungus. Actually, there were more in the bamboo forest, but he didn't want to take too much at once since he couldn't finish it all. These are just side dishes. The main ingredient has to be the bamboo rat. Yihan began to search carefully. Bamboo rats were named after their love for bamboo, but they often came out at night and hid in underground burrows during the day, cleverly covering the entrance. But none of this could escape Yihan, who had A-level hunter skills. He quickly found 4 burrow entrances. The main methods to capture bamboo rats hiding underground are water flooding, smoke inhalation, and vibration techniques. But the most classic and effective one is still the smoke inhalation method. Yihan's gaze sharpened, as though he had become a battle-hardened old hunter. He immediately began preparing, finding large stones around him, each as big as a human head and quite heavy, to block the entrances. There were 4 entrances in total. Yihan blocked 2 and left 2. For the 2 left, he sent thick smoke into one, while leaving the other as an escape route for the bamboo rats. But the escape passage the bamboo rats thought they could use was already waiting with a net set to trap them. Chapter 5, Another Trigger of Return. The world is shaken. After blocking 2 of the entrances, Yihan started gathering fuel. This time, it was different from when he started a fire to roast chicken. He deliberately collected slightly damp branches and leaves, so when they burned, the smoke would be even thicker. He started the fire at one of the entrances. Some viewers noticed for the first time that Yihan had been carrying fire with him all along. It was a burning branch, and it hadn't gone out until now. The front has turned black and red, carbonized. Interlocked, exquisite, Yihan is invincible. Wait, why does he always carry fire with him, as if he already knows what he's going to do? Yes, I feel that too. Could it be that he's cheating? I suspect Yihan has a system. He completes tasks for the system and gets treasure chests or chances to draw, just like in the novels I've read. I'm not talented, but I'm a web novel writer, the author of eggplant novels, and my pen name is Fish Rising to the Sky. Stop talking nonsense. Yihan is about to catch bamboo rats, let's all pray for the 10,000 times return. The audience in Dragon Country became nervous. Catching the bamboo rat must go smoothly, it must return the reward. Everyone was praying, the whole Dragon Country united in spirit. At this moment, Yihan had already successfully lit the fire, and thick smoke rose into the air. He started waving, blowing the smoke into the bamboo rat's hole. Through the light screen, everyone could feel the sting in their throats. The bamboo rat inside the hole must be choking even more, struggling to breathe. It would surely leave the hole. It's almost time. Yihan crouched down, listening carefully to the sounds underground, sensing something. He even vaguely heard the terrified squeaks of the bamboo rat and the scratching sound of claws against the ground. So Yihan quickly got up and rushed to another hole, using his coat to block the opening. Whoosh! A bamboo rat leapt out of the hole and was wrapped up by Yihan's coat. Yihan knelt on the ground, pressing the coat down with both hands, creating a net with the coat's hem. Then came the second bamboo rat, and the third one. The fat bamboo rats squealed, desperately trying to break free from the coat, but Yihan quickly tied the sleeves into knots, trapping the panicked rats. Of course, this was only the first step. Just one coat wasn't enough to prevent the rats from escaping, and they might even chew through it. So Yihan took out the vine he had prepared earlier and began binding the rats. When it came to binding, there were many techniques and knots to consider. Yihan's long fingers quickly tied knots, binding the three fat bamboo rats so securely that they couldn't struggle or bite through the vines. People watching couldn't help but be amazed. These knots, it seems they hold a hidden secret. The more they struggle, the tighter they become. I didn't expect Yihan had such skills. Where did he learn this? In the live stream, Bing Bing couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, Yihan, my husband, tied me up, I can't move. Wait, can we call this driving? Stop, I want to get off. Actually, I can tie this kind of knot too. For all the pretty girls between 18 and 25 at Shelter 518, I'll teach you for free. I heard your business from Shelter 1664. The last account was banned. This is the real me. I'm at Shelter 4399, and I teach girls from 18 to 40. The previous accounts are gone. This is the new one. Contact me. A flood of comments filled the live stream, everyone chatting happily. As expected, once the conversation turned to driving, all other conflicts disappeared, and everyone became cheerful and excited. The three bamboo rats were securely bound by Yihan, strung together like a necklace, undoubtedly another huge harvest. And just then, the global announcement appeared again. Dragon Country player Yihan has obtained male bamboo rats X2, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country, obtaining male bamboo rats X20000. Dragon Country player Yihan has obtained pregnant female bamboo rat X1, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country, obtaining pregnant female bamboo rats X10000. All three bamboo rats triggered 10,000 times return. And one of them was a pregnant female bamboo rat. The value of this was undeniably huge. The whole of Dragon Country erupted into wild joy. Immediately checked the pregnant female bamboo rat. The high-level officials of Dragon Country were extremely excited. Extract a female bamboo rat from the warehouse for inspection. Soon, the results were out. The female bamboo rat that Yihan obtained was pregnant with 6 baby bamboo rats. Together, the mother and her babies made a total of 7 bamboo rats, and there were 10,000 such sets. That means there are 70,000 bamboo rats in total. And this isn't even the most critical part. The most important part is that bamboo rats are extremely prolific. Depending on the species and living conditions, a pair of bamboo rats can produce 3 to 4 litters each year, with each litter having around 1 to 8 babies. Undoubtedly, as long as they are properly bred, the number of bamboo rats will multiply exponentially. It won't be long before the numbers reach astronomical levels. Of course, there are many difficulties to overcome. For example, the food, living environment, and space for bamboo rats all need to be solved. The top officials of Longwei immediately held a meeting and began formulating a plan for the bamboo rat farming project. At this moment, Yihan also saw the announcement and smiled. He didn't expect that among these 3 bamboo rats, one was actually pregnant. But it's not the right time for farming yet. I'll not think about it for now. Yihan still made the decision not to raise any animals for the time being. When the foundation is solid and he gains the ability to farm through the system in the future, then he can start. His gaze swept across the large bamboo forest, and according to the map, there were other bamboo rats present here. But bamboo rats couldn't be eaten every meal, so Yihan turned his attention to rabbits. He chose a lucky nest of rabbits, intending to use the smoke method again to capture a few rabbits. When Yihan found the rabbit nest, the viewers from Longwa actually thought it was completely normal. It seemed as if Yihan was supposed to find the rabbit nest. As if he had opened the heavenly eyes. Meanwhile, a large number of foreign viewers erupted. Fuck, no way. Aishia. How did Yihan find the bamboo rat nest and rabbit nest? This is not scientific. Baka. Longwei gets a ton of bamboo rats, and we, the little Wa country, still have nothing. Why has Yihan already triggered 2 returns? This is unfair. Yihan, just die already. I curse Yihan, he won't live through the night. Many foreign viewers began to curse him. Their eyes were filled with fire, and they wished Yihan would die immediately. Little white rabbit, white and fluffy. At this moment, Yihan hummed a little tune and had already caught 2 fat, plump rabbits. He held the rabbits by their ears, firmly tied them up, and placed them with the bamboo rats before heading back to the bamboo forest. 3 bamboo rats, 2 rabbits, plus 3 bamboo shoots and a bunch of bamboo fungus. There was both meat and vegetables. If we talk only about food, Yihan was already far ahead of all the other contestants. This was a situation no one had anticipated. They thought he was just a vase, cannon fodder, a burden. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be a king. They thought Yihan was at the very bottom, but he was already in the atmosphere. The viewers from Longwa cheered and celebrated wildly, although the rabbits hadn't triggered the 10,000-fold return, just so many bamboo rats were enough for nationwide celebration. And some people realized that this wasn't over yet. Because the chicken intestines and chicken bones Yihan carried hadn't been used yet. Sure enough, next, everyone saw Yihan start swinging his entrenching tool and chopping bamboo. Chapter 6, SEAL Team. Deep Pit Landmine Trap. Yihan was going to chop bamboo to make traps. The main goal of his outing this time was to make traps and hunt wild boars. Compared to a wild boar, bamboo rats and rabbits were nothing. Wild boars were the real heavyweights. They weren't even in the same weight class. In the bamboo forest, the sound of chopping echoed as bamboo after bamboo fell. And there was an unexpected harvest. That was bamboo worms. Many people may find it hard to accept bamboo worms as food, but those who love it see it as a delicacy. Moreover, this thing is sold at a high price. Before the apocalypse, the price of fried bamboo worms had always been very high. It is a delicacy. But now, even if he wanted to eat it, he couldn't. Bamboo worms. Yihan found a large number of white bamboo worms hidden inside the bamboo, and his eyes lit up. He had eaten these during his travels in his previous life. Fried, they smelled delicious, just like peanuts. In the wilderness, what's there that can't be eaten? Besides, Yihan himself didn't mind this kind of food. He immediately used his entrenching tool to cut a section of bamboo and made a bamboo tube to store the bamboo worms. But soon, he realized that one bamboo tube couldn't hold them all, he needed 2 bamboo tubes. There are too many. I can't finish them all. Yihan shook his head and said. His words immediately sent the entire world into an uproar. Our beautiful lady from the Korean nation, Trey Shenmei, hasn't found food yet, Yihan should kneel and offer food to the beauty. Damn, the Japanese movie star Asuka hasn't found food either. That foolish dog from Dragon Country, Wuan, why hasn't she died yet? Hurry up and die, she's ruining the national luck of Dragon Country. Ha ha ha. Our beautiful country has finally triggered the 10,000-fold return. Oh no. The beautiful country's Navy SEAL member, Alan Williams, found a wild banana tree and even killed a monkey. The monkey's return is 10,000-fold. An announcement appeared, the beautiful country had obtained 10,000 dead monkeys. Yihan, who was working in the bamboo forest, also saw this announcement. A Navy SEAL member, he's a dangerous person. A nimble monkey, and he was able to kill it. Yihan knew that this was a strong opponent. He currently had A-level hunter abilities, but he still didn't dare to say he could kill a monkey. Unless he made some weapons or used traps and other methods. But Alan Williams seemed to have done this purely relying on his combat instincts and physical strength. The beautiful country has huge ambitions and has always been an enemy of Dragon Country. Once I develop, if I encounter him, I must find a way to kill this person. Yihan's heart was already filled with murderous intent. Anyone from another nation is a threat. He had already thought about it. In this wilderness survival, if he encountered contestants from other countries, it would be either you die or I live. Alan Williams. In this life, I, Long Yi, must personally kill you. In Long Yi's live broadcast room, he let out a beastly roar. Clearly, both sides had a deep grudge. One by one, the contestants reacted. 1 hour later, Yihan finished his preparations. In front of him, a pile of sharp and hard bamboo spikes had already been stacked up. He was going to use these bamboo spikes to make traps and kill wild boars. So many bamboo spikes, Yihan is clearly going to make ground spike traps. Ha ha ha. This trap is so classic, it's a guaranteed kill. Once someone falls in, they'll be punctured by the bamboo spikes and die instantly. Quick! Quick! Someone kill me to cheer Yihan on. Yihan looks so cool while sharpening the bamboo spikes, a man seriously working is always so attractive. It looks like he's going to hunt a large prey. Has he found some strong wild animals? Yihan's live room was packed, with 3 billion of the 10 billion survivors from Dragon Country watching his stream. And as he picked up the bundle of bamboo spikes and started moving, the number of viewers skyrocketed. At this moment, in the live broadcast screen, Yihan, carrying all his harvests, left the bamboo forest. I still need a backpack or a basket or something. He sighed, this time he had gathered too much, making movement inconvenient. The viewers all saw him carrying a large bundle of bamboo spikes, with an entrenching tool on his waist, a rabbit in his left hand, and a bamboo rat in his right hand, trudging through the jungle under heavy load. Luckily, the wild boar's habitat wasn't far from the bamboo forest, and with Yihan's map cheat, the journey was smooth, and he quickly reached the target area. Let's rest for a bit. From arriving in this wilderness world to now, Yihan had been working non-stop. Now, he really needed a short break. He put down those things, stretched his body on the spot, and moved around a little. Player Yihan is very smart, doing this can effectively prevent muscle pain the next day. Commentator Bing Bing praised with admiration. Wait, everyone look ahead, there's a pile of poop over there. I tasted it, it's really poop, seems like cow dung. How did you taste it, did you crawl into the screen? Nonsense. I'm sure that's wild boar poop. And there are footprints too, definitely wild boar prints. Wild boars are very strong, they can gore a man to death. Yes, in my hometown a farmer was gored to death by a wild boar. The audience was both shocked and worried. They were shocked that Yihan actually found the area where wild boars lived. It was solid proof of cheating, more and more people shouted that Yihan had a system. They said it as a joke, but who could think that Yihan really had a system? And what they worried about was that wild boars were fierce and powerful. What if Yihan was attacked? If only Dragon Group soldier Long Yi were here, with his strength, killing a wild boar in direct combat would be no problem. But Yihan clearly did not have such strength. The wild boar's position is far from me. And it's not moving at all, it should be sleeping. The audience worried, but Yihan was not worried at all, because he had a map. He could observe the boar's movement at any time. So, Yihan started digging a pit on the spot. It was hard work. After digging for a while, half of his body was already in the pit, and beside him was a pile of soil. He chose to stop and rest, took out half a roasted chicken from his pocket. It was meant for dinner, but now he decided to eat it to restore energy. After doing so much work, his appetite was huge. Even though the roasted chicken was cold, he still ate it all quickly. Now his hands were full of chicken bones. After finishing the chicken, Yihan continued working, digging a pit 3 meters deep. And at the bottom of the pit, he filled it with sharp bamboo spikes. If someone fell into it now, they would be pierced to death instantly. Yihan climbed out of the pit and continued setting traps, placing bait, and making camouflage. He crossed a few thin branches over the pit as a support, then spread some grass, and finally laid chicken intestines and bones evenly on top. At this point, the deep pit spike trap was completely finished. Just waiting for the wild boar to take the bait and come to die. Chapter 7, Building a Tent, Stealing Bird Eggs. Master Lin Chi encounters an accident. Beside the trap, Yihan clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking at his masterpiece. According to the map, the wild boar still hadn't moved. His luck was indeed good. The area he descended into had no large carnivores, no groups of fierce animals, and was full of resources, a blessed land. Plus, with the help of the system, it was a heavenly start. Those who were unlucky had already died upon landing. Let's go. Maybe tomorrow, I can harvest a wild boar. Yihan carried his supplies and left there. He quickly returned to the bamboo forest and cut another bamboo stalk. At that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared. Player Yihan from Dragon Country obtained 1 piece of bamboo, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations Dragon Country, you have received 10,000 pieces of bamboo. Wonderful. The whole Dragon Country cheered again. In every underground shelter, there was laughter everywhere. Finally, bamboo was returned. This was also the 3rd time Yihan triggered a return, far beyond other players. He was simply the chosen one, blessed by the gods. Wild chicken, bamboo rat, bamboo. Thank Yihan for giving food to Dragon Country. From now on, I won't believe in Jesus, I only believe in Yihan. Believe in Yihan, and you shall have eternal life. I'm sure the country will use Yihan's returned resources to let everyone eat meat. I'll kneel and bow to Yihan first, he is the savior. Many people cried with excitement. Because they saw hope. On Yihan's side, he simply trimmed that thick big bamboo, then used it as a carrying pole. What he said just now, it's true, he didn't think of this method for a moment. But now it's not too late. He used that bamboo pole to carry bamboo rats and rabbits, and also bamboo shoots and bamboo fungus, returning fully loaded. He came back to the stream where he had roasted the chicken before, all his supplies were still there. While hunting and working outside, Yihan had also been watching this place through the map all the time. If any animal came close, he could rush back in time. But after returning, Yihan still checked the place first, to make sure everything was perfectly safe. All the supplies were fine, he was completely relieved. Player Yihan is now resting. Since arriving in the wilderness, he has almost been working non-stop, he must be exhausted now. In the livestream, Bing Bing looked at Yihan with some heartache. Many comments in the chat were joking, saying Bing Bing had fallen for Yihan. Next, Yihan added some firewood into the campfire, and searched nearby for enough more wood. Even tomorrow's fuel was ready. Without stopping, he started building a tent again. Don't forget, among the random starting supplies he got, there was a tent. This wilderness survival game, suspected to be the means of gods, even the things it gave were of very high quality. The quality of the engineer's shovel was beyond words. It seemed made of some kind of high-tech alloy, not only very light, but also extremely strong. Yihan used it to cut meat, chop bamboo, all very easy. And the tent was the same, although not very big. The materials used were excellent. Even under wind and rain, it could last at least 2.5 years. Of course, that 2.5 years wasn't said by Yihan, but by the audience in the livestream. Little Blackie, put away your chicken feet. For many beginners, setting up a tent is troublesome. If you don't know how, it's hard to build, and it might not be stable enough, leading to all kinds of problems. But Yihan had a level hunter ability. As a hunter, eating and sleeping in the wild in a tent was a common thing. So Yihan's movements were quick and smooth, and he soon finished building the tent. But if he wanted to sleep in the tent, there was still something missing. That was a bed. He couldn't just sleep directly on the ground. So everyone saw Yihan start climbing a tree. Yihan, please rest a bit more, you're so tired, I feel sorry for you. This tree is so tall, I feel scared just watching. I get it now. Yihan is going to pick leaves, to spread them on the ground, to make it easier to sleep at night. Be careful, if you fall from such a tall tree, that'll be a big problem. Pa, don't jinx it. Yihan's climbing skills are amazing, nothing will happen to him. Now I suspect Yihan is an all-around king. Is there anything he can't do? The audience was once again impressed. Yihan chose a huge broadleaf tree. Its trunk was as thick as his arms could circle. On today's Blue Star, there were almost no green plants left, let alone such big trees. That sight made people emotional, deeply missing the old days. And at that moment, Yihan had already started picking leaves. To make it easier, he directly took down the folding engineer shovel from his waist and swung it to cut off the leaf stems. Rustle, rustle. Large piles of leaves fell down, stacking under the tree. This should be about enough. First spread the leaves into a bed, make do for now. Later when I have time, I'll make a bamboo bed. Yihan estimated these leaves were enough, so he prepared to go down. But right at that moment, he made an unexpected discovery. As a large number of leaves were chopped down, a bird's nest on a branch in front of him was revealed. This bird's nest was previously covered, and now it is finally visible. Inside the bird's nest, there are 3 bird eggs. The eggs are not very big, about the size of 2 quail eggs combined, which is okay. Yihan would definitely not let these 3 bird eggs go. The last time he ate eggs, it seemed like it was from a past life. Yihan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to approach the bird's nest. Yihan has found the bird's nest, and inside, there are bird eggs. His luck is really good. Bing Bing couldn't help but sigh. Actually, she was also feeling a bit greedy. Fried eggs, boiled eggs, tea eggs, egg fried rice. Ugh, they smell so good. Her lips almost started to tear up. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were all urging Yihan to be careful. Even though Yihan couldn't see their comments, they still couldn't help but remind him. Yihan moved swiftly, like an ape, and quickly reached the bird's nest, putting all 3 bird eggs into his shirt pocket. Successfully gathered 3 bird eggs. Yihan was very satisfied and slowly made his way back to the ground. He started moving large tree leaves, spreading them inside the tent, and quickly made a bed. Then, Yihan picked up the camping pot and took a big gulp of water. The boiled water, which had been left to cool, was now completely lukewarm and sweet, clear water. Yihan drank some and poured the rest into a bottle. He still had 1 more bottle, which was part of the initial supplies, meant for holding purified water. But even without this bottle, it didn't matter. Yihan had already discovered the bamboo forest and could make bamboo cups. Damn it, the wilderness survival game has barely started, and Yihan already has so many gains. Unbelievable. Is this the magical power of the East? This Yihan from Dragon Country is definitely a strong competitor. If our Choi Hyunmi from Korea met him, we could use beauty tricks to deal with him. Oomph. If our beautiful country's Negan met Yihan, she'd smash his head with a club. For now, Yihan is the leader among all the contestants. This sparked a lot of jealousy and curses, and foreign viewers were all getting anxious. You have to know that this is not just a wilderness survival competition, it's also a competition of national luck. Whichever country's contestant performs the best could potentially drive the entire country to rapid development. It could even solve the apocalypse crisis. Oh no, Master Lin Chi has had an accident. What happened? At that moment, someone shared shocking news in Yihan's livestream. Chapter 8, Eating to Satisfaction. The first night in the wilderness arrives. Upon hearing this news, a large number of viewers rushed into Master Lin Chi's livestream. Master Lin Chi was the #1 wilderness survival expert in the country. He had millions of fans, and walking through the wilderness was as easy as drinking water for him. How could he have had an accident? The Dragon Country viewers had high hopes for him. On the screen, the image of Master Lin Chi appeared, and his face was covered in blood. This scene immediately caused a lot of Dragon Country viewers to feel heartbroken. What happened to Master Lin Chi? Could it be that a wild animal attacked Master Lin Chi? I just got here, so I'm not sure about the situation. Ha ha ha. Good, it's about time someone from Dragon Country is in trouble. Let this Master Lin Chi die first. Yes. Reduce Dragon Country's national luck so they can't trigger the 10,000-fold return. Dragon Country must be destroyed. Only then will Blue Star be perfect. Dragon Country viewers were all anxious, while foreign viewers were gloating and cursing Master Lin Chi. At this moment, the commentator in Master Lin Chi's livestream spoke up to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't worry. To all the jumping frogs from Korea and Japan, you may be disappointed. Master Lin Chi just tripped and fell, it's not life-threatening. The commentator, named Gung Tian, was once a diplomat from Dragon Country and had a commanding presence. As soon as he spoke, he mocked Korea and Japan sharply, a cold smile on his face. Hearing this, many Dragon Country viewers breathed a sigh of relief. Master Lin Chi was searching for supplies and suitable places to build a shelter when suddenly his leg cramped. Then, losing his balance, he fell to the ground, and his face happened to hit a stone, causing some nosebleeds. Everything else was fine. Now, Master Lin Chi was sitting on the ground, wiping the blood from his face and rubbing his cramped calf, his expression grim, already wearing a mask of pain. Indeed, just thinking about it shows it must be especially uncomfortable. Sigh. Master Lin Chi seems to have bad luck. Don't worry, with Master Lin Chi's strength, even if luck is a bit bad, it's no problem. That's right, I'm a big fan of Master Lin Chi, I watch every one of his videos. I remember one time, Master Lin Chi went to an uninhabited deserted island for an adventure and released a series of videos. I stayed up all night watching it, it was so thrilling. Yes. That series of videos was so amazing. Master Lin Chi built an underground villa with his bare hands on a wild island and even made a boat to go fishing. Many fans of Master Lin Chi were excitedly discussing and praising him. Some raised doubts, saying Master Lin Chi's videos might contain some fake elements, but they were immediately scolded into silence. After a while, Master Lin Chi finally got up and began to walk forward, limping. The cramping in his leg felt quite painful, anyone who has experienced it knows. It felt like one leg inexplicably became shorter, very uncoordinated. That's how Master Lin Chi felt now. Damn it, how could this happen? What should I do? His face was grim, and he cursed inwardly. Why had this damned survival game in the wild chosen him? He didn't know a damn thing about wilderness survival. Those videos were all scripted, pre-planned. The shelters he built were constructed by hired experts, he just posed for a few shots. The prey he caught was all bought and released into the wild, filmed over and over until he successfully captured it. Millions of fans? There might be 800,000 fools in there. In fact, there had long been doubts about the authenticity of his videos, but he had silenced them through strong public relations. There were even people who insulted him and ended up receiving lawyer letters, taken to court by him. It's come to this, there's no way out. I have to keep pretending. Master Lin Chi felt a storm of despair in his heart as he cautiously made his way through the wild. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer, he had to quickly choose a place and build a shelter. Because the sky was getting dark. The sky is about to darken, the contestants are about to face their first night in the wilderness. I dare say, something big will happen tonight. The danger level in the night wilderness increases sharply, and many nocturnal beasts will come out to hunt. Someone will definitely die tonight, if not, I'll eat my words. Yo! Let Jihan from Dragon Country die, and that special soldier too. Everyone in Blue Star was continuously discussing. And in the wilderness world, many contestants started to get anxious. The sky was turning dark, and chilling beast roars began to echo through the jungle. Some contestants had already built their shelters, while others still had no place to stay. On Yihan's side, he finally started to have dinner. This scene was something the audience had been eagerly waiting for. In the live broadcast, Yihan was checking the 3 bamboo rats he had caught. 2 of the bamboo rats were still quite lively. But one male bamboo rat didn't look too good. Oh no, you have a fever. I have to eat you. Yihan stroked the head of the bamboo rat, making a diagnosis. Then he took the bamboo rat to the creek. Soon, one bamboo rat was processed and cut in half. 1 half for roasting, 1 half for soup. Half of the barbecue is simple, just put it over the fire. Meanwhile, Yihan cuts the other half of the bamboo rat into small pieces and tosses them into the pot. The aroma of fat has already spread, and Yihan stirs the bamboo rat meat cubes in the pot with a piece of bamboo. After they are cooked, he adds creek water and brings it to a boil, then puts in bamboo shoots and bamboo fungus. Soon, a sumptuous dinner is ready. Yihan has also buried a bird egg in the campfire, and it is now fully cooked. Yihan is gnawing on the roasted bamboo rat, his mouth full of oil, then takes a sip of soup, using chopsticks made from bamboo to pick a piece of bamboo fungus and sends it to his mouth, making the entire world of viewers drool with envy. Then he digs out the roasted bird egg, blowing on it while peeling the shell, and then tastes it. So delicious. Yihan's eyes light up, and he pops the remaining bird eggs into his mouth. He takes another sip of soup to moisten his throat. He enjoys a hearty meal, indulging himself. At noon, he had to hold back because he only had one wild chicken, and he barely felt satisfied. But this dinner was truly satisfying. Although eating too much for dinner is not good for health, who cares about that after eating 3 years worth of black energy blocks? First satisfy the craving, then talk. Many viewers even expressed that if they were allowed to have a meal like this right now, they would willingly die on the spot after eating it. Headless dinner. And when Yihan burped and finished the dinner, the sky had completely darkened. A round moon hung high in the sky, and countless stars twinkled, indicating that the first night in the wilderness had finally arrived. Tonight, all the contestants will face the most severe test, with a high chance of contestant deaths reoccurring. All the viewers around the world are extremely nervous. Chapter 9: The Disaster of the Python. Master Lin Chi's Doghouse. Night falls, enveloping the entire wilderness world. It also shrouds every contestant. Although only one day has passed, the contestants have already widened the gap between each other. For instance, Yihan has had a bountiful harvest, gaining a large amount of supplies and food he cannot finish. Yet some contestants don't even have a shelter. It's dark. What should I do? What can I do? Help, someone help me, Mom. It's over, I heard the roar of a beast, please don't come for me. What is that thing in front, making strange noises? Many contestants are in a panic. Soon, the latest news breaks, shocking the viewers from all over Blue Star. A contestant from Gaul, Adolf, encounters a giant python. The live stream room instantly fills up with people, and everyone sees a chilling scene. Adolf lets out a piercing scream. He is completely ensnared by the giant python, his face turning purple, with his bones cracking under the pressure. He experiences a deadly attack. It is the python's death grip and strangulation. Pythons are non-venomous, so their method of killing prey is by wrapping around and suffocating them, then swallowing them whole to digest slowly. Help me. Who can save me? I don't want to die. Adolf struggles to call for help, but there is no one nearby who can save him. You see, when the contestants arrive in the wilderness, although it is random, they cannot be too close. In a short time, it is unlikely to see any contestants meeting each other. Ah! Adolf's eyes are filled with terror, and his voice gradually weakens. Blood begins to seep from his mouth and nose. This is because the immense pressure is shattering his bones and internal organs. So terrifying, so painful. Many viewers have covered their eyes, too afraid to watch. It's over. I didn't expect the second contestant to die would be from our Gaul. Sigh. Adolf is about to die, the national fortune value will drop too. This giant python is too powerful. Any contestant who encounters it will never survive. Our beautiful nation's Alan Williams can definitely kill the giant python. Just wait, this is just the beginning, more people will die next, all will die, let's all perish together. The audience across the blue planet is going wild with discussions. At this moment, the giant python has already opened its bloody maw, starting to swallow the barely breathing Adolf. Adolf's body is convulsing, already lost the ability to move, even moving a finger or blinking is difficult. His pupils begin to scatter, yet there is still a glimmer of awareness as he watches helplessly as the giant python swallows him whole. Soon, the live broadcast screen shows only the giant python. In its belly, a bulge has formed, and keen-eyed viewers can vaguely see Adolf's face outline on the python's belly. The python disaster. In a moment, many people think of this movie series. And this scene is even more impactful than the movie. Tonight, many people will not be able to sleep and will have nightmares. In the next moment, Adolf is completely dead. His live broadcast screen turns into a patch of darkness. The second contestant has died. But the first night in this wild world has only just begun. Be honest now. Whoever disobeys will be the first to get eaten tomorrow morning, understood? On Yihan's side, he is currently lecturing the prey. In his hands are 2 bamboo rats, 2 rabbits, plus some bamboo insects, 2 bird eggs, and bamboo shoots with bamboo mushrooms. Actually, all this food won't last too long. But don't forget, the wild survival has just begun, and having these gains is incredible. Many outstanding people from all around the world, including the mysterious Dragon Group captain, overseas special forces, and the 8th generation solitary disciple of ancient martial arts. These people are not living as well as Yihan. Starting is always hard. For many contestants, there are many things to do today. First, finding a suitable place to build a shelter is no easy task. In the wilderness, dangers lurk everywhere, no one can guarantee that the place they choose is safe. Then there are problems of food, water, fire, and so on. All are difficult challenges. The beautiful girl of the idol group from the kimchi country, Choi Hyunmi, is crying. She has nothing. She's just a flower vase, absolutely won't survive 3 days, such a pity for those long legs. TSK, those legs are really white, and her waist is particularly slim, it drives me crazy. Great. It's Master Lin Chi. You all go take a look, Master Lin Chi is lying down, starting to rest and heal. Ha ha ha. Is this your Dragon Nation's wilderness survival master? What kind of shelter is this? It looks like a dog's den. Audiences from around the world are closely watching every contestant's movements. Master Lin Chi is curled up with his legs, lying on a pile of leaves. He has built a shelter as a place to stay. And this shelter, indeed, leaves much to be desired. It's no wonder foreigners say harsh things, it really looks like a doghouse. Master Lin Chi has inserted some branches at an angle into the ground, forming a cone, then tied more branches, leaves, and various grasses together. This is his shelter. Inside is extremely narrow, only enough to lie down in but requires curling up one's legs. Just looking at it gives a suffocating feeling. Moreover, Master Lin Chi didn't even start a fire, he just lay down. More and more people are questioning his abilities. Because today's performance, no matter how you look at it, doesn't resemble that of a wilderness survival master. Many Dragon Nation viewers are unwilling to watch him anymore. The greater the initial expectations, the greater the current disappointment. The live stream room with the most people is, of course, Yihan's side. Yihan isn't rushing to sleep, instead, he's adding a lot of mugwort to the campfire. The smoke billowed heavily. This smoke can effectively drive away various insects, so we won't be bitten at night. In survival in the wilderness, never underestimate the various bugs. Sometimes a tiny, inconspicuous bug can be deadly. In the live stream, Bing Bing explained. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but she was still excited, continuing her work. At first, she was not very willing to be chosen to commentate on Yihan's livestream. After all, everyone thought Yihan was just a pretty face, and she was no exception. But who would have thought that Yihan was actually so strong? Now, contestant Yihan is still hard at work. What is he going to do with the bamboo? Bing Bing watched the screen intently. At this moment, Yihan was sitting by the campfire, using a spade to cut the bamboo, and he split the bamboo open, clearly preparing to make some kind of tool with it. Chapter 10, Bamboo Bow and Bamboo Basket. Dragon instant kills antelope. In the night, Yihan was sitting in front of the campfire, making a bow from bamboo. The A-grade hunter ability is truly very useful. As a high-level hunter, you must also learn to use various materials in the wilderness to craft weapons. Yihan's movements were very skilled, a spade in his hand moved like an extension of his own arm, creating even residual shadows. Soon, the outline of a bamboo bow was taking shape. At this moment, the audience began to understand Yihan's intentions. Yihan is going to make a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow is a powerful tool in wilderness survival. I didn't expect Yihan could make one. Amazing. Whoever still dares to say Yihan is just a pretty face, I will be the first to argue. So cool. Yihan's hands are really beautiful, with long fingers, distinct joints, and filled with attractive veins. It's dark now, it's time for reproduction. If you want to try Yihan's skills, don't hesitate, contact me quickly. Yihan currently has a spade, which is a close-range weapon, but once he finishes the bow and arrow, he will have long-range attack capabilities. A large number of viewers were continuously discussing, watching Yihan's actions on the screen. The bamboo bow was basically taking shape, next were some detail finishing and the making of the bowstring and arrows. The bowstring was simple, it just needed to be processed with rattan skin. The main focus was the arrows, using bamboo wasn't quite suitable. But Yihan already had a better option. Next, Yihan secured the bow's body with vines to keep it at the right arc and set it aside. Actually, his method was quite simple, and the bamboo bow he made would also be rather average. A truly powerful bow requires a very complicated crafting process, consuming time measured in years. But now, with these conditions, Yihan could only make do. Next, he started working again. This time, he was going to make a bamboo basket. Today, Yihan had already experienced the inconvenience of carrying back resources he had gathered. So, he decided to make a bamboo basket that could be carried on his back for storing goods. First, he split the bamboo and got strips of bamboo, then began to weave the basket. This was simple, Yihan's hands flew, and he quickly completed the task. He tried on the bamboo basket by carrying it on his back, but it felt a bit uncomfortable on his shoulder. No problem, there's a way to solve it. Yihan took out a bamboo rat skin, cut it in half, wrapped it around the shoulder strap area, and bound it securely with thin rattan skin. Thus, a bamboo basket was completed. Breathtaking. Yihan's practical skills and thinking ability have greatly exceeded all our expectations. He is definitely not just an ordinary college student. In the live stream, Bing Bing exclaimed in amazement. No one expected that after dinner, Yihan could effortlessly create a bamboo bow and a bamboo basket. But now, he should go rest, right? Yihan stretched lazily, added some fuel to the campfire, then packed up his things and entered the tent, lying down. After a long day, I'm finally lying down. Although the living environment was still very simple, Yihan almost fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. Overall, this body just didn't hold up, its physical condition was too weak. Otherwise, even if the workload doubled, he wouldn't feel tired at all. For example, Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Team Dragon's Captain Longy is just like this. Now, other contestants had mostly already rested, those with shelters were hiding inside, and those without could barely find a place to settle down. Some chose to spend the night in trees, while others curled up in crevices between stones. But Long Yi was still on the move. His agile body moved swiftly through the dark night, just like a cheetah. Nighttime is dangerous, that's for ordinary people. As a world-class top special forces soldier, Long Yi moved with ease, and the audience could finally see a smile appear on his face. Finally found you. Long Yi whispered. Ahead of him, a strong antelope was already visible, two sharp horns on its head. An adult antelope, it's male, I can see its manhood. What a coincidence, brother, I also noticed its gender at first glance, ha ha. Turns out Long Yi has been tracking this antelope all day. I said, Long Yi seemed to have some purpose, I thought he was looking for a suitable place to set up a shelter. There were 2 times when Long Yi took the wrong path, otherwise, he would have found this antelope much earlier. Yes, I've been watching closely. The first time was a wrong judgment from Long Yi, misled by a pile of feces. The second time, he encountered a stream and lost track of it. This antelope won't see the sunrise tomorrow, everyone quickly pray for a tenfold return. A large number of Dragon Kingdom viewers began to discuss excitedly, each one more thrilled than the last, completely unable to feel sleepiness. With united effort, everyone was praying for a trigger of a tenfold return. And in the live broadcast, Long Yi had already made his move. For him, as long as he found this antelope, the rest would be easy enough. After spending the whole day tracking this antelope, he finally caught up, and Long Yi's killing intent surged. With a push of his feet against the ground, he left a deep footprint and shot himself forward. This scene resembled descriptions in martial arts novels, showcasing his immense strength. Swish! The axe in his hand swept through the air, aiming for the antelope's head. The antelope sensed the threat and hurriedly lowered its head, trying to impale Long Yi with its horns. It's worth noting that while antelopes are herbivores, their attack power is not low. Even domesticated sheep have attacked their owners many times. But clearly, in front of Long Yi, the antelope's attempts were far from sufficient. Just as the antelope lowered its head, Long Yi's axe was already there. Everyone finally understood, Long Yi was not looking to fight close up but had thrown the axe. Fast, accurate, and lethal. In the next moment, the axe fell onto the antelope's head, the blade deeply embedding into its flesh. Even the antelope's body leaned back slightly. This showed just how much force was behind this strike. Crack! The most exciting part was still to come. Long Yi took a quick step forward, slamming his palm onto the back of the axe, instantly embedding the whole axe deep into the antelope's head. It nearly split the head in half. Under the splatter of blood, the antelope collapsed directly to the ground, killed in an instant. From start to finish, it didn't even have time to let out a cry of anguish before being slain by Long Yi. Long Yi from Dragon Country obtained a freshly killed antelope, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country, acquiring 10,000 freshly killed antelopes. A notice appeared, immediately causing the entire Blue Star to erupt in excitement. Perhaps the earnest prayers of many truly had an effect, as Dragon Country triggered 10,000 times return once again, gaining 10,000 antelopes. The whole of Dragon Country was in jubilant celebration, every person's heart filled with immense joy. But just at that moment, the commentator in charge of Long Yi's live broadcast, the former captain of the Dragon team, the super special soldier Cold Wind, wore a serious expression, staring at the screen live feed. There are other beasts nearby. Quick! Look at the upper left corner of the screen, there is a pair of eyes, that is, a wolf. This discovery made the audience of Dragon Country gasp in shock. Chapter 11 Terrifying Combat Power. Wild Boars Caught. With the commentator Cold Wind's words, a large number of viewers finally noticed that a wolf had appeared near Long Yi. No, not just one. In the darkness, pairs of eyes emerged, glimmering with an unsettling green light. A pack of wolves, this is a pack of wolves. Oh no, contestant Long Yi has encountered a pack of wolves. How could this happen? How could a pack of wolves appear? Was that antelope foolishly running towards the wolves? I am afraid it is not just Long Yi who set his sights on the antelope, the pack of wolves also came from another direction and found it. If something happens to contestant Long Yi because of an antelope, that would be too unfortunate, losing a watermelon over a sesame seed. Yes, he is the strongest fighter in our Dragon Country team, we cannot afford to have anything happen to him. He hasn't eaten much all day, trekking through the jungle all day will affect his combat power. A large number of viewers in Dragon Country were deeply worried. Everyone, don't panic. Long Yi is my student, I understand him. He is the kind of person who grows stronger when faced with challenges. Whenever you think he reaches his limit, he can break through it to show you. Cold Wind took a deep breath, speaking in a deep voice to calm the many viewers. At this moment, Long Yi also pulled out the blood-soaked axe from the antelope's head, tightly gripping it in hand. He staggered his legs front and back, slightly bending his body, preparing to spring. 1, 2, 3. Long Yi surveyed the surroundings, having confirmed the number of wolves. There were 7 wolves in total. He was going to take on 7 fierce wolves all by himself. A whoa! In the next moment, the leader of the wolf pack, the alpha, suddenly howled at the sky. The wolf howl echoed, signaling all wolves to move. The closest male wolf, strong and agile, jumped right over the antelope's corpse without even a glance. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs, leaping high, targeting Long Yi's neck. Seeking death. Seeing this scene, Long Yi sneered. He stepped to the left front, raising his right hand high, and then slashed down heavily. Not only did he dodge this male wolf's pounce, but he also split this wolf's belly open with the sharp axe. Splash! It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, spilling guts all over the ground. Bang! This wolf collapsed to the ground, convulsing severely. Long Yi seized the chance to kick its head, putting an end to its suffering. In a one-against-many scenario, there are several key points. First, establish authority. It is best to capture one first, beat it to death if possible, which can serve to intimidate the enemies. Then, always pay attention to whether the downed enemy still has the ability to attack, to avoid being caught unaware. In the live broadcast room, Cold Wind spoke confidently, explaining Long Yi's battle. Earlier, he told everyone not to worry, but who could remain calm? Now it's good. Once again witnessing Long Yi's skill, the audience all breathed a sigh of relief. Baka! Why can Long Yi kill this wolf? Useless. Ashi ba. People from the Dragon Nation shouldn't celebrate too soon, there are 7 wolves in total, and he has only killed 1. Humph. Is that all Long Yi can do? If he encounters our beautiful country's Alan Williams, he would be defeated in an instant. Why are those fools and little devils back? Like annoying flies. Damn it. Those stupid dogs from the beautiful country keep bragging about that Williams. When he dies, I must celebrate. This name is interesting. Williams means his mother is dead. Wonderful, so wonderful. Ha 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 ha. So this Williams lacks maternal love. Seeing Long Yi trapped in the wolf pack, who unexpectedly killed a wolf, many foreign viewers were unwilling to accept it. Thus, a new round of insults erupted. The national essence began to gain strength. At this moment, Long Yi let out a fierce roar and took the initiative to attack. He charged toward the leader of the wolves, capturing the thief first by capturing the king. Ah whoa! Seeing this, the head wolf howled in anger, and with the remaining 5 wolves, they completed the encirclement, all charging at Long Yi with bared fangs. But Long Yi was not the slightest bit flustered, he unleashed his movements to evade. The movements of wild beasts were indeed swift and agile, but at this moment, Long Yi was a fierce beast in human form. Surrounded by the wolves, he moved with ease. Many felt as if Long Yi's back had a pair of eyes. With eyes observing 6 directions and ears listening to 8 sides. In an instant, 2 more wolves fell under Long Yi's axe. There were even some that were not afraid of death, wanting to bite Long Yi's arm to stop him from using the axe. Long Yi twisted his wrist, the seemingly heavy axe in his hand transformed into a sword, skillfully slicing into the jaw of this wolf. A whoa! This wolf let out a miserable cry, crashing to the ground, its blood staining the earth red. Through the light screen, the audience seemed to smell the pungent scent of blood. Too powerful. Adrenaline was surging, it felt like watching a blockbuster. A whoa! The head wolf stepped back, letting out a low wolf howl. It was about to retreat. The wolf pack is retreating. You must know that wolf packs are very vengeful. If they escape, then Long Yi will have to be on guard all the time. In the live broadcast room, Cold Wind furrowed his brows. Long Yi was capable of handling the wolf pack's attack, this was within his expectations. But if the wolf pack ran away, that would be a bigger threat. It would be no different than letting a tiger return to the mountain. With Long Yi's rich combat experience, he naturally realized this and immediately erupted again. The primary target was still the head wolf, it must die. Long Yi took a step forward, swinging the axe once more. Ka-cha! The axe spun through the air, striking the head wolf's waist. But this head wolf was the largest and strongest, so this axe didn't kill it, it only left a long bloody mark, exposing flesh. Ah, whoa! The head wolf was in tremendous pain, never before having suffered such a loss. It howled madly once, not looking back, and fled, vanishing into the night. The remaining 3 wolves, disregarding everything, rushed toward Long E, wanting to hold him back. Among these 3, one had an injured jaw, leaving only 2 in good condition. But Long E no longer had an axe. The audience was all worried, holding their breath. Bang! With no axe, Long E appeared even more ferocious, his face splattered with wolf blood, adding a wild and fierce look. He kicked up a leg, directly sending a wolf flying. Then he turned around and slammed a powerful punch. Ka-cha! Everyone heard the sound of bones breaking, it was the wolf's bones being shattered. So fierce. In an instant, he took down 2 more wolves. There was still one left with an injured jaw. It was no surprise, Dragon 1 let out a furious roar and charged forward, colliding with the wolf, directly sending it flying, crashing into a tree. The wolf's bones shattered within its body, half its body went limp, as if it were glued to the tree, slowly sliding down, finally passing away. Hitting someone is like hanging a painting. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the worldwide audience, Dragon 1 took a few steps forward and picked up his axe. He also completely finished off the remaining 2 heavily injured wolves. With his own strength, he slaughtered 6 wolves, letting only 1 alpha wolf escape, and it was in a wounded state. If not seen with their own eyes, who could believe this was real? Next, Dragon 1 wiped the wolf's blood from his face and began to gather his spoils, cleaning up the battlefield. During this process, he triggered 2 instances of 10,000 times return. Dragon Country received 20,000 wolves. Although wolf meat isn't tasty, there are ways to deal with it, and besides, the audience in Dragon Country hadn't eaten meat in a long time, right? On Dragon 1's side, he kept busy until dawn. Skinning, processing antelope meat and wolf meat, a bountiful harvest. Even if he found nothing during the day, just one battle brought a great windfall. As the sky brightened slightly, Dragon 1 devoured roasted antelope meat, eating greedily. Meanwhile, Yi Han, sleeping in the tent, also opened his eyes. The wild boar has fallen into the trap. The first thing he did upon waking was check the map. According to the map, the position of the wild boar coincided with where he set the trap, proving the wild boar had indeed fallen into the trap. Yi Han didn't even bother to rub the sleep from his eyes and quickly scrambled out of the tent, grabbing his gear and sprinting towards the wild boar's location. Chapter 12, Double Choice. Yi Han with a bodhisattva's heart. Excited Dragon Country spectators had almost no sleep all night. In fact, audiences around the world felt the same. They worried about their own country's contestants, as this was related to the country's survival. And this was the first day of wilderness survival, the first night, who could remain calm? So, when Yi Han woke up and moved, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Yi Han is awake. Yi Han is heading towards the trap. I can understand his eagerness to check the trap, but he doesn't need to run that fast. Strangely, I have a feeling that Yi Han seems to know the outcome already. I further suspect that Yi Han has a system that told him the wild boar has fallen into the trap, which is why he is in such a hurry. Don't talk about impossible things. I think Yi Han had a dream, dreaming the wild boar fell into the trap, so he wants to hurry and check it out. The audience immediately started discussing. Throughout the night, Yi Han slept soundly, but many significant events occurred in this perilous wilderness. In total, 5 people died. They were beautiful country contestant Bob, senior venomous insect, ladybug, numerous virus carriers, a large biochemical entity. Regarding his death, the people of the beautiful country had long anticipated this, knowing he would inevitably take this blow. Then there was South Korea contestant Park Dandi, heir to a conglomerate, who had a preference for beauty. Although this individual's death deducted from South Korea's national luck, many cheered for it. In addition, there was Japan's wage slave Yun Xiang, heavily alcoholic from the bear country Alexei, and the wealthy man from oil country Ben Suvidin. This confirmed everyone's speculation that the first night in the wilderness would definitely eliminate a wave of incapable people. Of course, this number was actually lower than expected. Like Dragon Country's mother Wu Wan, South Korea's beauty Choi Hyunmi, and Japan's actress Asuka, they were lucky enough not to encounter any deadly danger. These 5 deceased individuals, along with the earlier eliminated competitor from India, Munmohan, who was killed by hyenas, and the contestant from Gaul, Edulf, who was swallowed by a python. A total of 7 contestants had already died. At that moment, as Yi Han woke up, a large number of viewers flooded into his live broadcast room. Not only were there viewers from the Dragon Country, but also many foreign viewers who came to see the joke. Yi Han, you can't catch the prey. Humph, with that broken trap Yi Han set up, if he gets anything, I'll chop off my head and send it to the Dragon Country to be kicked like a football. Ah, as if the Dragon Country people could kick a football. I curse Yi Han, he will fall into his own trap and be pierced to death by bamboo spikes. Yes, that kind of thing could actually happen. There's an old saying in the dragon country that goes, lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot. It's coming soon, just wait and see. What, how can this be? Oh my god. Suddenly, a wave of discussion echoed throughout every shelter in Blue Star. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the broadcast screen displayed by the light curtain, Yihan had already reached his trap. Following his gaze, one could see that inside the trap was a large wild boar, letting out a miserable cry, its body twitching uncontrollably. A strong, pungent smell of blood wafted through the air, staining the soil red. Many bamboo spikes had already broken under the wild boar's struggles, deeply embedding themselves in the boar's body. It actually succeeded. Awesome. Yihan's trap worked, he caught a big wild boar. Are there any knowledgeable viewers who can tell us how much this weighs? In the live room, Bing Bing gasped with her mouth wide open. Just yesterday when Yihan was digging the pit, some people said he dug it too big. But now? Slap in the face. If this pit wasn't dug a bit bigger and deeper, it wouldn't hold this wild boar. It must weigh over 300 pounds. Yihan can't possibly eat it all. Some viewers announced the weight of the wild boar. Of course, removing the inedible bones and skin, just the pure meat would still be quite a lot. At least over 100 pounds of meat. At this moment, Yihan was also filled with joy, looking at the big wild boar. Ding! The system's prompt sound rang out, incredibly pleasant to hear. The system detected that the host's trap caught a wild boar. Please make a choice. Option 1, heal the wild boar, obtain A-grade medical skills. Option 2, kill the wild boar, obtain A-grade comprehensive combat skills. Option 3, bury the wild boar, obtain the disease cerebral thrombosis. Note, this choice can be a single selection or a double selection. Please make a selection and complete it quickly to receive rewards. Seeing the system prompt, Yihan's mouth had already reached his ear. He could even double select? This system clearly favored him, allowing him to obtain 2 rewards. Option 3 is something only chosen by someone with cerebral thrombosis after 10 years, that's a free answer. I choose the first 2 options. Yihan immediately made his choice. Killing the wild boar, there was nothing to discuss. But healing the wild boar was a bit more challenging. How should I treat it? I don't know how at all. Yihan's head buzzed. Once he completed this option, he would gain A-grade medical skills, which could save his life in the wild. So he had to get this reward. A dead horse is treated as a live horse, no, a dead pig as a live pig. If I remember correctly, this kind of plant should be able to stop inflammation and bleeding. Yihan looked around and found some ground rattan grass. He really didn't know medicine, but within his hunter skills, he had some knowledge in this area. So, Yihan pulled some ground rattan grass, chewed it in his mouth, and spat it into his hand. His actions left a large number of viewers completely puzzled. I see viewers saying that Yihan picked ground rattan grass, which can stop bleeding. Could it be that he wants to stop the wild boar from bleeding? Bing Bing was stunned, not even knowing how to comment. Stopping the wild boar's bleeding was too absurd. But wasn't Yihan's posture clearly indicating that he was going to do just that? In the live broadcast, Yihan threw the sticky mixture of ground jinjinko onto the wild boar, covering a raw spot on its skin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for healing the wild boar, gaining A-level medical skills. It worked. Ha ha ha. Yihan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that just pretending also counted as completing the task. But then again, he really did heal the wild boar. Is there something wrong with that? Thank you, system. Yihan laughed in his heart and picked up the engineer shovel. He was going to kill the pig to complete the second option. Yihan is truly like a kind-hearted Buddha. He is stopping the bleeding from the wild boar's wound. Wait, In the live room, Bing Bing was dizzy and looked confused, making her even cuter. She had just praised Yihan for being kind-hearted, and now he immediately started killing the pig. The audience in the live room was about to laugh themselves crazy. Chapter 13, Bloodstained Hands. Yihan's pork shop. At this moment, Yihan held the engineer shovel, aimed at the wild boar's throat, and chopped down hard. The wild boar let out a terrified scream, struggling desperately in the trap, its hooves kicking wildly, sending a lot of mud flying. The boar's blood gushed out from its neck, instantly staining the soil red. Seeing this scene, Yihan shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Pig blood is also edible, but now it was just wasted. Those who have seen pig slaughter know that a basin or a bucket is specifically used to catch the pig's blood. But for Yihan, this operation was clearly impossible. To collect pig blood, one needs absolute control over the pig. Usually, pig slaughter involves several big men working together to hold down the pig, tying it up. Even then, a pig facing death will still struggle violently. To completely dominate a pig alone is extremely difficult. Of course, if you are Sister Yu, that's a different story altogether. Goodbye, Liangzi. Ah, so damn Liangzi. To be honest, he does look quite similar. God bless, Yihan bless, trigger the return, quickly return. I am willing to sacrifice the remaining lifespan of the beautiful country's Williams in exchange for this 10,000-fold return. Later, when dealing with this big wild boar, Yihan will be busy. Long Yi has been busy cleaning up the prey all night. I feel Yihan handles the prey very quickly, very skillfully, just like an experienced hunter. The audience from Long Country was all extremely tense, eagerly awaiting the 10,000-fold return. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Many people's hearts sank. On Yihan's side, facing the pungent smell of blood, he looked at the wild boar in the trap. He saw the wild boar's eyes wide open, slowly, no longer struggling. The wound on its neck had stopped bleeding. With A-level hunter capabilities, Yihan's strike was a model of speed and accuracy, able to drain the boar's blood quickly, ensuring this wild boar was completely dead. And if an inexperienced person were to do it, they would probably have to chop off the whole pig's head. Finally dead. This vitality is really tenacious. Yihan poked the wild boar with the engineer shovel, then chopped it 2 more times on the neck to confirm that the wild boar was completely dead. At that moment, an announcement appeared, shocking the world. Long Country player Yihan obtained a freshly dead wild boar and triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations Long Country, received 10,000 freshly dead wild boars. 10,000 dead wild boars appeared in Long Country's warehouse. After a brief silence, Long Country erupted in joy. The excitement was overwhelming. Yihan. Let's thank Yihan for bringing Long Country 10,000 wild boars. I believe that with this progress, the country will soon begin distributing various wilderness resources to everyone. Bing Bing was continuously sending hearts to Yihan on the screen. Yihan was filled with endless charm. Yihan is surprisingly powerful, he even killed a wild boar. Looks like I underestimated him, but for our Dragon Country's competitors, the stronger they are, the better. Just after a big meal, Long Yi also saw this announcement and smiled. Wild boar? This is wild game, who knows if it carries any viruses? Eating plants is the healthiest diet, it can promote health. Wu Wan said sulkily. Last night, she found a crevice to squeeze into and slept there all night. Besides getting many bites from mosquitoes, there was nothing dangerous. Killed a wild boar? It'd be great to encounter him and take the boar. American competitor Alan Williams frowned, feeling a strong murderous intent swelling within him. As each competitor saw this announcement, they each had different reactions. Meanwhile, on Yihan's side, he had already started processing the wild boar. Crack. 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 Swish. 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 Yihan vigorously swung the entrenching tool, starting to dissect the wild boar. He once again shocked everyone. Because his movements were so skilled, it gave the impression of a butcher carving a cow. This hunter's ability is too powerful. I've seen some videos where people break down pork, it's about this level. Yihan felt joyful in his heart, thinking like this while his hands kept moving. In this dazzling operation, a complete wild boar was continuously disassembled by Yihan. Pig's head, ribs, pig kidney, pig trotters, pig heart, pig liver, pig lung, pig intestine, pork belly. The wild boar was broken down into parts, neatly placed on large tree leaves, making it feel like being at a pork market. Some viewers couldn't help but cry. Whoa, before the apocalypse, I was selling pork, Yihan's skill is 10 streets ahead of mine, I miss those days so much. Boss Yi, how much for the ribs? I want 10 pounds. Boss Yi, I'll buy all your pork, you're just so amazing. I want the whole world to know this pork stall is run by you. Please, don't keep making these bad jokes, I'm afraid I can't resist joining in. A lot of audiences from Dragon Country were wildly discussing, each face filled with joyful smiles. Take a break, have a sip of water. Yihan took out his big water bottle and gulped down some cold boiled water. Then he began to feel a bit hungry. He had rushed here as soon as he opened his eyes, without having breakfast, and only now remembered to drink. His bloodstained hands looked like a killer from a horror movie, and combined with his perfect handsome face, countless female viewers screamed. This strong contrast attracted a lot of attention. Let's keep working, move the wild boar back. Take your time, there's plenty of work to do today. Yihan began to pack the meat into a bamboo basket. Actually, he had woven the bamboo basket quite large, but now he realized it was still too small. Of course, no such gigantic bamboo basket exists that could carry everything back at once. After all, this wild boar was just too big. Soon, Yihan carried the heavy bamboo basket on his back, with a big pig's head in his arms, and started heading back. Back and forth, twice. Yihan made 4 trips before he could bring all the pork back. I felt tired just watching, Yihan was soaked in sweat. In the live stream, Bing Bing said with some concern. Many viewers wished they could jump into the screen to help Yihan. After finally bringing back all the pork, Yihan washed his hands by the stream and cleaned his blood-stained clothes. I ate well yesterday, and after all that running back and forth just now. Now I can feel it. Yihan crouched by the stream, thinking to himself. Humans have 3 urgencies. I request to temporarily close the live broadcast. He recited it in his heart, familiar and effortless. Suddenly, his live stream turned into a flurry of snowflakes, nothing was visible. Chapter 14 2 Spices. Grilled ribs and bone broth. A second ago, Yihan was still by the stream washing his hands and face. The next second, the live stream became a snowflake screen. Seeing this, Bing Bing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Now we will interrupt for a commercial, after the ad it will be more exciting. She joked and felt very happy. This live stream was not something she could control, nor was it something Lone Country could control. So there were no ads, everyone had to honestly watch the snowflake screen. Yihan is really stingy, it's just a trip to the bathroom, why not let us watch? Exactly, I've watched that kind of thing through various social media messages countless times. I once chatted with a girl, the first day we talked about dreams, Freud, and the snow on Kilimanjaro, the second day she wanted to see a chicken. And then? Was she mass texted? Ha ha ha. Something's wrong, it's been 3 minutes, and Yihan is still not done? Looks like it's a big one, let's go, I'll go watch the South Korean Choi Hyunmi. Watch the game? Let's go together, my friend, we are truly kindred spirits. Everyone had been living in an underground shelter for 3 years, they seemed quite repressed. Now with this wilderness survival game appearing, it undoubtedly provided them an outlet to vent, shouldn't they let themselves go? So most of the time, what they talked about was not serious stuff. 10 minutes later, Yihan's livestream returned to normal. At this time, he had returned to the stream and was holding 2 large handfuls of plants in his hands. This scene immediately caught the attention of the audience. It's lemongrass and sweet basil. Yihan is really amazing, even going to the bathroom can yield results. Bing Bing exclaimed joyfully. But soon, an audience member corrected her. Lemongrass was correct, but the other plant was not sweet basil, it was spearmint. Spearmint is a great thing, it can be used as a spice while cooking. It can also be brewed in water, and it can be used to repel mosquitoes. Yihan was also checking the map, only to discover the existence of spearmint. This plant can be simply understood as a type of mint, very similar. But the aroma of spearmint is milder than that of mint, many who dislike mint might accept the flavor of spearmint. To put it more simply, it's like the difference between mild and medium spice. Lemongrass doesn't need much explaining, it might not be as common in the north, but in the south it's a commonly used seasoning. For example, in the Dai cuisine of Yunnan, lemongrass is often added. Most importantly, both of these plants can be used to remove the gamey flavor from wild boar meat. At this time, Yihan plucked a few spearmint leaves and chewed on them, savoring that refreshing and slightly sweet feeling, much like chewing gum. Then he began to work hard, cleaning the pork. Washing away all the blood, this way, it can better remove the gamey taste. The audience watched Yihan clean the pork and pig intestines with great interest, chatting away. Putting aside anything else, just watching this meat made everyone's hearts happy. 3 years after the apocalypse, who has seen this rare delicacy anymore? The allure of pork surpasses that of even the Korean girl group beauties. The ones who just said they would go watch the game are now honestly watching Yihan clean pig intestines. This big wild boar's intestines also have a lot, it's a pity I don't eat internal organs. Bing Bing sighed. Don't eat internal organs? Do you not eat pig liver? An audience member sent a barrage of questions. I can eat some pig liver, I love spicy stir-fried pig liver. Bing Bing unconsciously swallowed. What about pig brain? Another barrage of comments came in. Brain flowers taste great, very fragrant. Bing Bing nodded. Braised intestines are also delicious, and the fried ones go well with drinks. And the famous dish, 9 turns intestines. Someone mentioned 9 turns intestines. Bing Bing pursed her lips, she had actually tried this dish and, honestly, it was tasty. Please stop, I was wrong. Bing Bing's face turned red, and she raised her hands in surrender. It wasn't that she didn't eat awful, she basically ate it all. The audience burst into laughter, finding her so cute, and decided to let her off the hook. Next, everyone began to enthusiastically list all kinds of delicious foods made from pork, each person craving intensely. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork, cold pig head meat, spicy pig ears, twice-cooked pork. Some even couldn't help but cry, truly craving it. The end of the world was a nightmare for food lovers. All kinds of delicacies could no longer be eaten. But there was an upside, unpaid loans no longer needed to be repaid. At this moment, Yihan finally finished washing the pork. Clear streams carried away the blood, and Yihan breathed a sigh of relief, selecting the best-looking rib, a smile appearing on his face. Besides this rib, there was also a tube bone, plus a set of pig lungs. Yihan began heating water in a pot, starting to make soup and roast ribs. A whole rib, no need to cut, just place it directly over the fire to roast. Soon, it started sizzling and bubbling with oil, turning an enticing golden yellow. Sizzle. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, erupting with white smoke that made one's fingers itch. Yihan couldn't help but swallow hard. Having been busy for half a day and even visiting the restroom, he was now starving and ready to eat a big meal. He began to sprinkle salt on the roasting ribs, smearing some crushed lemongrass and mint to remove the odor and add fragrance. The tube bone was boiling in the pot, and the soup was starting to turn white. Yihan cut the marinated pig lungs into pieces and threw them into the pot. Of course, the ingredients he could use were limited, seasoning the pig lungs with salt, lemongrass, and mint. This would help reduce the gamey taste, but Yihan didn't care about that. It had been years since he had eaten meat. Who still cared about a little gamey flavor? Finished. Phew. The ribs were ready. Yihan took the ribs and blew on them before taking a big bite. The sizzling oily pork entered his mouth, so hot that Yihan grimaced, his tongue wildly mixing the meat in his mouth, chewing and savoring with grease dribbling everywhere. The live stream effect was incredible. The audience felt as if they were there, and many ended up craving so much they cried. Just listening to Yi, if handled improperly, it will quickly rot and spoil, causing enormous waste. Yihan planned to use the smoking method, along with some salt, to smoke the pork, so that it could be preserved for a longer time. And it was just at that moment that someone in the live broadcast room reported the latest news. Another person has died. Chapter 15, The Ambition of Dragon Country. The source of the stream. Another contestant has died. Paul Smith, a contestant from Beautiful Country, was bitten to death by a wolf. As of now, the first country to have lost 2 contestants is Beautiful Country. The country that always considers itself the strongest in the world, Beautiful Country, now has the lowest national luck value. 2 contestants have died, and with a deduction of 20 national luck points, they are left with only 80 points. Meanwhile, other countries, some have no deaths yet, and those that have lost players, none have lost more than 1. Such a disgrace. Beautiful Country is enraged, and large numbers of its citizens are shouting and cursing. The wolf that killed Paul, it had a wound on its waist. That was the Wolf King that Dragon Country's contestant Long Yi released. There's no doubt that Dragon Country had a hand in this. Dragon Country must give us an explanation. Damn. Long Yi ordered that Wolf King to attack Paul. Attack Dragon Country. Erase Dragon Country. Clear these yellow-skinned monkeys off Blue Star. Dragon Country must pay for this. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Paul's live broadcast room had turned to a black screen, meaning that Paul was completely dead. But someone witnessed the entire process and spread the word. Paul Smith was a scientist from Beautiful Country, a chemistry PhD, not young at all, at 46 years old, considered an older contestant among all the players. Yesterday, on the first day of wilderness survival, he built a simple hut and found some edible wild vegetables, fruits, and protein-rich earthworms. Compared to Yihan, his situation was indeed quite miserable, but it was still much better than the flower-based contestants like Chui Xianmei. In summary, it was nothing spectacular, neither good nor bad. But just now, as he crawled out of his hut and was looking for something to eat, he encountered a giant, blood-stained wolf. Paul was so scared that he urinated on the spot, and the Wolf King immediately lunged at him, biting his throat and violently shaking its head, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh with his windpipe. How could he survive this? Not long after, Paul breathed his last. And the Wolf King that killed him was the same one Long Yi had encountered last night. At that time, Long Yi had tried to keep the Wolf King, but it still ran away. No one expected that this Wolf King would find Paul and kill him. Ha ha ha. This Wolf King did a great job. 2 contestants from Beautiful Country have died, how wonderful. Dragon Country Shelter 9527 sends congratulations. It seems that this Paul Smith was very close to our Long Yi, huh? Even if he wasn't killed by the Wolf King, once Dragon Yi found him, Long Yi would have killed him anyway. Exactly, Dragon Yi is decisive in killing, it's about national luck, and Beautiful Country is an enemy faction, how could he hold back? What Williams, what Smith, their names both have an S, which sounds like death, they deserve to die. Dragon Country was cheering and celebrating, forming a sharp contrast to the mournful atmosphere in Beautiful Country. Soon, Dragon Country sent out an audio message through satellites, declaring their stance to the entire Blue Star. In the video, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a stern face and powerful presence, spoke with a firm and resolute voice. If you want war, then let's fight. Dragon Country will not hesitate to fight. A new era has arrived, just watch, Dragon Country's flag will fly over the entire Blue Star. Straight to the point, without hiding the immense ambition of this great nation. In an instant, the whole Blue Star was shaken. The entire Dragon Country united as one, cheering and calling for war. But in reality, war was simply impossible. The apocalypse had arrived, and everyone was forced to hide in underground shelters. How to fight in such an environment. In an extremely harsh environment, the forbidden weapons that humanity once possessed have all become useless and cannot be used at all. Beautiful country is simply just talking big, wanting Dragon Country to apologize and hand over resources in 1,000-fold compensation. Unexpectedly, Dragon Country declares war directly, showing no mercy. This frightens some small countries to the point of wanting to submit to Dragon Country. On the side of beautiful country, they feel an immense threat. The competition of national fortune brings endless hope, but it also brings despair and the disaster of national destruction. As the national fortune value drops again, it seems there is a heavy cloud hovering over the hearts of every person in beautiful country. Our beautiful country firmly opposes the hegemony of Dragon Country. Just wait, Dragon Country will pay the price for this matter. In the end, beautiful country can only utter some harsh words. But there is no real impact, it can only be a joke. At this moment, a well-fed Yihan is humming a little tune, smoking pork. Dragon Country has hip-hop, who do you like most? The celebratory wine is ready for you, just don't get too carried away too early. Yihan happily sings, with smoke surrounding a large amount of pork. In addition to pork, he also has bamboo rats and rabbits. So much food, I can't possibly finish it, I can't finish it. Yihan expresses with a sigh, his face filled with smiles. But there is one thing, the consumption of salt is quite considerable. To cure this pork, even though he is using it very sparingly, Yihan still used up half a bag of salt. To prepare for the future, he needs to solve this problem quickly. Surviving in the wild will last a long time, and if he can't intake salt for a long time, it will lead to disastrous consequences. There is no need to encounter any danger, he could get sick and die. In the initial supplies, there was one bag of salt, which was a great blessing, but he can't just sit and eat it all. If I can find the ocean, then I can make salt from seawater. There are also salt lakes, salt mines, and so on. Unfortunately, there are none in this area of the map I unlocked. Yihan feels a bit regretful. But he is confident that this problem will not stump him. When curing pork, what can I do? Maybe I can trigger some choices. Yihan thinks for a moment and makes a decision. That is to search for resources along the stream. I have unlocked a map area of 1,000 meters, there are many resources. In a short time, I won't encounter much danger, and I'm not worried about food and drink, but exploring new areas is inevitable. Without hesitation, Yihan quickly tidies up his things and starts on the path along the stream. He wants to see if he can find the source of the stream. It seems that contestant Yihan is going out to explore and find resources. As we all know, he is currently the richest contestant, the strong keep getting stronger, and he wants to acquire even more supplies. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing couldn't help but praise. Indeed, it is Yihan. A large number of viewers are all excited, looking forward to Yihan making new discoveries. Yihan walks upstream along the stream and soon leaves the area of the map. Everything ahead is unknown. So Yihan slows down. When he encounters uncertain areas, he uses a large tree branch to tap the grass to test it, fearing dangerous creatures like snakes and poisonous insects might be hiding inside. The viewers are a bit puzzled. Yihan was walking fast before, but now he has suddenly slowed down a lot. However, this is a good thing. Being cautious is never a bad idea, being careful avoids great mistakes. As he keeps moving forward, Yihan finds the stream becoming wider, deeper, and the water flow is faster. The humidity in the air is heavy, and it is starting to feel a bit misty. The sound of rushing water comes, and Yihan continues to move a little further. Looking out, he is instantly shocked by the sight before him. Ding! At that moment, he triggered a new choice and heard the system's notification sound. Chapter 16, Dragon Head Mountain. A-level physical fitness, a huge improvement. As Yihan's vision expanded, all the spectators also witnessed an astonishing scene. Before Yihan's eyes, a massive lake appeared in sight. At the end of the lake, a towering mountain stood, and a waterfall cascaded down from the sky, crashing down the high peak, stirring up countless waves. The mist from the water filled the air, and under the sunlight, a rainbow arose, beautiful like a fairyland. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Yihan couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose, completely ignoring the system's voice. The craftsmanship of nature, the creation of the heavens and earth, was so magnificent that it stirred up incomparable emotion in one's heart. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Once, Blue Star was just as beautiful, full of vibrant life. But now everything is gone. People huddle in crowded underground shelters, unable to see the sun or embrace nature. Many began to break down, sobbing. Bing Bing covered her face, tears flowing between her fingers. Over here, Yihan couldn't help but wipe the corner of his eye and then grinned. He opened his arms, embracing the waterfall before him, as if he had merged into nature, enjoying the liberation of his soul. The cool mist fell from the air, landing on his face, feeling utterly refreshing. Only by losing do we learn to cherish. Once, our Blue Star was so beautiful, it was we humans who destroyed all the beauty. Bing Bing wiped her tears and said in a low voice. but I believe everything will be alright. The National Luck Wilderness game has arrived. This is a blessing from the gods, giving us Blue Star a chance to start anew. Our dragon country has Yihan, has the dragon team, has the fishing king Yu, has the genius martial arts boy Chen Baiju, has. In the next moment, Bing Bing changed her tone, inspiring everyone. Everyone was instantly invigorated. Yes, the opportunity is right before our eyes, an unprecedented great chance in human civilization. Dragon Country has so many amazing players, we will surely seize the opportunity. Congratulations to the host for discovering the waterfall and lake, triggering a choice opportunity. Option 1, bathe in the lake and gain the ability to hold breath underwater for 5 minutes. Option 2, stay away from dangerous places and gain a sense of security. Option 3, name this place and gain A-level physical fitness. After a while, Yihan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to check the choices given by the system. Option 2 says to stay away from dangerous places. Right, such a large water source must have various dangers. Yihan's expression became serious. Various wild beasts nearby are sure to come to drink water. And judging by the scale of this waterfall and lake, the water isn't shallow, who knows what enormous creature lurks inside. I can't dare to swim, the 5-minute breath-holding ability sounds nice, but if I go down, I might just earn an extra prize, eternal breath-holding. Yihan muttered to himself. Daring to dive in, the chances of suffocating are high, wouldn't that be eternal breath-holding? So, Yihan chose option 3, this was the reward he wanted the most. Physical fitness. Come on, let me give it a good name. Yihan's gaze sharpened as he stared at the surroundings. After a moment, he already had an idea in his heart. The peaks on this mountaintop are like strange stones, and the area where the waterfall falls looks like a dragon's head spitting water. So this mountain shall be called Dragon Head Mountain. This waterfall shall be called Heavenly Dragon Waterfall. This lake shall be called Swimming Dragon Lake. Yihan spoke up. Just then, he completed this choice and received the reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully naming this place, gaining A-level physical fitness. Swish. In an instant, Yihan felt a strange warm current flowing continuously within the body. Originally a bit tired and sore, his body suddenly filled with vitality. He could feel the biceps on his arms swelling, the outline of his abdominal muscles also standing out, and his whole body bursting with endless strength. Having lived 2 lives, this is the first time I have experienced such a powerful body. This feeling is so awesome. And most importantly, Yihan faintly felt that his pants were bulging. System, what's going on? He quickly asked in his mind. A-grade physical quality includes not only the host's speed, strength, and nerve sensitivity, but also the enhancement of internal organs, achieving A-grade in all aspects. Yihan understood and became even more excited. He dared say that no one in the world could be healthier and more well-rounded than himself right now. Sharp hearing and keen vision, strong and robust, overflowing with masculine hormones, it's simply about to burst off the screen. Dragon Head Mountain, what a wonderful name. The mountaintop looks like a dragon's head, representing our dragon country, striving to seize the top position in this wilderness competition. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing nodded repeatedly, very fond of this name. Dragon Head Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Waterfall, Swimming Dragon Lake. All have the word dragon, this is the territory of our dragon country. That's right, if any foreigners dare to come here, we will kill them all. Those who offend our dragon country, though far away, will be punished. I didn't expect my husband Yihan not only looks handsome, has great wilderness survival skills, but is also so cultured. I love him so much. Wait, did you all notice that Yihan seems to have become even more handsome? Is it just my imagination? I'm just a cat looking at his pants, I feel Yihan's pants are a bit tight, such great assets. Let me take a look, ah. A large number of viewers were all excited, arguing endlessly. Some even started to shout on the spot. At this moment, Yihan received another system notification. Congratulations to the host, physical quality has reached A grade. Congratulations to the host, hunter ability automatically upgraded to A+ grade, overall combat ability upgraded to S grade. Seeing the notification, Yihan suddenly realized. Whether it's hunter ability or combat ability, both have a direct correlation with physical quality. So when his physical quality received a huge boost, these 2 abilities also received corresponding improvements. And compared to hunter ability, which requires various hunting knowledge and skills, combat ability is more closely related to physical quality, so it shot directly up to S grade. Ha ha ha. The A grade overall combat ability obtained from killing the wild boar this morning has directly skyrocketed to S grade, it feels amazing. Yihan's eyes sparkled, with fierce fighting spirit rising. Just then, on the lake shore ahead, there was a large patch of reeds, from which came a terrifying scream. Quack quack quack. This was the sound of a duck. Yihan's ears perked up. He also heard the sound of wings flapping, water splashing, and the sound of a larger body rolling in the water. The overall enhancement of his body brought sharp insight, combined with rich hunting experience. Yihan didn't even need to look closely to infer the truth. A large aquatic beast was preying on a duck. Most likely a crocodile. Dragon Head Mountain, Heavenly Dragon Waterfall, Swimming Dragon Lake, all my territory, the land of dragon country. A little crocodile dares to act wildly. Yihan smiled, picked up a shovel, and rushed over. Perfect timing to take down this crocodile and test just how strong he currently was. Chapter 17, Top Predators, Black Caiman. The battle is thrilling. Swish. Holding a shovel, Yihan dashed forward. This scene once again shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. What is Yihan going to do? Bing Bing exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Yihan, be careful. It seems there are duck calls ahead, something might be hunting a duck, it could be dangerous. It shouldn't be. Yihan has always been very calm, why did he suddenly act impulsively? I understand now, Yihan loves ducks, he wants to protect this duck. Crazy. It's this kind of time, don't talk nonsense. Although this place is nice, it hides enormous dangers, I think we should stay away. A massive amount of discussions arose in every shelter, everyone was worried about Yihan's situation. At this moment, Yihan had already rushed to the front of the reeds. If he went any further, he would have to enter the water. However, at the same time, the reeds shook continuously, and a large alligator covered in black mud appeared on the live broadcast. It's worth noting that the live broadcast was incredibly immersive, it made viewers feel as if they were right there. So for the audience, it was as if a vicious alligator was charging right at them. Many people couldn't help but scream. This alligator was enormous, measuring about 4 meters long, and if it stood up, it would be over twice Yihan's height. Yihan had perfect modeling, not just his face, he was also tall, standing at 183 centimeters. It's easy to imagine how truly massive this alligator was, possessing immense aggressiveness. Everyone saw the alligator clenching a half-dead wild duck in its jaws, the smell of blood spurring it into a frenzy as it glared ferociously at Yihan. Yihan stood opposite the alligator, holding a military shovel, confronting it. Oh no, it's an alligator. This looks like a black caiman, extremely ferocious. Bing Bing couldn't help but exclaim, she checked her smartwatch and shouted. This was an emergency customized smartwatch from the Dragon Kingdom, containing top-tier artificial intelligence, enabling Bing Bing to quickly identify the plants and animals Yihan encountered in the wilderness. On the surface, it looked like a watch, but in reality, it was a vast encyclopedia. With this watch, Bing Bing's commentary work was greatly aided. Of course, the other 9 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom also had such watches in their live streams, making commentary more convenient. Black Caiman. This is bad, this is a top predator with no natural enemies besides humans. Run, Yihan. Once dragged into the water by the alligator, even 9 lives won't be enough. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yihan just captured a big wild boar today, enough to eat for a long time, and now he's facing a life and death crisis. If Captain Long Yi were here, it would be much better, he could definitely kill the black caiman. Please, dear heavens, let Captain Long possess Yihan and defeat the alligator. A large number of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were wildly discussing and praying for Yihan. Some even said to let Long Yi possess Yihan to kill the alligator. Seeing these comments, many foreign viewers started cheering. Yoshi, yo yo yo. Yihan is going to die, huh? Great, alligator, hurry up and attack, bite Yihan, eat him. The Dragon Kingdom looks down on my Korean country, but my Korean contestant can survive, while your Yihan from the Dragon Kingdom is about to die. Humph. This Yihan just had some luck, dying at the hands of the alligator is just luck. Otherwise, if he encountered our beautiful country's Alan Williams, he would be tortured and killed. This is just the beginning, Dragon Kingdom people, just wait, Yihan will be the first to die, next will be Long Yi, followed by all Dragon Kingdom people dying, the Dragon Kingdom will be destroyed. Die, die, die. Yihan, hurry up and die. You're still curing pork, do you even have the life to eat that? A storm of curses erupted. Foreign viewers were eagerly awaiting Yihan's death. But just at that moment, Yihan struck. Swish. Yihan stepped forward and swung the shovel in his hand directly at the crocodile's head, making a sound as it cut through the air. His movements were extremely fast, leaving afterimages behind. The sharp shovel seemed to want to split the crocodile's head in half. But the crocodile reacted very quickly, shaking its head to evade the blow and even flinging the duck in its mouth out, making it easier to bite Yihan. My duck! Yihan even had time to glance at the duck. He was afraid that the duck he was about to eat would fly away. But fortunately, this duck was already nearly bitten to death by the crocodile, unable to escape, and hardly able to even flap its wings. So Yihan didn't have to worry about the duck and could focus on dealing with the crocodile. Just now it was Yihan's turn, and now the crocodile began to attack actively, its massive body twisting on the ground, crawling rapidly, with its mouth wide open to bite Yihan. Seeing this, Yihan chuckled coldly, stepping back to dodge the attack while swinging the shovel in his hand once more. He engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Cayman. All the Dragon Country spectators were sweating profusely. They didn't dare to breathe. Swish, swish, swish. Yihan swung the shovel over and over again, while quickly dodging the Black Cayman's attacks, leaving the spectators dazzled. Gradually, some spectators began to sense something was off. Yihan seemed calm and composed, completely at ease. But shouldn't he be in a hurry, rolling and crawling? This is unreasonable. This is not scientific. Does Yihan still have combat skills? Everyone, please don't worry, I am a Special Forces soldier. I am the subordinate of the captain of Dragon Team 1, codenamed Dragon 5. I can responsibly tell everyone that contestant Yihan is toying with this Black Cayman. A bullet comment caught everyone's attention. If this person claiming to be Dragon 5 is not lying, then Yihan possesses powerful combat abilities. Currently, the top artificial intelligence in Dragon Country has analyzed that Yihan's chance of defeating the crocodile has reached an astonishing 97.85%. Bing Bing screamed, her voice cracking. What? The remaining 2.15% chance is that the Black Cayman might escape back to the lake. Bing Bing's face turned red, too excited. No one expected Yihan to be this strong. This feeling is really exhilarating. Yihan smiled. His powerful physical qualities and combat abilities made it very easy for him, and he hadn't even breathed heavily. He even felt qualified to fight tigers and lions. Fight! Awesome! Yihan loved this feeling, it was the romance belonging to men. Swish! Testing his own strength, Yihan felt extremely happy and planned to end this battle. With great force and quick speed, the shovel in his hand struck the Black Cayman's eye. Not only was it precise, but it also cut very deep. The Black Cayman immediately went blind in one eye, and blood gushed out. It wanted to escape back to the lake, its territory. But Yihan would never give it that chance. The second shovel strike came down, hitting the same spot again. Precise, too precise. Fierce, too fierce. This blow deepened the initial wound, almost slicing off half of the Black Cayman's head. Chapter 18, Possessed in a Dream? A stunning perfect figure. 2 consecutive ruthless attacks all struck the same spot. So precise. A large amount of blood splattered out. At this moment, the Black Cayman was in immense pain, its massive body thrashing wildly, kicking up a lot of mud, flying along with its blood. It was as if a heavy rain of red and black was pouring down. Slammed down. Yihan also got hit, with plenty of mud and blood staining his face. Of course, he didn't care about this at all. He saw that the crocodile was about to escape. The threat of death completely suppressed its ferocity, now there was only cowardice left. This human is too terrifying. The Black Cayman now just wanted to escape and return to the lake to slowly heal its wounds. But Yihan would never give it this opportunity. Die! Yihan roared, already standing on the back of the Black Cayman, pressing down with the weight of a mountain. The A-level physical quality brought powerful strength. He gripped the engineer shovel and slammed it down fiercely. In the stunned eyes of all the viewers on Blue Star, the shark shovel pierced through the Cayman's head, nailing it to the ground. This scene was like a miracle. Yihan seemed to become the warrior from a mythical story, slaying dragons. So amazing, so shocking. Contestant Yihan fought head-on and killed a giant Black Cayman. In the live studio, Bing Bing was completely stunned. No one expected that Yihan possessed such terrifying fighting power. Wait, what did I just say? I was praying for Team Long to possess Yihan to fight. I specially went to see Team Long, and he was sleeping, making various fighting moves in his sleep. The truth is out. Team Long possessed Yihan in his dream to complete this battle. How could such a thing happen in the world? It's impossible. The National Luck in Wilderness Survival has already rewarded. This isn't something current human science can explain. I would rather believe that Yihan temporarily borrowed Long Yi's fighting ability using the system. You guys are giving me inspiration. I need to write a novel right away. Various crazy ideas sparked and clashed. Coincidentally, while Yihan was fighting, Long Yi happened to be sleeping and dreaming of the battle scene, his body also making corresponding movements. This made even more people believe that it was Long Yi possessing Yihan. Of course, all these guesses were wrong. At this moment, the huge Black Cayman was still struggling, not completely dead. Under its body, the mud by the lake had formed a large pit due to its struggles. Die for me. Yihan exerted force with both hands, spinning the engineer shovel and twisting it. This ruthless action finally completely cut off the last chance of survival for the Black Cayman. Finally, it breathed its last, its huge body limp in the mud pit. Seeing this, Yihan sighed in relief, his body relaxing a little. His heart was racing, filled with excitement. How many people in this world have truly faced such a top predator? In 2 lifetimes, this was Yihan's first time. During the battle, adrenaline was surging wildly. So now that the battle was over, it was inevitable to have some uncontrollable physiological reactions, like his hands shaking a bit. Contestant Yihan is shaking a little now, but everyone should know, this is a reaction caused by hormones in the body, not out of cowardice. Seeing this, Bing Bing quickly defended Yihan. Moreover, some medical professionals also explained it in the comments. In the live footage, Yihan shook his hand, pulled the engineer's shovel out of the caiman's head, and held it in his hand. Blood was still dripping from the shovel. Yihan bent down, directly grasped the caiman's tail, and started dragging the massive body away from the lake shore. This lake likely had more than just this caiman, it was better to leave sooner rather than later. Of course, Yihan also didn't forget about that duck. Now the duck was completely dead, and Yihan was holding it by the neck, swinging it back and forth with his movements. Dragon Country contestant Yihan obtained the duck bitten to death by the caiman, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining the duck bitten to death by the caiman 100,000 times. 10,000 times return was triggered again. Although the caiman did not trigger 10,000 times return. But this duck triggered. As long as it can trigger. This crocodile is too heavy. Even with A-level physical fitness, it's still very strenuous. Yihan exerted all his strength, feeling extremely tired, struggling to drag this huge black caiman back. After walking for a while, he had to stop and rest for a while. His body was soaked with sweat. The best choice should be to disassemble this crocodile, chop it into 4 or 5 segments, and transport it back in batches. But this is not within the map coverage, I can't observe the situation, I can't be at ease. Yihan felt a bit of a headache, stopping and going all the way, he finally returned to the area with map coverage. He stopped to rest again, sitting down heavily on the crocodile's body. The crocodile was very dirty, covered in mud and blood, but now Yihan was not clean either, so no one should look down on anyone. After a short rest, Yihan continued to walk back. Thinking about it, he had already walked this far, and it wasn't too far from his stronghold, so he decided to handle the crocodile properly after returning. That way he could also feel more at ease. So, after another half an hour, panting heavily, Yihan finally dragged this huge prey all the way back. He first washed his face by the stream, feeling very refreshed. Then he thought about it, simply taking off all his clothes and pants, because they were just too dirty and needed a good wash later. So all the viewers saw Yihan wearing only a pair of shorts, revealing his athletic build and muscles. Wow! Bing Bing immediately let out an exaggerated exclamation, her eyes brightening. I didn't expect Yihan to have such a good body. No, it's not just a good body, but it gives people an almost perfect feeling. Yihan darling. I want to lick the screen. It's one thing for Yihan to be handsome, but his body is so good, he's really something special, I love it so much. Hiss. This is not just muscle, but a truly perfect physique. How does Yihan train? You have to throw away goods when comparing them, if comparing people, you might as well die. Yihan's food is simply too much to eat, I'm willing to help share some, because if he eats too much, it will affect his body. A large number of Dragon Country viewers went crazy. First of all, it was naturally the female viewers, almost all attracted by Yihan's physique. They originally thought Yihan was a slender guy, but didn't expect him to have such an amazing body. In addition, there were also some people with special preferences who were quite envious. This wave appealed to both men and women. But at this moment, Yihan naturally did not know about all this. He splashed the cool stream water on himself, washing away the mud and blood, feeling much more comfortable. Then he began checking the progress of the smoked pork. Chapter 19, Endless Meat. Wuwan is poisoned again. Yihan found the Longshou mountain and fought with the black caiman, which had already taken some time. But the most time-consuming part was dragging the huge black caiman back. This journey took a long time, and now the fire for smoking the pork was almost out. Yihan checked the pork and felt it was not done enough. Generally speaking, smoking various meats takes a long time. So Yihan adjusted the angle of the pork, turning it over to continue smoking. Take a sip of water, rest for a while, and then start processing the crocodile. Oh no, one of the rabbits has died. Yihan took out his large water bottle, gulping down more than half a bottle of water, feeling great. But just while drinking water, he found that one of his rabbits had died. Actually, this is normal, rabbits are generally more delicate. He had tied them tightly, and didn't feed or water them, not dying is a blessing, dying is normal. So, the dead rabbit, along with the duck bitten to death by the black caiman, needed to be processed quickly. Otherwise, they would soon start to rot, breeding various bacteria, and would no longer be edible. Yihan carried the dead rabbit and dead duck to the riverbank, starting to dissect them. Even though it wasn't the first time witnessing Yihan handle prey, the audience was still amazed. How many secrets does Yihan have? In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing couldn't help but murmur. She felt Yihan was like a mystery, making her unable to resist the urge to uncover the truth. It seemed that every time, Yihan brought new surprises for everyone. At first, everyone thought he was just a pretty face, a disposable character who wouldn't survive 3 days in the wilderness. But he was doing better than anyone else. Some said it was luck, but Yihan quickly displayed amazing strength. Not only did he have a variety of rich experiences, but now he also showcased powerful combat skills. What else could he do? The audience always felt that Yihan had too many skills yet to be revealed. The blood was washed away by the stream, and Yihan soon finished processing the rabbit. But the duck would be a bit more troublesome because it needed scalding water to remove the feathers, just like the wild chicken before. Yihan was already boiling water, but it had not yet come to a boil, so he began to work on the alligator. Alligator skin is a fine material, many bags and shoes are made from alligator skin. But sadly, it requires complicated processes for that. Yihan shook his head. He wanted to process an alligator skin in the wilderness, which was quite difficult. And he wouldn't be able to do it now. Hunter skills and combat skills had little to do with processing alligator skin. I can think of it another way. Alligator skin is a great waterproof material. When I build a house later, I can use alligator skin for the rooftop waterproofing. Yihan was inspired, already thinking of a perfect use for the alligator skin. He quickly got to work, peeled off the alligator skin, and after a simple wash, he set it aside to dry. Then it was time for the alligator meat. This alligator's meat was even more than wild boar meat. In a short period, it would be impossible to finish it all. Without a doubt, it definitely needed to be smoked for preservation. However, there was one problem: smoking pork was common, but smoking alligator meat. It seemed no one had ever done that. But regardless of whether it had been done before, Yihan had to do it now. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let so much meat go bad. Yihan began processing chunks of alligator meat, combining them with pork for smoking. During this process, the water also boiled. He quickly scalded the duck, finishing up the duck as well. Then he boiled another pot of water, leaving it in a cool place to cool down for drinking. Over an hour passed, and Yihan was busy the whole time. He used up 8 piles of firewood to smoke the meat, and the sky was almost covered in swirling white smoke. Once again, this left the audience in awe, astonished. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, who would believe this was only the second day of survival in the wilderness? I'd believe it was the second year. Yihan has so much food he can't finish it all. Baka. This is all fake. Yihan is cheating. I want to report Yihan and disqualify him from the competition. You little brat, go drink some filthy water, you brainless thing. When it really comes to fighting, I'll be the first to volunteer and take you all down. Right. I want to start a massacre and wipe out all the brats. The barrage was as lively as ever. To be precise, Yihan is currently not lacking meat to eat. But just eating meat isn't enough. He also needs staple foods and vegetables to achieve balanced nutrition so he can last longer. Bing Bing explained. Humans need more than just protein to live healthily. They also need carbohydrates, dietary fibers, various vitamins, and more, all of which are essential. Otherwise, it will lead to malnutrition, and over time, it can cause illness. So what Bing Bing said made a lot of sense. The story has gained the recognition of many viewers. From the moment Yihan opened his eyes in the morning, he has been busy. Now the time has already reached more than 2 in the afternoon. Only now did Yihan begin to prepare for lunch. In the future, pay attention, mealtime must be regular. Unless there are special circumstances, meals should be eaten on time. Yihan started to barbecue rabbits and ducks, and also boiled a pot of crocodile vegetable mushroom soup. With his physical fitness enhanced, his appetite also grew larger. Before long, Yihan began to feast, devouring the meal, making the viewers salivate once again. This duck is very fat. I love eating rabbit even more. The taste of crocodile meat is much better than I expected. Yihan was very satisfied with his meal and commented on the 3 types of meat. After resting for a while, he started washing clothes by the stream. Without any washing powder, he simply hand scrubbed. Although it was slower and not particularly clean, there was no other way now. In the wilderness, there are some plants that can act as washing powder, but Yihan had not found them yet. He could only make do for now. After hanging up the washed clothes, Yihan lay down to sunbathe, finally getting a real rest. Full and satisfied, he lay flat. Yihan was comfortable and pleasant, making the viewers incredibly envious again. Living in an underground shelter, sunlight was also a luxury. Watching the light screen, everyone felt as if sunlight was shining on their faces, filling their hearts with emotion and joy. Yihan squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying this moment. At that moment, he saw an announcement prompt. Dragon Country contestant Wuwan has obtained a mandala flower, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving 10,000 mandala flowers. Wuwan triggered the 10,000-fold return. This news instantly attracted attention from around the world. Theoretically, every contestant has the possibility to trigger a 10,000-fold return, but it also depends on luck. Yihan triggered the most, far ahead of others. Of course, this also relates to the amount of resources the contestants obtained. Mandala flower? This thing is poisonous. Yihan frowned secretly, a bit worried. He didn't care about Wu Wan's life or death. After all, he didn't know her, but he was afraid that if Wu Wan died, it would affect Dragon Country's fortune. He had crossed over to Blue Star for 3 years. Without the protection of Dragon Country, he would have died long ago. After the return was triggered, there was a long wait without a new announcement. It seemed that Wu Wan was not dead, and Yihan felt a bit relieved. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, in Wu Wan's live broadcast room, everyone was pounding their chests with worry. Because Wu Wan was poisoned again. Chapter 20, Excited. Building a wooden house. Wu Wan's live broadcast room is now very lively. A large number of Dragon Country viewers flocked into her live broadcast room to check the situation. Many foreign viewers came to gloat. In the light screen, it seemed that Wu Wan had gone mad. Ha ha ha. You useless person, I'm divorcing you, soon I can marry a domineering CEO. Wu Wan had a proud smile on her face, shouting. She seemed to be experiencing hallucinations. The whole plant of the mandala flower is poisonous. If you smell this aroma too much, it can indeed easily cause some hallucinations. The contestant Wu Wan should be in a hallucination right now. The commentator responsible for Wu Wan's live room was very helpless and began to explain. But fortunately, Wu Wan hadn't directly eaten the fruit and seeds of the mandala flower. She should be in no life danger. What? Joining the Neza milk tea can earn 20,000 a day? Okay, I'll pay right away. I'm going to get rich. Wu Wan was still immersed in the hallucination, unable to break free. She stuck out her tongue, fingers wildly poking at an imaginary phone screen, ordering mindlessly. Give me another 200,000, and I'll be the provincial agent. When foreigners come to Dragon Country, the first thing they do is drink a cup of Neza milk tea. My store will soon become a global chain and go public. Wu Wan was overjoyed. As soon as it was confirmed that she wouldn't die, the audience from Long Nation began to mock her. The overbearing president doesn't like female stars or young models, but he likes me, a divorced woman with 2 kids. The president took off my cotton pants, thermal pants, and autumn pants. Looking at my dry, peeling calves, he called me baby. Everyone laughs at Neza milk tea online, but in reality, who wouldn't want to have a cup? Exactly. I'm so craving Neza milk tea I could die. I dream of drinking a cup. Ha ha ha. I have undergone strict training. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Look around, if anyone isn't laughing, they might be diagnosed with depression. Wu Wan was high, and the audience was thrilled. In the oppressive life of the apocalypse, finding some fun wasn't easy. At this moment, laughter broke out in many underground shelters across Long Nation. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally, we part ways. Wu Wan sat on the ground and began to sing. At this time, the drug effect of the mandrake flower began to fade, and the illusions before Wu Wan slowly disappeared. Then she started to feel terrible. Her limbs were numb. Dizziness, nausea, retching. And she started to convulse. This scene immediately made many foreign viewers cheer. Great! Wu Wan is dying. Poison her. Let her die quickly to lower Long Nation's luck. All the people of Long Nation should die, they should be exterminated. Exactly, inferior genes should be eliminated. Wu Wan will die sooner or later, I hope Yihan and Long Yi die quickly. This was a matter of national luck, and they cursed Long Nation madly. But to their disappointment, Wu Wan didn't die. After struggling on the ground for a while, Wu Wan felt much better. She gasped for air, wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealing a terrified expression of lingering fear. Then, she stood up and fiercely kicked a mandrake flower in front of her. This thing is actually poisonous. But isn't this a morning glory? It turned out Wu Wan mistook the mandrake flower for a morning glory. Learning traditional medicine by herself, she learned it in vain. Hurry up and leave. Wu Wan quickly left, distancing herself from the mandrake flower. A farce temporarily came to an end. However, this time it did trigger a 10,000-fold return. Long Nation received 10,000 mandrake flowers. Although they are poisonous, they can be used as medicine and are valuable resources. The apocalypse not only caused a shortage of food, but also made various medicines scarce. Almost every day, someone dies of illness or suicide. The population is still declining. So medicines are equally important. After Wu Wan fussed for a while, Yihan had rested enough. With a strong physical quality, even after doing a lot of work, he could quickly regain energy. He added some branches to the campfire as fuel, continuing to smoke the pork and crocodile meat. Once this meat is smoked, where to put it will also be a problem. There's simply not enough space in the tent. Yihan looked at his tent and thought. To live in the wilderness for a long time, one tent is definitely not enough. Now that he didn't have to worry about food and water for the time being, it was also time to consider building a house. I can use bamboo to build a bamboo house. But bamboo is hollow, it can't be as sturdy as a solid wood house. Yi Han thought. Various furniture, such as beds, bamboo mats, cups, chopsticks, pots, spatulas, and so on, can be made from bamboo. But for building a house, he believed wood would be better. Building a wooden house. In the end, Yi Han made a decision. Next was the choice of wood and the location for the wooden house, both of which were very important. This location I'm in is actually quite good. Let's start building my wooden house from here. Yi Han stood still and looked around, nodding with satisfaction. This place is relatively safe and close to Longzhou Mountain, which is a large water source and has abundant resources waiting for him to discover. As for the choice of wood, Yi Han has made his decision. That is beech wood. There are many beech trees growing in this area, a tree species unique to the Dragon Country, not only an ornamental tree but also has the beautiful meaning of passing the exam. Moreover, it is sturdy and waterproof, making it ideal for making various furniture. It is top-quality wood. Heaven changes without warning. The weather is very good now, but it will definitely be windy and rainy later. So let's build the wooden house as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Yi Han's actions were very strong, and he immediately began to select suitable beech trees to cut down. His actions once again stirred up a great wave. Yi Han is going to cut trees. He is going to build a house. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing let out a surprised exclamation. Now among all the contestants, only about 2/3 have shelters. But their shelters are very crude. For example, Master Lin Chi's shelter is even mocked as a doghouse. It is worth mentioning that today, Master Lin Chi found quite a few large caterpillars, which can be considered a start, filling up on protein. These large caterpillars are rich in protein and are a local delicacy in certain areas. Of course, they need to be cooked, but Master Lin Chi didn't even have kindling, so he could only eat them raw. This is the charm of wilderness survival. Competing against nature is endlessly enjoyable. Master Lin Chi took the opportunity to show off. His earnest appearance is quite impressive. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Yi Han had already selected the first lucky beech tree and started cutting it down. This engineer shovel is simply a magical tool. With the engineer shovel, everything is convenient. Yi Han was overjoyed, vigorously swinging the engineer shovel to cut the tree. The beech tree in front of him was as thick as his thigh, just suitable for building a wooden house. And for Yi Han now, cutting down and moving such a tree would be relatively easy, not too laborious. Yi Han went around the base of the trunk, cutting in circles, and finally only a thin strip in the center remained, still connected to the stump. The audience could already see the rings of the tree. Boom! Yi Han kicked the trunk hard, and with a crack, the beech tree began to fall, startling many birds into flight. The first tree was successfully cut down. And just as this tree fell, everyone saw a panicked little squirrel being shaken into the air. Chapter 21, S-Class Building Ability. The Dragon King returns to his position. Wow! Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned. They did not expect that coincidentally, there was actually a squirrel living in this tree. Swish! As soon as Yi Han caught sight of the squirrel, it dashed up to another tree, quickly disappearing from view. It seems to be a Demon King squirrel. Yi Han's vision was very sharp. With a quick glance, he recognized the species of the squirrel. The Demon King squirrel, scientifically known as the Eurasian red squirrel, is lively and active, and once domesticated, it becomes close to humans. Many people like to keep them as pets. However, this Demon King squirrel naturally had never seen humans before and slipped away instantly. Yi Han smiled and began to process the beech tree. Cutting down was just the first step. Next, it needed to be trimmed before it could be used to build the wooden house. Yi Han swung the engineer shovel, cutting off branches and stacking them to the side. These materials couldn't be wasted, they could be used as fuel. To keep the fire burning, he would need to burn a lot of firewood every day. During this process, Yi Han noticed a small tree hole near the top of the tree. It was the home of the Demon King squirrel. It's worth noting that inside the squirrel's nest, there might be stored food. Most of them are some kind of nuts. Yi Han quickly dug them out. Then the audience all discovered a tiny squirrel that had not yet opened its eyes appeared in Yi Han's hands. Ding! The system's prompt sound rang out. The host discovered a Eurasian red squirrel cub, triggering the choice. Option 1, crush the squirrel, gain the disease athlete's foot. Option 2, raise the squirrel, gain S-level building ability. Option 3, take the squirrel to find its mother, gain a wild world map. Range and location are all random. Yi Han triggered the choice opportunity once again. I choose to raise the squirrel. Yi Han immediately made the decision, shouting in his heart. Option 1 was immediately excluded as a free gift. As for option 3, Yi Han really didn't have the ability to take the little squirrel to find its mother. Moreover, the rewarded map is completely random, almost impossible to accidentally get the map around Yihan, so it was also ruled out. Furry, so cute. In the live stream, Bing Bing's love overflowed, and she shouted on the spot. Then she checked her smartwatch and began to introduce it to the audience. This is a cub of the Demon King squirrel. Generally speaking, the Demon King squirrel will start growing fur in the 3rd week after birth, open its eyes in the 3 to 4 weeks, fully grow teeth after 6 weeks, can start eating some harder things, and be completely weaned by 8 to 10 weeks. This little squirrel should be in the 3 to 4 week period now. Hearing Bing Bing's words, many viewers were touched. They all sent bullet comments, urging Yihan to raise the little squirrel. Although Yihan could not see the comments, he also really liked this little squirrel now. He just didn't know if he could keep it alive. After all, the little guy hadn't even opened its eyes yet, let alone been weaned. Let's give it a try. Life in the wilderness is too lonely, having a little companion would definitely be much better. Yihan gently stroked the little squirrel's fur and carefully tucked it into his pocket. The little one was very lively, wriggling its body and rubbing against Yihan's warm palm, causing many viewers to feel their hearts melting. I miss our Dowdu, sigh. I used to run a cat cafe, but then the end of the world came, and all my babies, boo-hoo. When the apocalypse came, who could still raise pets? There were no conditions at all. Everything will be okay, I believe in Yihan, believe in Captain Long Long, our Dragon Country contestants are doing pretty well except for Wu Wan. Wu Wan also returned once and made contributions, I hope she can live a bit longer. The audience began to sigh. At this moment, Yihan took the little squirrel back to his tent and built a small nest for it to lie inside. The little guy must be hungry, I can't give it breast milk. But I see it has grown several teeth, I'll make some meat paste for it to eat. Yihan walked out of the tent, cut a piece of pork the size of a fingertip, then put it in a bamboo tube to mash into paste, added a bit of water, simply heated it up, and then tried to feed it to the little squirrel. Everyone became nervous, closely watching this scene. This concerned the life and death of the little squirrel. It's eating, it's eating. That's great, so great. Bing Bing was so moved she was about to cry. This little squirrel can live. Hypocritical Dragon Country people, if it weren't for you, how would this little squirrel lose its mother? Well said. People of Dragon Country are very hypocritical. Go to hell. Little Japanese, Korean, get lost. Hee, even without Yihan, the chance of this little squirrel surviving to grow up isn't high, only 25% of cubs can survive the first year and truly grow up. Does Yihan have to check if there are squirrels living in the trees when cutting down trees? This is wilderness survival, not playing house. Yihan also killed wild boars and crocodiles, and caught rabbits and bamboo rats. Hurry up and arrest him and sentence him. Fight. Just fight. I am a veteran, I volunteer to battle those Japanese scoundrels. Some foolish Japanese and Koreans came to attack Yihan, which instantly ignited everyone's anger. The Dragon Kingdom audience began to scold fiercely. There's only one of them here, it has received abundant nutrition, and its body foundation is good, it will definitely grow up. Then let me give you a name. Yihan gently rubbed the little squirrel's head with his finger and said softly. This choice was not yet complete, Yihan felt that naming was still necessary. But what should it be called? Little Demon King, Big Demon King? Ah Song, Squirrel? Yihan thought of one name after another, but none satisfied him. The next moment, he had a flash of inspiration. Demon King Squirrel, I'll give it a king character. Now you are also a part of the Dragon Kingdom, I will add a dragon character. From now on, you will be the Dragon King. Yihan laughed, he named the little squirrel Dragon King. This name is indeed quite creative. In the live stream, Bing Bing was stunned for a moment, then also started to laugh. 3 years' time is up, welcome back, Dragon King. What? You are actually the Dragon King? It's my fault, I couldn't recognize Mount High. Oh, Dragon King, please don't be angry. When the Dragon King smiles, your life and death are unpredictable. Starting today, the 4 big families are removed from Jiangbei. I beg you all, please watch less short plays. The audience all joined in, having an absolute blast. As Yihan fed the little squirrel and named it, this choice was finally completed. Congratulations, host. You have raised the squirrel, gaining S-level building ability. The system's prompt sounded, and Yihan felt a sudden awakening. He gained a wealth of knowledge and experience in building. I learned to use a computer to design buildings and seem to have built different kinds of houses by hand. Dragon King, your appearance is just timely. Yihan's eyes brightened, filled with joy. He was about to build a wooden house and had received the building ability reward, and it was directly S-level. Now he had nothing to worry about, he already had more than 10 plans in his mind to create a sturdy and durable wooden house. Yihan was full of energy, he settled the little squirrel and walked out of the tent, continuing to handle the recently cut beech trees. In high spirits, Yihan chopped down 5 beech trees and processed them, moving them to pile beside the tent. At this moment, the sky finally began to darken. The second day of the wilderness survival game was coming to an end. The dangerous night was about to fall once again. Many contestants faced life and death challenges again. Chapter 22, Bing Bing Drives. The first contestant to lose a limb. As night fell, it shrouded the wilderness world. The contestants were about to face the second night in the wild. Master Lin Shi had long hidden into his doghouse, listening to the beast roars from who knows where, feeling terrified and constantly praying. Wu Wan returned to the rock crevice where she hid last night, curled up inside, and closed her eyes. Currently, among the 10 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom, only Wu Wan and Long Yi had no shelter. Wu Wan was purely because she was too weak, while Long Yi was bold and did not rush to build a shelter. Our dragon team, the sky is our blanket, and the ground is our bed. Master Lin Shi had a big worm today, but he didn't even consider expanding his shelter. What is he thinking? Ah, can't you see? The so-called Master Lin Shi is a fraud. He knows nothing about survival in the wild. He's pretending today too, saying he's fighting against the sky. He can only tussle with worms. I won't allow you to defame Master Lin Shi. He is the strongest. That's right. At first, you laughed at Yihan for being a vase, but now Yihan is so impressive. Now you want to say Master Lin Shi will be slapped in the face. Yihan cooked a pot of pig bone crocodile soup. The soup is milky white. Above it floated yellow oil droplets, making me drool. Many contestants had almost begun to rest, while Yihan here had just started his dinner. In fact, Yihan had already eaten twice today, but he still wanted to eat a third meal. Because chopping trees consumed a lot of energy, he was hungry again. Many people in normal life sometimes cannot even eat 3 meals a day. Yet Yihan, in the wild survival, had to fulfill the goal of 3 meals a day. Ahem, though it's a bit embarrassing, but... In the live streaming room, Bing Bing's face was red, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. She wanted to tease, but couldn't say it out loud. I understand, Bing Bing, you want to say that Yihan only completed 3 meals but didn't finish a day, right? Oh my god, so that's how 3 meals a day can be understood. I've got it. A sudden enlightenment. I see clearly now. Bing Bing, you are not being honest. Drive. Drive to the edge of the city. Head north all the way. Bing Bing's car wheels rolled over my face. What a thrill. Get lost, you stink. Indeed, as long as they were driving, everyone became excited, all conflicts disappeared. Their minds filled only with exhilaration. At this moment, Yihan had already cooked a pot of soup. The soup contained pig bones, crocodile meat, bamboo shoots, and bamboo fungus, along with lemongrass and mint as spices, and a pinch of salt. Besides that, Yihan also roasted a bamboo rat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This was yet another feast. Yihan devoured it, his mouth full of grease. So enjoyable, so satisfying. Since his physical fitness had greatly improved, Yihan's appetite was incredible, able to eat a lot at every meal, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction and happiness. Soon, the sumptuous dinner was cleared away by Yihan. However, he left a little meat and some soup to feed the Dragon King. The Dragon King's appetite was also quite good. Up to now, Yihan had already fed it 4 times. Although the Dragon King didn't eat much each time, it digested quickly and got hungry fast. It was like a human baby, needing multiple feeds of milk daily. After finishing these tasks, Yihan didn't rush to lie down and sleep. Instead, he continued to work. The audience was shocked, thinking Yihan was going to chop trees all night. Then they saw Yihan start to refine lard. I almost forgot about this. Yihan has basically saved all the fat from the wild boar. I suspected he would refine lard. Bing Bing exclaimed, suddenly remembering this. Turns out Yihan was saving the pig fat until now before starting to boil it. Yihan washed the camping pot, added a bit of stream water, then cut the pig fat into pieces and tossed them into the pot to start the boiling process. Soon, a rich aroma of fat wafted out, and the audience felt they could smell it through the screen. Late night indulgence. Yihan had already released some delicious scents, now he was doing it again. Many could already imagine the white lard mixed with steaming hot rice, plus a bit of soy sauce, creating a bowl of tasty lard rice. Tears of uncontrollable desire streamed down. So fragrant. Yihan stirred the lard in the pot with a bamboo spatula to prevent it from sticking. Breathing in this aroma lifted everyone's spirits. This wasn't wild survival, this was a picnic. Next, Yihan took the time to stir the lard while also taking out some beech tree branches. He began to sharpen the branches with the entrenching tool. Because he chose very straight branches, plus his technique, the audience easily realized he was making arrows. With bows and arrows, they could attack from a distance. Everyone was excited. Yihan moved swiftly, multitasking. Before long, he already had a pile of arrow shafts in front of him, and the lard in the pot was nearly done boiling. Yihan stored the lard in a bamboo tube, waiting for it to cool and solidify. At the tip of the arrow shaft, he specially burned it with fire and then ground it once again, making it harder and sharper. A series of operations, extremely skillful, once again shocked the audience. Yihan is starting to pack up, adding wood to the campfire. His work for today is coming to an end, everyone, rest early. Bing Bing explained. Sure enough, after Yihan packed up, he entered the tent, lay down, and began to sleep. The campfire burned, occasionally crackling, thick smoke rising, continuing to smoke a large amount of pork and crocodile meat. Yihan breathed evenly, and as the audience watched the scene, they unknowingly began to feel drowsy and fell into dreamland. This day was very fulfilling. With rich gains, Yihan slept sweetly. But some competitors were experiencing a nightmare. A piece of news spread across the entire Blue Star, and a large number of viewers rushed into the live stream of a beautiful country's contestant. The contestant had a look of pain on his face, quickly removing his pants to tie up his left leg. Because he had been bitten by a snake. This contestant from the beautiful country, named Wang Weiheng, originally was from the Dragon Country, but he had already exited his Dragon Country citizenship and joined the beautiful country. Just now, he was bitten by a snake while sleeping. Yes. Wang Weiheng's actions are correct. He was bitten on the calf. He immediately tied his pants above the wound to stop the blood flow. He picked up a machete. What is he going to do? Oh my god. Now, this brave contestant of dragon descent from the beautiful country is going to amputate himself, which requires enduring extreme pain. So courageous, the cowardly dragon citizens have completely transformed after joining the beautiful country. The little Japanese is barking like a dog. Forced amputation. This is the outcome of his quitting the Dragon Country. The audience of the entire Blue Star was shocked. This contestant named Wang Weiheng decisively made the decision to amputate his own limb to save his life. He took a machete and held it over the fire to heat it, to sterilize it, then bit a wooden stick, his gaze resolute, wielding the knife. Many viewers could no longer bear to watch the following scenes. Accompanied by screams of unimaginable pain, Wang Weiheng was drenched in cold sweat and finally chopped off a section of his calf. The first contestant to undergo amputation appeared. Next, he continued to heat the machete, using the red-hot blade to cauterize his wound, producing a sizzling sound and smoke. The air was filled with the smell of burnt protein. At that moment, everyone saw that the commotion attracted a snake, staring at Wang Weiheng. Someone recognized that this was the very snake that had bitten Wang Weiheng. Chapter 23, A Non-Venomous Snake. A huge joke. This snake was the length of an arm, with a triangular head and a back full of brown spots. At a glance, it was clear that it was a venomous snake. But upon closer inspection, someone quickly discovered something was wrong. This is a 5-step snake. After being bitten, one can only walk 5 steps before the poison takes effect. Wait, let it bite again, won't it be able to walk 5 more steps? Are you trying to exploit a bug? Ha ha ha. No, this isn't a 5-step snake, it's a Huangshan snake, which is non-venomous. What? They even amputated, and you're saying this snake is non-venomous, are you serious? I encountered this kind of snake while gathering mushrooms in the mountains. This is the Huangshan snake, it truly has no venom. A non-venomous snake, the Huangshan snake. People from all around the world quickly identified this snake's identity. This was a Huangshan snake, not a trace of venom, and there was no need for amputation after being bitten. Damn it, this fool. Why did my contestant from the beautiful country choose a dragon person? He exited the dragon country and joined the beautiful country. Theoretically, he could be selected. Representing the beautiful country in the competition. In the wild world, how can he survive after amputation? How can he survive? Our beautiful country has already lost 2 contestants, and now one has been amputated. The entire beautiful country instantly erupted. All were voices of cursing. Some even felt desperate and committed suicide. On the other hand, in Dragon Country, there was joy everywhere. Because this amputated Wang Weiheng was not nameless, but had a certain level of fame. Ha, karma has come. I know this guy, he cursed Dragon Country online, worshipping the beautiful country. That's right, I saw him too. He finally quit Dragon Country, went to the beautiful country, and even made videos to flaunt. Die. Such a traitor, losing a limb is too lenient for him, he should just die. Wait. He is a good person. He went to harm the beautiful country. Ha 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 ha. There's some truth to that. Now he represents the beautiful country, and got amputated because of a non-venomous snake. Ha 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 ha. Throughout Dragon Country, laughter came from every underground shelter. But to be honest, this neck-ridged snake looked incredibly deceptive. It completely looks like a venomous snake. You have to know that venomous snake heads are generally triangular, while non-venomous ones are round. Many non-venomous snakes have no teeth at all. Only venomous snakes develop sharp fangs. In short, this neck-ridged snake was completely designed to look like a venomous snake. Many people would immediately think it was one at first sight. Wang Weiheng was the same, so he got amputated. Damn venomous snake. Seeing this snake still daring to appear, Wang Weiheng got furious and struggled to swing the machete in his hand, chopping at the neckridge snake. Swish swish swish. But the neckridge snake was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, Wang Weiheng lost his balance because of the amputation and fell headlong into the campfire, burning several large blisters on his face. Ah! He let out a miserable scream, rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. His hair and eyebrows were burned. His clothes also got several holes. Unlucky, he was really too unlucky. Wang Weiheng had been living quite well. His initial supplies included a machete, and in the past 2 days, he managed to start a fire, gather some food, and build a shelter. His shelter was even bigger than Master Lin Chi's. But now, he had fallen straight into hell. With half a leg missing, nothing was convenient for him from now on. Audiences had already begun discussing how he would go to the bathroom. And around the world, almost no one sympathized with him. Dragon Country saw him as a joke. The beautiful country cursed him as a useless idiot. Other countries were also hoping he would die. For a contestant, no matter who they are, basically only their own country wishes for them to do well. Besides that, every other country definitely hopes they die. Because this is all about the struggle for national fortunes. And for someone like Wang Weiheng, who was originally from Dragon Country, betrayed Dragon Country to join the beautiful country, and is now performing poorly, the beautiful country naturally does not welcome him. He was caught in the middle, and he deserved it. He also said the air in the beautiful country was sweet, and the donuts were particularly delicious, simply ridiculous. Dragon Country is the country with the most delicious food in the world. Why would he want to go to the beautiful country to eat some bullshit donuts? Plus now he got amputated because of a non-venomous snake. This person has already become a huge joke. This night, besides Wang Weiheng, 2 other contestants also died. When Yihan woke up after dawn, he had already seen the announcements. Lion City contestant Kai Shanglong was bitten by a venomous snake and died from the poison. Myanmar contestant Song Pa was killed when a durian fell on his head? Seeing these 2 announcements, Yihan's expression was complex. Being bitten to death by a venomous snake is understandable. The wilderness is never short of venomous snakes. With a careless moment, or bad luck, one can get bitten. But getting killed by a durian falling on your head is a bit unfair. Don't you know that's a durian tree? You need to avoid it. The durian falling from high above is like a cannonball, and its surface is all spikes. I wish I could find a durian tree. Durians are delicious, but they're just too expensive. Yihan muttered, glancing at the little squirrel, Dragon King, beside him. The little guy was already awake and showing signs of opening its eyes. This discovery made Yihan's whole body tremble. He quickly got up to prepare food for it. Little Fierce Sue was about to open its eyes. In the live stream, Bing Bing accidentally mispronounced the little squirrel's name as Little Fierce Sue. You have to know she is a professional host. The audience immediately burst into laughter. Bing Bing, don't worry, ha ha ha. Our Bing Bing is really cute. If I could marry her and drive a sports car, live in a mansion, and eat lavish banquets, I'd be happy. Who do you think you are, dreaming so beautifully? Are you still asleep? Everyone step aside, I'm here to bite him. You all can draw your swords, Bing Bing is mine. Good, very good. Early in the morning, a large number of viewers were competing for Bing Bing. Meanwhile, Yihan first fed Dragon King some food, then prepared his own meal. He fried 2 bird eggs in pig lard, turning them into fried eggs. Then there were bamboo worms, he deep-fried all the bamboo worms. Fried eggs and bamboo worms, sprinkled with a little salt, were very delicious. Besides that, there was a big pot of pig bone crocodile soup. Yihan had a hearty meal and felt very satisfied. I still have 1 bamboo rat and 1 rabbit, both still alive. Then there's cured pork and crocodile meat. Yihan was counting his food inventory. There was definitely no shortage of meat, but the vegetables were gone. The bamboo shoots he dug and the bamboo fungus he foraged last time were all eaten up, not a bit left. Now Yihan wanted to change his taste and eat some green vegetables. Within the range of the map I have, there are actually 2 kinds of good vegetables that I can take the time to collect back. However, on the way to Longsho Mountain yesterday, I also discovered a lot of resources along the way that could be utilized. But there are still some things I don't recognize. Yihan thought to himself, already having a plan. First, collect back the food that he recognized and could eat. He aimed to complete this task in the morning, then continue cutting trees and building houses in the afternoon. So, Yihan put on his bamboo basket, filled with a large bottle of cool boiled water, and held a shovel in hand, starting out. Besides that, he also brought Dragon King alone. He put the little squirrel directly in his pocket. He also used a bamboo tube to pack some meat paste with broth, which was Dragon King's baby food. Within the range of the map, Yihan felt like he had opened his eyes and was powered up. He quickly arrived in front of a plant, a smile on his face. Chapter 24, Garlic and Dandelions. Crabs in the stream. Yihan saw a sprawling patch of wild vegetables growing in front of him. They looked like scallions, garlic, and chives. Some people didn't recognize them, but some could identify them at a glance. Garlic. Bing Bing's smartwatch immediately provided the answer. I recognize this, it's wild onion. My family calls this wild garlic. It's delicious, this thing is especially fragrant when stir-fried with cured meat. What are you all talking about? Isn't this Jiao head? Every country has its own national anthem. Wait, that's a tongue twister. This thing has different names in different regions, which is normal. A lot of comments streamed by, and the audience from Long Country was really saying all kinds of things. In places like Wazi Bangzi, they rarely have such troubles. And many delicacies they don't have at all, they've never seen or tasted them, or even heard of them. It's only in Long Country that the land is vast and rich. Garlic is the second oldest spice in our country's history, the first is Sichuan pepper. As early as 3,600 years ago during the Yinxiang period, people discovered this delicious plant growing in the mountains and fields, 1,500 years earlier than spices like star anise and cinnamon. Bing Bing looked at her smart watch. A large amount of information was quickly extracted and read aloud. Garlic chives are plants that can be used both as medicine and food. When used as food, they are social stars in the culinary world, having a strong compatibility. The most classic way to eat them is stir-fried with cured meat, which is said to be incredibly fragrant. Bing Bing said this while wiping the corner of her mouth, clearly drooling. At this moment, on the live broadcast screen, Yihan had already started his actions. He moved quickly, grabbing several stalks of garlic chives and pulling them out with force, then shaking off the dirt from the roots and tossing them into the basket. The whole set of movements was done in one go, refreshing to watch. The leaves of the garlic chives are long, really resembling a combination of green onions and leeks, so some viewers began to wonder if these two plants were up to something behind everyone's back. At the roots, there was a small white bulb, just like a clove of garlic. Below that were dense roots, which could also be eaten after being cleaned. The entire plant is edible and is said to be very nourishing. Yihan pulled out 2 large handfuls, during which he triggered a 10,000-fold return. He contributed 30,000 garlic chives to the Dragon Kingdom. There are still many left here, let's consider it as me planting them here. Come and pull them when needed. Yihan left this place and changed direction to continue moving forward. When he stopped again, in front of him was a large patch of dandelions growing. Everyone basically recognized this thing at a glance. And unlike garlic chives, which had many different names based on their location, almost everyone called it dandelion. Especially children who love to play, picking dandelions and blowing on them. Dandelions can not only be blown for fun, but they are also a plant that can be used for both medicine and food. The entire plant can be dried and used in medicine, and can be eaten either raw or cooked. Rich in nutrients, it can clear heat and detoxify, reduce swelling and promote urination. Bing Bing continued to explain, with a smile on her face. Yihan had found 2 types of wild vegetables. Both were growing in large patches not far from the living area. In a short time, Yihan would not lack these 2 wild vegetables to eat. Every time he pulled these wild vegetables, he had the chance to trigger a 10,000-fold return. This filled the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom viewer with anticipation. Dragon King, are you awake? As Yihan was about to pull some dandelions, he heard the voice of the Dragon King coming from his pocket. The little guy must be hungry. So, Yihan took it out, cradled it in his palm, and opened a bamboo tube, dipping his finger into some meat paste and bringing it to its mouth. Munch munch. The Dragon King ate heartily, licking Yihan's fingers with its small tongue, a cute appearance that melted many viewers' hearts. At this moment, Yihan noticed that the Dragon King's eyes were fully opened. In its clear little eyes was filled with curiosity, looking at this world, looking at Yihan. The Dragon King opened its eyes. Bing Bing exclaimed excitedly. The little guy opened its eyes and the first thing it sees is Yihan. It will consider Yihan as its mother. Yihan mama, I am also a baby, I am also hungry, boo-hoo. There are always some strange things mixed in. Great. This proves that the Dragon King is healthy and is growing. I feel the Dragon King has grown a bit bigger than yesterday, I wonder if it's an illusion. Looking at the adorable little Dragon King, viewers sent an overwhelming amount of comments, all hoping for it to grow strong. Watching Yihan raise it gave everyone a sense of involvement. It felt like everyone was together raising a little demon squirrel, a wonderfully amazing feeling. Having fed the Dragon King, it fell asleep again. Yihan placed it back into his pocket. Continue to pick dandelions. Like with the garlic shoots, Yihan didn't pick too much, just enough for 2 meals. He chose the tender ones for a better taste. He also picked an older one, saving it to dry and brew tea. 2 types of plants secured. There's still a lot of time, I will walk towards Longzhou Mountain to explore. Yihan made up his mind and walked along the stream towards Longzhou Mountain. Lonzo Mountain is undoubtedly a big resource point, with so many supplies waiting for Yihan to discover. Even without a map, Yihan would push forward step by step. Next, the audience saw Yihan advancing, searching for useful supplies. Oh, that's Japanese knotweed, it's edible and has a sour taste. I used to eat it as a snack when I was a kid. Yihan probably doesn't recognize this plant, what a shame. With so many plants in the wild, who can know them all? It's normal to miss some. As long as Yihan doesn't mistake toxic plants for edible ones, that's Wu Wan's mistake. I think Yihan has already got 2 types of wild vegetables, they can last quite a while, he should hurry and chop wood, not waste time. Exploring a bit and mixing it with chopping wood is also good, if he chops wood all day, that would be so boring. The audience watched with great interest, and some wanted to give Yihan suggestions, of course, Yihan couldn't see them. Yihan walked for a while, already out of the map's range, carefully observing many unknown plants, too scared to touch them. Although he had A-level hunter abilities and recognized many plants within that scope, he couldn't know everything. This ability mainly relied on hunting experience and handling prey experience, etc., so he was still lacking in distinguishing a large number of plants. Yihan wiped the sweat from his forehead and crouched by the stream to wash his hands. And just then, he felt a sudden pain in his finger. A crab had actually pinched his finger. Chapter 25, A-level climbing ability. The newbie protection period has ended. Crabs are hiding in the stream. This stream is very clear, and Yihan instinctively thought there shouldn't be any creatures in it. Now he realized that there must be plenty of food hidden in the crevices at the bottom of the stream. That's great. Yihan grinned, looking at the crab in front of him. It had a reddish-brown color, blending in with the stones at the bottom of the stream, making it hard to distinguish unless looked at closely. This crab was about the size of half his palm, looking quite plump. It's a mountain crab. This is also a delicious ingredient, great for soup or frying. In the live stream, Bing Bing let out a joyous shout. Who would have thought Yihan could find food even while washing his hands? Ding! At that moment, Yihan heard the pleasant sound of a system notification. A smile instantly appeared on his face. The reason for exploring outside was to trigger choices. If he chopped wood all day, it would be hard to trigger any choices. But going out to explore means a higher chance and more opportunities to trigger this. There is a guarantee of at least one choice trigger each day, but Yihan definitely hoped for as many as possible. The host has been pinched by a mountain crab, triggering a choice. Option 1, an eye for an eye, bite the mountain crab to death, get 1 cavity. Option 2, repay evil with good, release the mountain crab, get the title of saint. Option 3, oppress the weak, catch the mountain crab, gain A-level climbing ability. Looking at these 3 options, Yihan hesitated not at all and directly chose to oppress the weak. You've been caught. Yihan smiled and said to the mountain crab. He oppressed the weak and broke both the crab's claws. Then he placed the mountain crab in his backpack, closing the lid to prevent it from escaping. When he first made the backpack, Yihan specially added a cover, and now it comes in handy. His actions instantly amazed the audience. Could it be that Yihan had already thought of today when he was making this backpack? Yihan is incredible. He must have a system. I suspect Yihan is a reborn person. In his past life, he was a wilderness survival master, reborn to save us on Blue Star. No, what you all say is wrong. Actually, Yihan is an alien. There should be a lot of good things hidden in this stream, it's worth exploring. Staying home to chop wood can't compare to these gains, you really need to go out. While the audience was buzzing with discussions, Yihan also received the reward for his choice. A-level rock climbing ability. In an instant, Yihan felt he had rich climbing experience and skills, as if he had climbed countless times barehanded, dancing on the edge of death. Rock climbing is a captivating extreme sport. It can have protection, or it can be without protection, of course, without any safety measures, the death rate is extremely high. This ability will come in handy when climbing Dragon Head Mountain later. Yihan was very satisfied with this. He began searching for more mountain crabs in the stream before him. The stream looked like there were no creatures at all, but they were all hiding. Hidden in the crevices of the stones at the bottom of the stream. Yihan lifted one stone after another, catching mountain crabs. 1, 2, 3. Soon, Yihan caught more than 10 mountain crabs. He planned to fry them to eat. Besides mountain crabs, he also found some small fish, none larger than the palm of his hand, but they were hard to catch. Only with Yihan's high physical quality could he react so quickly and catch several small fish by hand. If it were someone else, they would probably have trouble even seeing the small fish in the stream. Yihan bent down and worked hard in the stream for a while. In the end, he harvested 15 mountain crabs and 6 small fish. During this time, he triggered a 10,000-fold return, and the Dragon Kingdom received 10,000 mountain crabs. Many contestants were stunned when they saw the announcement. How could Yihan trigger a 10,000-fold return every day? And it seemed he got a lot of food. How did he achieve that? Even the local contestants couldn't figure it out, and foreign contestants were even angrier. Let's just collect this much for now, I can fry a plate. Yihan nodded and left the stream. Finding food in the stream and triggering a choice was a pleasant surprise. However, to eat big fish, he would have to go to Dragon Lake. Yihan was already planning how to develop Dragon Head Mountain and Dragon Lake. At the latest, he could start this work tomorrow. Next, he began his journey back, carrying the harvest from this outing. After returning, he was still busy, first putting away the smoked pork and alligator meat, then frying the mountain crabs and small fish, and stir-frying some wild boar meat with garlic chives, and some alligator meat with dandelions. Crispy and with a hint of sweetness, this is really good. Yihan chewed on the fried mountain crab, very satisfied. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the taste was excellent. The fried small fish was also delicious, the bones were all crispy and could be eaten directly. One bite for one fish, just like eating fries. Then the two kinds of wild vegetables stir-fried with meat tasted wonderful too. Compared to that, Yihan preferred garlic chives. He felt dandelion was slightly inferior, but still acceptable. He had a big feast, fed the Dragon King some food, and then started chopping wood. For an entire afternoon, Yihan crazily chopped wood. If he wanted to build a small wooden cabin, the wood he had now was already enough. But obviously, Yihan wanted to go all out and build a large wooden house. Not only for sleeping inside. There must also be enough storage space, and it would be better if I could make fire and cook inside. The weather has been very good for the past 3 days. But Yihan is sure that sooner or later, some bad weather will come, for example, heavy rain. At that time it will be impossible to make fire outside. So, all these factors must be taken into account, preparing for the rainy day. Yihan has been busy all day again. Other contestants from the Dragon Country, except for Master Lin Shi and Wu Wan, have all made their own gains. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing is summarizing. Although she is the commentator for Yihan's livestream, she can also see the live streams of other contestants. While Yihan was busy chopping trees, she took the chance to check on the other contestants from Dragon Country. As night was approaching, the third night in the wilderness world was about to arrive. Yihan was pondering what to eat for dinner when he suddenly felt that the wind was rising between heaven and earth. The flames of the campfire in front of him were flickering. And at this moment, an announcement appeared for all contestants and viewers. Announcement: the 3-day novice protection period is over. From now on, bad weather will randomly appear in the wilderness world. Please prepare well, all contestants. This announcement left everyone dumbfounded. It turns out that the good weather in the first 3 days was just a novice protection period. What a joke, that was already very difficult, alright? Many contestants died in these 3 days, and now you tell me it was just the novice protection period? It's over. Many contestants felt heavy in their hearts, even feeling hopeless. Even Yihan frowned. He had read many novels, so he had envisioned similar situations, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Only 3 days of good weather, and now bad weather would randomly appear. I must build the house as soon as possible. Yihan made a decision, finished dinner quickly, and then worked through the night to chop trees. Next, he needed to build the house completely at the fastest speed. Ding! At the moment he made this decision, he triggered the system's choices again. Chapter 26, 3 Choices. Amazing rewards motivated Yihan. In the first 3 days, there was no bad weather, it was the novice protection period. And next, random bad weather would start to appear. Don't underestimate bad weather, it can be deadly. Before the apocalypse on Blue Star, there were terrifying disasters like typhoons, heavy rains, and each time caused significant property losses, even leading to casualties. In wilderness survival, this would be even more fatal. So, the good weather in the first 3 days was not a coincidence, but a novice protection period. Think about it, if there was heavy rain or blizzards right from the start, contestants wouldn't be able to make fire, and survival difficulty would increase exponentially. In the live stream, Bing Bing explained. The first 3 days of weather were indeed good, the sunshine was very bright. It can't be that as soon as the protection period ends, disaster immediately strikes. I think there will still be some buffer time. Don't think of good things, it has already started to rain. The weather on Yihan's side is still good. Where is it raining? It's our Dragon Country's fisherman Yu who encountered rain. His campfire has already been extinguished by the rain. It seems that Yihan and Yu are not too close, the weather on both sides is completely different. A large number of viewers began to discuss. Currently, among the 10 contestants from Dragon Country, 1 contestant has already encountered bad weather. The fisherman Yu's place has started to rain heavily. He didn't have time to react at all and lost his fire source. Perhaps because of the name, contestant Yu was the first to encounter bad weather. But it's okay, his shelter is temporarily fine, and his supplies are also good. When the rain stops, we can start the fire again. In Yu's live streaming room, the commentator calmed the viewers' emotions. This really wasn't a big deal, at least there was no danger to life and no loss of resources. At this moment, Yu was hiding in her shelter, listening to the sound of the rain outside. Rainy days are great for sleeping. The terrain here isn't low, so there's no risk of landslides or flooding. I can sleep soundly. After a tiring day, Yu quickly fell into a deep sleep. After watching for a while and confirming everything was fine, many viewers from Longwood gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, on Yihan's side, he was checking the system's options. Detected the host's eagerness to build a shelter, triggering a selection. Option 1, build a wooden house and receive a complete plant and animal encyclopedia. Option 2, build a bamboo house and gain A+ level kiln skills. Option 3, build a brick house and acquire the Longsho Mountain map. Note, this selection can be single or multiple, please make your choice quickly to receive rewards. Yihan's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Wonderful, just wonderful. Last time the system hinted that he could choose 1 or 2 rewards, and that time he received 2 rewards directly. And this time, he could choose 1 or multiple. Multiple choices. That means he could select all 3. I want all 3 options. System, these 3 options won't affect the triggering of subsequent choices, right? Rest assured, the subsequent choices will trigger normally. However, each selection must be completed within a month, otherwise, it will expire. 1 month's time. That means Yihan needed to build a brick house within a month to get the Longsho Mountain map. Let's do it. All 3 rewards this time are fantastic, and he must get them. First, follow the original plan, build a wooden house and obtain the complete plant and animal encyclopedia. In this wilderness, there will be no plants or animals that Yihan does not recognize, making his work much easier. Then build the bamboo house and gain the ability to make bricks, perfect for constructing the brick house and obtaining the Longsho Mountain map. Yihan felt invigorated, filled with energy. He rediscovered the thrill of completing quests and leveling up in online games. Come on, Dragon King. Yihan fed the Dragon King a bit of food and then started chopping trees. It seems that contestant Yihan has thought of something happy and has been smiling. Now he is chopping trees, it looks like he will stay up all night. Bing Bing commented on Yihan's actions. Bing Bing, what happy thing did Yihan think of? Is his wife having a baby? Nonsense. Yihan's wife is me, and I'm not even pregnant yet. I don't know if Yihan has kids, but my wife is really about to give birth. My last name is Yang, and I hope my child can become a great person. Now I need everyone's help to crowdsource a name. If I say Yang Wei, you definitely won't like it, but it doesn't matter to me if you're not happy, so I think Yang Wei is a good name. Yang Wei won't do, the child will be laughed at. Let's call him Zhang Wei instead. The audience chatted and laughed, having a wonderful time. The live streaming room had turned into a giant chat room. And on Yihan's side, he was in full swing, chopping trees hard. With his efforts, one by one, the beech trees fell, becoming building materials after processing. Yihan balanced work and rest, maintaining a good routine. Chop 3 trees, then take a break, drink some water, check on the Dragon King, and continue chopping. Unknowingly, it had already turned to dawn. Some viewers couldn't stay awake and went to sleep, and when they woke up, they found Yihan still chopping trees. He really did work all night. Gathering proficiency +10, gathering proficiency +10. Good guy, are you playing tomorrow's game here? I feel these woods should be enough. Yihan should be starting to build a house soon. That depends on how big of a house he needs. I think we can start with a smaller one and expand later. AAA building materials, Director Yi is online. Yihan can wholesale materials now. Director Yi, I don't eat cilantro. We are a perfect match. Early in the morning, the live stream was bustling with excitement. Some had not slept at all, and others had just woken up, looking at Yihan who had collected so much wood, each one more excited than the last. In this process, Yihan triggered a 10,000-fold return 5 times. He contributed 50,000 beech trees to Dragon Country. This also caused all the contestants to see the announcement and understand Yihan's actions. It was clear that he had been chopping wood all night, incredibly vigorous. The contestants from Dragon Country couldn't help but admire Yihan's craziness. Foreign contestants were somewhat panicked. This Yihan from Dragon Country must be building a wooden house, and his progress is really fast. Based on previous announcements, it is easy to infer that Yihan will not lack food in the short term, allowing him to focus on infrastructure. As everyone knows, the infrastructure of Dragon Country people is exceptionally strong. They instantly felt a sense of crisis and also wanted to hurry up and build a shelter to withstand harsh weather. I originally wanted to build a super large wooden house in one go. But now it seems, building a small wooden house quickly, completing the choice, and earning rewards is the optimal solution. While preparing breakfast, Yihan calculated in his mind and made a plan. He was exhausted from a whole night of work, and even with class of physical fitness, he couldn't withstand the fatigue of chopping wood all night. So he decided to eat breakfast and then sleep for a while, before immediately starting to build the wooden house. At this moment, he was still unaware that because of his crazy actions, many contestants were also getting riled up. Chapter 27, Laying the Foundation. The Foreign Contestants' Relics. A large number of foreign contestants, all due to Yihan, began to feel a sense of crisis. Most contestants from Dragon Country also decided to quickly build a better shelter to resist the harsh weather that could arrive at any time. Last night, Yu encountered rain and his shelter started leaking in the latter half of the night. His shelter was actually quite decent, made from a lot of branches and reinforced with vines, with gaps filled tightly with leaves. But even so, it still leaked. In the morning, Yu woke up, took a quick look at his shelter, and thought there was no big problem, so he didn't pay much attention. Then he packed his things and went fishing. Sure enough, even if the sky falls, you still have to go fishing. A fisherman should be like this, even when knives are falling from the sky. To be fair, Yu's fishing skills are truly amazing. He crafted a fishing gear set by hand in the wilderness and could still catch fish. Really incredible. Why can he fish with these things? My husband says every time he goes fishing, he has to spend a lot of money on gear. I looked at his bills, there are 588, 888, and 1288. Does fishing really need to cost that much? 588 for the set, 888 for the night, 1288 for the full set. Your husband dead in the apocalypse? If not, hurry up and leave him, girl. I'm in this line of work. Miss, which shelter are you in? Can I talk to you? It started as a fishing chat, but then it derailed. At this moment, Yu had arrived at the seaside, took out his fishing gear, and started fishing. Yes, the place where he arrived in the wilderness was by the sea. Many viewers said, this guy is also having a superb start. There are so many resources available by the sea, and you won't ever lack salt, holding a huge inherent advantage. In the ocean, there are endless and inexhaustible resources. So, Yu could fish without distraction. At first, everyone found it quite interesting to watch him fish. But soon, it became a bit boring. The fisherman had patience, able to sit there all day, but the spectators were starting to doze off. Now Yihan also began to fall asleep, and everyone wandered through different live streams, some watching Wuan taste various herbs, while others watched Long-Yi chop wood with an axe. Long-Yi had also started chopping trees, equipped with an axe and a strong body, he was chopping quickly. Only those who were doing relatively well were qualified to start building houses. First, they didn't have to worry about what to eat next, before they could think about houses. Like Master Lin Chi, who was busy searching for bugs to eat, where would he have the heart to think about building a house? He couldn't even fill his stomach, lacking the strength to work. However, there were others in more miserable conditions, like the beautiful Korean girl Choi Hyunmi. She had survived until now by sheer luck, not encountering any deadly danger. But now she was in a terribly awkward situation, her long white legs covered in scratches and dirt, so many simps said they wanted to help her clean them. Yihan entered a deep sleep in the tent. He slept for 3.5 hours. Everyone's genes are born different, leading to variations in sleep needs. Some time management masters only need 4 hours of sleep each day to be full of energy, while others still need 10 hours and feel it's not enough. Yihan walked out of the tent, stretching lazily, feeling quite good. He couldn't say he had completely recovered, but he was much better. In the time it took me to sleep, another contestant actually died. Yihan checked the announcement, somewhat surprised. The contestant who died was from Maple Leaf Country, named Olivia, a female contestant. She unfortunately fell into a swamp, and even though she struggled desperately, she was ultimately swallowed by the swamp. This way of dying was truly terrifying, Yihan couldn't bear to think about it. Now, no contestant from Dragon Country has died yet, I hope this continues. Next, let's start building a wooden house. Let's strive to finish as fast as possible. Yihan held a shovel and drew a rough outline on the ground, then began to dig. To build a house, you first need to dig a foundation. He started to dig with all his might. Yihan has started digging the foundation. From the outline he drew, it's clear that this wooden house, if built, wouldn't be small. In the live stream, Bing Bing exclaimed excitedly. So far, no contestant had a wooden house. Basically, all contestants' shelters were quite rudimentary and couldn't even be called houses. And Yihan was far ahead. If he succeeded, he would be able to build the first house in this wilderness world. How could this not be exciting? Wow! This gets my blood boiling. It's much more interesting than fishing in the rain. I also want to build a house. I used to mix cement on construction sites. It felt dirty and exhausting back then, but now I'm really feeling a bit eager. Ha ha ha. Infrastructure is in the blood of the Dragon Country people. We are a great nation of infrastructure. Let me say something, please don't scold me. Building a house is not a simple task, it's a technical job. I worry Yihan might not do it well. Actually, I am also a bit worried. If the house isn't stable enough, that could be very dangerous. I see Yihan looking confident. It should be fine. He has given us so many surprises, and this time he definitely won't disappoint everyone. Besides the worries and discussions of the Dragon Country audience, there were plenty of taunts from guys like the Koreans and Japanese. They jumped around, cursing Yihan for failing to build the house, wishing that Yihan would die from bad weather, barking like dogs. But Yihan naturally didn't know about these trivial matters. He quickly dug out a large pit, over a meter deep. He did not plan to build a tall building, just a one-story wooden house, with a foundation more than 1 meter deep absolutely enough. Then he started the next step, which was to lay the foundation, also called rammed earth. This means packing the soil at the bottom of the pit to make it solid and strong. Once it got to this point, using a trowel was not very suitable anymore. Yihan needed a hammer. And this hammer would also be needed in the subsequent process of building the wooden house. So the audience saw Yihan take a wooden hammer. This was a thick beech tree trunk, with a branch growing out horizontally in the middle. This trunk was the hammer, and the branch was the handle. Wonderful! It turns out Yihan had already prepared this natural hammer. He had thought about how to build the wooden house while felling the trees. Bing Bing couldn't help but praise him. With every step Yihan took, he probably thought 10 steps ahead. Next, afraid the handle would break, Yihan even wrapped it with circles of vine for reinforcement. It could be said he was very steady. Bang bang bang! Yihan held the wooden hammer, hitting the soil in the foundation pit hard, packing it down and ensuring it was flat. The sound was like a drum, making the audience very excited. They were about to witness the birth of the first wooden house in the wilderness world. If Yihan moved a bit faster, it could be finished by tomorrow at the latest, and there was also a possibility it could be completed today. And just at that moment, another piece of good news came out. Long Yi, while chopping wood, accidentally discovered the relics of the beautiful country contestant Paul Smith. Chapter 28, Team Dragon recovers the body. Yihan builds a wooden house. The beautiful country contestant Paul Smith was killed by the Wolf King, having his throat bitten off. And this Wolf King was the one Long Yi failed to kill, thus it escaped. Because of this, extremists in the beautiful country claimed they wanted to go to war with Dragon Country, saying Dragon Country killed their contestant. In response, Dragon Country was unwavering, also declaring war. And although this beautiful country contestant had died, his relics remained. Being killed by that Wolf King meant he was not far from Long Yi at all. That night, after Long Yi killed an antelope and swept away a pack of wolves, he had been moving consistently, so he was very close to where Paul Smith had perished now. Many Dragon Country viewers had long been looking forward to this day, and now Long Yi had finally discovered Paul Smith's relics. This is... Long Yi raised his brow. He smelled a familiar scent. It was the smell of decay. It is said that anyone who has smelled decay will feel fear from deep within their hearts because it is imprinted in human genes. And in his life, Long Yi could be said to have fought through a sea of corpses and blood, so he was naturally not unfamiliar with the smell of decay. He immediately concluded that a contestant had died nearby. Next, he carefully investigated and soon discovered Paul Smith's body. This corpse had already begun to rot, covered with maggots. Some audience members saw it and immediately vomited. If the wilderness survival competition were held by Blue Star, many scenes would definitely be censored, not suitable for viewers to see. But now, every scene was presented directly and in high definition for everyone to see. What a guy! It's a foreigner too. Long Yi was not afraid at all, nor did he feel uncomfortable. Instead, he laughed. Really fierce. The fatal injury was a bite to the throat by a beast. The time of death should be about 2.5 days ago. Time to get to work. With a smile on his face, Long Yi started to undress the corpse. His actions once again shocked viewers worldwide. Paul Smith's body shape was actually quite similar to Long Yi's, so he could wear Paul Smith's clothes, pants, and shoes. In the live broadcast, Long Yi's movements were very nimble, and he soon stripped the corpse bare. Although these clothes were dirty and smelly, they could still be worn after a wash. Ha ha ha. Player Long Yi has become the only contestant in the entire wilderness world to have clean clothes. In the live room, the commentator, Cold Wind, chuckled. He was also a tough guy, so he naturally didn't feel uncomfortable. Team Long's operation is amazing. Indeed, Team Long never frowned from start to finish. TSK, this foreigner has so much hair, and a thick chest fur too. Wait, did you notice? His gear doesn't seem very good. I thought foreigners had plenty of resources, but it seems I'm better off than him. Ha 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 ha. The audience in the live room gradually got used to it, no longer feeling disgusted. After all, many who watched forensic Dr. Qin Ming and The Walking Dead didn't find it off-putting. Strip off the clothes, and let's look for his shelter. His initial supplies should still be there. Long Yi tossed the clothes aside and began to search quickly. Not long after moving forward, he saw a simple shack. This was Paul Smith's shelter. Here, Long Yi successfully obtained his 5 initial supplies. These were a sleeping bag, a toothbrush, tooth cup, toothpaste, a box of cold medicine, a 10-meter climbing rope, and a large capacity backpack. Seeing these 5 initial supplies, Long Yi's expression was mixed. He shook his head. He felt they were all somewhat useless items. What he wanted were salt, knives, and pots, which would be much more helpful. However, these 5 items he would naturally accept, not wanting to waste anything. Quickly, Long Yi slung the backpack and left the shack. Returning to Paul Smith's corpse, he picked up the clothes on the ground, dragged the body into the shack, and set it on fire. The roaring flames consumed the shack and burned away the corpse. Team Long is really righteous, helping this foreigner with the burial. We can't just take someone else's supplies for free, even though Team Long doesn't seem too satisfied with those supplies. Indeed, at the very least, they could have given Team Long a bag of salt. Now, Team Long can only imitate the ancients, drinking the blood of beasts to replenish salt. That's really daring. I wouldn't dare drink beast blood myself. Originally, Team Long planned to build a house here, but now that there's a dead body, it feels unlucky. What to do? The audience kept discussing. Of course, there were also some trolls coming to insult Long Yi. Some even suggested Long Yi should hang himself with that rope, which was quite excessive. Next, everyone saw Long Yi starting to chop wood again. It was clear he had no intention of changing his building location just because of the corpse. It makes sense, a tough guy like him wouldn't feel uneasy about a dead body. Long Yi's haul this time was quite decent. Meanwhile, Yi Han was also busily building his house. Bang bang bang. A large number of viewers were watching Yi Han's moves. He was fiercely driving a stripped log into the ground. This was definitely a labor-intensive task, but Yi Han seemed very relaxed. His powerful A-level physique was very useful. Is there anyone in the audience skilled in construction? Is player Yi Han going to drive all the logs upright into the ground? In the live room, Bing Bing asked. She wouldn't be building a house, so she didn't quite understand. I feel like that way, the house won't be very stable. Indeed, I'm also an outsider but feel it's not right. The log should only be a framework upright, then driven in horizontally. Why strip off the bark? This wood looks bare and lifeless. There might be something hidden under the bark, like various insects. What if a poisonous bug shows up? The viewers in the live broadcast room kept discussing. Some raised questions, while others provided answers. Everyone was exchanging ideas passionately. Then, Yi Han's actions confirmed many people's guesses. He drove a log vertically into each corner of the foundation, creating a frame. Then he inserted horizontal logs cut to a suitable length, stacking them one by one. This way, a wall could be formed. Moreover, at both ends of the horizontal logs, he also used a spade to create grooves, allowing for a nearly seamless fit with the vertical frame. This craftsmanship once again stunned all the viewers. It sounds simple, but to actually do it requires real skill. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Yi Han stopped to rest, preparing for lunch. By this time, his wooden house already had 4 solid walls. Only the final topping work was left to build the first wooden house in the wilderness world. Chapter 29, Eating Broadcast with Yi Han. Mortise and tenon structure shocks Blue Star. Looking at the success of his labor, the 4 sturdy walls stood tall, and a smile appeared on Yi Han's face. He first washed his hands by the creek, then started preparing today's lunch. Let's have more meat to supplement. Vegetables can't be lacking either. Yi Han already had a menu in his mind. Roast a bamboo rat to eat. Then boil a pot of pig bone soup with crocodile meat and toss in some dandelions. And use some ramsons to stir-fry a portion of smoked pork. 3 kinds of meat and 2 kinds of vegetables. This bamboo rat seems sick. Let's eat it. Yi Han said, looking at the bamboo rat. Indeed, this bamboo rat looked a bit sickly. It appeared half dead, lacking energy. Yi Han, you must be a devil, ha 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 ha. This bamboo rat was caught by you and has been tied up, yet you don't give it food or water, and it's still alive. That's its strength. You want to eat this bamboo rat, why bother finding excuses? You crack me up. That rabbit is still alive too, impressive. Looks like that first rabbit was weaker, so it died early. This one is more resilient. Anyway, they all have to die. Sooner or later, they'll end up in Yi Han's belly. I'm so tempted. Whenever it was time for Yi Han to eat, the viewers in the live broadcast room would surge. Everyone said they wouldn't watch anymore, not wanting to be tempted to death by Yi Han. But their bodies were quite honest. In this day and age, who doesn't want to eat meat? It's been 3 years in the apocalypse, and everyone is craving. Not being able to eat, they could at least enjoy watching Yi Han eat. It's like how some dieters love watching food broadcasts for a bit of vicarious indulgence. Now Yi Han was a wild wilderness food broadcaster. Alright, our food broadcaster Yi Han is now online. To be precise, he should be a combination of a cooking blogger, a food blogger, and a food broadcaster across several domains. Bing Bing explained with a smile. Isn't that right? Yihan cooked and ate by himself. While food broadcasters usually buy food and start eating. While everyone was chatting, Yihan had already swiftly dispatched the bamboo rat, cleaned it, and set it on the fire to roast. As the bamboo rat roasted, he started preparing the dishes. He stir-fried smoked pork with ramsons. The cleaned ramsons still had glistening water droplets on them, which Yihan chopped finely with a spade and set aside. Then Yihan chose a piece of fatty smoked pork and began slicing it. He used the spade as a knife, slicing out mouth-watering pieces of pork. The fatty parts, due to the smoking process, were glistening and transparent. Just a glance could make one imagine the wonderful taste. At this moment, the pot was already heated. Yihan put the pork slices into the pan to stir-fry, bringing out the grease. Sizzle, sizzle. The oil smoke rose, carrying a rich, fatty aroma, making many viewers subconsciously sniff, as if they could smell that flavor. Then Yihan added the chopped garlic chives and stir-fried them with the pork until cooked, finally sprinkling a little salt before serving. Yihan used a clean large tree leaf as a plate, completing a dish of garlic chives stir-fried with smoked pork. Without even washing the pot, Yihan directly added water and started to stew pig bones and crocodile meat. While waiting for the soup to cook, Yihan began to eat the stir-fried pork. Wow, it's really delicious. Yihan ate heartily, getting grease all over his mouth. This dish of garlic chives stir-fried with smoked pork was half gone in no time. Then he started eating the roasted bamboo rats. The roasted bamboo rats were marinated with lemongrass and mint, and now they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Yihan sprinkled a pinch of salt on top and began to gnaw on them. It's already tasty now. Once I finish building the wooden house and get the complete plant and animal guide, I can get more vegetables and spices. By then, the things I make will be even better, and I can surely find staple food. Yihan gnawed on the bamboo rat, his heart full of anticipation. These past few days he had meat and vegetables, but no staple food. This left Yihan craving for steamed buns and rice. Of course, wanting to eat these two things in the wilderness world was not easy at all. Yihan settled for less, thinking that if he could find potatoes or sweet potatoes, he would feel very satisfied. With more of these things, it could trigger a 10,000-fold return, allowing the Dragon Country people to eat too. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, who were wide-eyed with excitement, Yihan finished off the roasted bamboo rat and garlic chives stir-fried with smoked pork, clearing his plate. At this time, the soup had already boiled and gradually turned a milky white. Yihan added a bit of salt, tossed in some clean dandelions to blanch, and began to drink the soup, eating the marrow from the pig bones and the soft, tender crocodile meat. If I could have a sip of this right now, I wouldn't mind if my math teacher died. You can't learn math yourself, so why blame the teacher? She called the roll. My high school class teacher, Sun Liching, who used all kinds of corporal punishment to humiliate students and had a strong body odor, I wish she would hurry up and die. Some teachers really lack professional ethics, unworthy of being teachers. But there are good teachers. My family was poor, and my elementary school teacher kept supporting me. It's so surreal to go to school during the apocalypse. I think all the schools and the shelters should be torn down and turned into internet cafes. My online girlfriend, Orange, my darling, where are you? Now that there's no internet, I can't contact you. I miss you so much. The audience's thoughts were quite scattered, discussing everything. Yihan drank the last spoonful of soup from the pot, letting out a satisfied sound and burping loudly. This meal was so enjoyable. And while he was eating, Yihan also fed the Dragon King once, leaving a bit of food for it, which was the Dragon King's afternoon baby meal. After a simple cleanup, Yihan began to continue building the house. In the afternoon, he was going to put a roof on the wooden house. This step could be easier, but there were also troublesome methods. It all depended on Yihan himself. Putting on the roof is still very important. Since it's done, let's make it good. At the latest, by dark, the wooden house can be initially completed. Once completed, I can add to some details later. Yihan began to get busy, working on the roof of the wooden house. For elements like doors and windows, he made them a bit haphazard, leaving gaps in the walls, then covering them with 2 pieces of bark, clearly a rough patch. This kind of work could wait until after dinner to handle it casually. There was no rush now. Today, Yihan had to finish the first option and build the wooden house, so he could go out searching for staple food tomorrow. This bowl of starch, he must eat it as quickly as possible. The beam. Yihan is setting up the beam. It seems he's using the legendary mortise and tenon joint. Soon, a cold gasp echoed in the live stream room. A large number of viewers were also deeply shocked. The mortise and tenon joint, this is the traditional culture of Longwa, an ancient craft. Who among the young people nowadays would know this? But soon, knowledgeable viewers gave high praise. They believed Yihan's mortise and tenon carpentry skills had already reached a master level. This scene once again stunned the entire Blue Star. Chapter 30, the top is sealed. The first team in the wilderness world. Mortise and tenon joint. Yihan's construction ability is S-level. This naturally includes the use of mortise and tenon joints, and in this field, there are probably no more than 5 people on the entire Blue Star who can surpass him. This wave is purely to show off skills. Although Yihan couldn't see the situation in the live stream room, he could guess that the viewers were definitely in utter shock. So, while working, he couldn't help but smile. The feeling of showing off is so satisfying. Yihan, holding a spade, used it in such a flawless way that it left people in awe. A large amount of wood chips flew around, as if it was snowing. And the mortise and tenon joints made by Yihan were perfectly fitted, once again dropping everyone's jaw. My eyes are the ruler. This is a wedge nail joint. Yihan's hands are so skillful. I heard that Arlongwa's Forbidden City was entirely built with mortise and tenon joints. Not a single iron nail was used, filled with ancient wisdom. The Overlord's frame is out, my god. And also, dovetail joints, what else is Yihan not good at? I think I figured it out, Yihan is just pure showing off. He's flaunting how many types of mortise and tenon joints he knows. There's even hidden joints, dragon and phoenix joints, and lacing? Please stop, Yihan, you're just sealing a roof for a wooden house, you don't need so many joints. Knowledgeable viewers were almost all kneeling to watch. And for viewers who had no clue about mortise and tenon joints, they could still feel the charm of this ancient skill through Yihan's movements. Many times, beautiful things don't need to be understood to touch the heart. I think Yihan isn't just showing off his skills. He's also trying to encourage all of us Longwa people, that even if we face disaster, even if we face the end of the world, we shouldn't abandon our ancient traditional culture. It is the treasure of our Longwa civilization. In the live stream, Ice clearly had a lot of thoughts. Yihan, so, I also have such thoughts. Amid the frantic discussions of the viewers, the work of sealing the wooden house was gradually coming to an end. Yihan looked at the nearly finished wooden house, and even felt a bit unfinished. But now, it's definitely most important to finish it as soon as possible. The sky was gradually getting dark. Yihan built a pile of bonfires outside the wooden house, and worked late into the night, not even bothering to eat dinner. He entered a state of forgetfulness, putting all his focus into the task. Even the poor little Dragon King went hungry. I think I understand why Yihan has so many powerful abilities. Because he's a focused person, once he puts his heart into something, he will invest himself wholeheartedly with the most concentrated attention. In this world, what's most terrifying is the word serious. Ice sighed, raising Yihan once more. This time, the viewers who had wanted to criticize Yihan for not caring about Little Dragon King also couldn't say anything. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers, Yihan's wooden house was completely finished. Great luck! Ding! Just when the wooden house was completely built, Yihan felt a shock all over his body and heard the pleasant system notification sound. Congratulations, host, you have completed the option of building a wooden house, and obtained the complete illustrated guide of plants and animals. Then, Yihan felt an instant surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. Each plant, whether shaped differently or looking very similar, even indistinguishable in gender, all knowledge about them appeared in Yihan's mind. All kinds of animals, their habits, what they like to eat, including their weaknesses, were also fully known to Yihan. This feeling was like being omniscient, it was simply amazing. Yihan brushed off the wood chips from his body, with an unstoppable smile on his face. On the way to Dragon Head Mountain, there is a plant that contains starch. I'm going to dig it up right away. Yihan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. This gesture immediately caused many female viewers to scream. Wow, Yihan husband is so desirable. Yihan, I love you, I want to give you 8 sons. How can there be such a handsome person as Yihan, and so amazing? I admire Yihan so much. Wait, did you all think that maybe Yihan was just hungry? You are just jealous of Yihan. I suggest our Dragon Kingdom modify the laws for Yihan, implementing a polygamous system for him. Crazy, totally crazy, It must be said that, as Yihan continually displayed more and more powerful abilities, along with his handsome face, nearly perfect physique, and solid foundation, he indeed attracted a large number of female viewers' admiration and adoration. Even the previously top stream stars would probably not be a match for the current Yihan. Then, in the live broadcast screen, everyone saw Yihan striding away from the wooden house, actually heading towards Dragon Head Mountain. What is Yihan going to do? Bing Bing was completely confused, not knowing how to explain. Instead, the audience became excited. Some speculated this was a system task. There were also some people from other countries shouting, saying Yihan was going to die under the waterfall. Soon, they saw Yihan had stopped in front of a plant, a big smile on his face. Yam, this is actually wild yam. Look, the fruits hanging on the plant are yam seeds. The real abundant yam is buried underground, edible tubers rich in starch. Yihan has staple food to eat now, this is amazing, quickly trigger the return. Yes, Yihan has started picking yam seeds, please bless us heaven, trigger 10,000 times return. Some recognized this as wild yam, and Bing Bing's smartwatch also confirmed it. Instantly, all of Dragon Kingdom erupted again. Inside various deep underground shelters, deafening cheers erupted. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yihan obtained 1 yam seed, triggered 10,000 times return. Dragon Kingdom received 10,000 yam seeds. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yihan obtained 1 yam seed, triggered 10,000 times return. Dragon Kingdom received 10,000 yam seeds. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yihan obtained 1 yam seed, triggered 10,000 times return. Dragon Kingdom received 10,000 yam seeds. Goodness, starting with a triple repeat. All contestants in the wilderness world were stunned. Some even thought it was a system announcement stuck, a bug. Ha ha ha. Yihan couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the blink of an eye, the basket behind him was almost full, all filled with big and small yam seeds. This patch of wild yam was growing very vigorously, even the smallest yam seed among them. The eggs were all the size of a chicken's egg. The sky was already almost completely dark, and in this kind of environment, it's not suitable to move around without a map. Moreover, digging for underground tubers is a delicate task, so let's eat the yam beans first. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan began his journey back. He picked a full basket of yam beans and returned home, carrying it on his back. During this process, he triggered a return of 10,000 times 18 times. The Dragon Kingdom had received 180,000 yam beans. Everyone went crazy. They shouted Yihan's name, and some even kneeled and bowed to him from afar. Although no one had received the resources returned by Yihan yet, everyone was waiting for the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups to distribute them uniformly, but they all believed that this day would come soon, and it wouldn't be far away. By then, everyone would be able to eat the food returned by Yihan. Announcement: the Japanese contestant Asuka and the beautiful country contestant Caesar Lawrence have teamed up to form the first team in the wilderness world. Just as Yihan was overjoyed, thinking about how to enjoy these yam beans, he saw this announcement. Suddenly, the whole blue planet was shocked. Chapter 31, Brutal Caesar. The Lynx arrives. The Japanese and the beautiful country have teamed up. Many viewers are familiar with the female contestant Asuka. In fact, before the apocalypse, many seasoned viewers had even seen her works. This actress, Asuka, was chosen to represent Japan and come to the wilderness world. Afterward, many people would occasionally take a look at her. In terms of appearance, her figure and looks were no match for the girl group member Choi Hyunmi from the Korean country. But in certain skills, Asuka was probably better. Oh my god, Asuka, don't. An 18-plus actress, and you still call her a teacher? Before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have minded, but now, what time is it? I have a bad feeling about this. I think Asuka is in big trouble. She might end up dying at Caesar's hands. Right, I remember Caesar Lawrence's profile. He used to be a serial killer. As soon as I saw his face, I knew he was a criminal, and an extremely vicious one at that. A large number of viewers flooded into Asuka and Caesar's live stream room, engaging in a frenzy of discussion. Since Asuka came to the wilderness world, she had been living a miserable life. As one viewer said, she was just an 18-plus actress, how could she survive in the wilderness? The fact that she had made it this far was purely due to hunger and luck. But what no one expected was that she would unexpectedly meet the beautiful country contestant Caesar Lawrence. Caesar was doing okay, he had a shelter and some food. Though the food wasn't anything special, it was enough to fill his stomach. He also had a place to stay. When Asuka saw Caesar, she immediately put on a pitiful expression and knelt before him, babbling a long string of pleading words. Caesar couldn't understand her words, but he could guess what the woman meant. She was asking for food and protection, that's all. Come on. Ha ha ha. Caesar spread his legs, pointed to his pants, and smiled at Asuka. Asuka instantly understood his meaning, obediently crawling in front of him. After that, everything became unspeakable. The barrage flew by quickly as the viewers turned into speed demons, speeding down the road. True HD. Ah, this is great. From now on, Asuka has a backer. She's truly a beauty from our Japan, directly conquering Caesar. I'm really amazed by these Japanese. Asuka has clearly become Caesar's slave, and they're still boasting about it? Basic move, just sit down. Little Japan has always been spineless in front of the beautiful country. Baka. The people of Dragon Country are jealous of our Asuka player. If it were your Wuwan from Dragon Country, so ugly, Lord Caesar would definitely look down on her. Goodness, Lord Caesar has come out, Little Japan is too submissive. The audience from Dragon Country was naturally mocking wildly, while Little Japan surely would not accept it. Both sides had begun to scold each other. At this moment, an intense battle had just ended. Caesar was very satisfied, nodding his head, patting Asuka's head, and then pulling out half a roasted rat from his pocket. Asuka was already extremely hungry. After being roughly tossed about, she didn't care about any disgust and began to munch furiously. Oishi, delicious. Asuka knelt on the ground, holding the roasted rat with both hands, chewing the bones until they cracked and swallowing them down. Seeing this, Caesar pulled up his pants, his face showing a sneer of contempt. Then, he beckoned to Asuka with his finger. Asuka quickly stood up, wanting to follow him. But she saw Caesar shake his head. No! Caesar pointed at Asuka, pressing his palm on her head, making her continue to crawl while kneeling. He enjoyed this feeling. Seeing this, Asuka had no choice but to kneel down and crawl behind Caesar. This beast, Caesar. He is a serial killer, saying beast is an understatement. I seriously suspect that when Caesar gets tired of Asuka, he will kill her. That's too scary. I suddenly feel like I'm watching a horror movie. This little Japan is finished, she will be completely controlled by Caesar. Just wait and see, her bad luck is coming. A large number of audience members were constantly discussing. Asuka crawled behind Caesar, her palms and knees beginning to bleed. She showed a painful expression but didn't dare to stand up, only enduring the pain to continue crawling. Finally, she followed Caesar to his shelter, a small hut. Entering the hut, Caesar began tearing her clothes, preparing for another round of battle. They can even team up, and it's a team of people from 2 different countries. But this has nothing to do with me, I'll just continue to develop well. Yihan sat by the campfire, beginning to roast yam beans. He buried the yam beans in the campfire pile, and soon a rich aroma began to waft out. Gulu gilu. Yihan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his heart filled with anticipation. Taking this opportunity, he also killed the last rabbit, making it into roasted rabbit to eat. 1 roasted rabbit, a pot of soup, and a large amount of roasted yam beans. This was Yihan's dinner for today. Let's eat. Yihan used a shovel to dig out 2 yam beans from the campfire pile, still steaming. He blew on them while peeling the skin off the yam beans. Peeling off the black yam skin revealed the white yam inside, illuminated by the campfire's glow. The granular starch shape made people's mouths water. Yihan couldn't care less about burning his mouth, he took a big bite. Ah! Yihan let out a sound of immense satisfaction, chewing the roasted yam while blowing on it, grinning and baring his teeth, not wanting to spit it out. His tongue was already numb. Mom, I want to eat roasted yam. TSK. What kind of taste could this be? It's driving me crazy. I vow again, I can't watch him stream while he's eating. Our dragon country now has 180,000 yam beans, can we give a little to the elderly and children first? My baby says he really wants to eat roasted yam. Ah, I almost believed your nonsense. Everyone, don't rush, our dragon country is preparing for a big wave. When the supplies are sufficient for distribution, everyone will certainly get to eat delicious food. The audience was all drooling with hunger. Yihan was indulging himself, eating roasted yam like there was no tomorrow. A belly full of starch. Even when the rabbit was roasted, he didn't bother to take a bite. Finally, Yihan felt a bit choked, so he temporarily stopped, took a sip of water to clear his throat, and then began to eat meat. Main food, meat, vegetables, no need to worry at all. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow, we'll continue working, build the bamboo house, and then we can acquire the kiln-making skills. After Yihan finished eating, he started feeding the Dragon King, imagining a bright future in his heart. Once he acquired the kiln-making skills, he could produce ceramics and make bricks. This would be a huge leap forward. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yihan began to work off his meal. He needed to make a sturdy door for the wooden house. Just at this moment, Yihan suddenly noticed a dangerous mark appearing on the map. A lynx had come to visit Yihan's territory in the night. Chapter 32, End-of-Life Care. The black snake flowing down. A lynx. This is a fierce feline animal. The king of beasts, the tiger, is also a feline. While the lynx is not as mighty as the tiger, it should not be underestimated. At this moment, Yihan observed through the map that this creature was approaching him silently and at a very fast speed. Ding! The system's pleasant prompt sound rang out, informing Yihan that he had triggered a choice. Option 1, pet the lynx to gain B-level for tanning ability. Option 2, kill the lynx to obtain the perfect black powder formula. Option 3, feed the lynx to obtain the disease oral ulcer. Note, this choice can be a single selection or a double selection, please make your choice promptly to receive rewards. Seeing these 3 options, Yihan raised his eyebrows. Without a doubt, this is a double choice question, he could choose the first 2. However, this time, the rewards were a bit different. The fur tanning ability is only B-level. Perhaps the system thinks this option is too easy for Yihan. Then there's the perfect black powder formula, which is a precious item. Although Yihan is strong in combat, he is not invincible. Once he has black powder, however, everything changes, he would directly enter the firearms age. Come on, let's pet you first, then kill you. Yihan tightened his grip on the engineer shovel and stood up. What does contestant Yihan want to do? Could it be that he sensed some danger? Bing Bing became nervous upon seeing Yihan's actions. The audience also fixed their eyes on the live broadcast screen. Am I blind? Why can't I see anything? Some skilled players can sense danger approaching. Yihan must be one of them. Oh no! Yihan is about to die, ha ha. That's right. A huge danger is closing in, aiming to kill Yihan and wipe out the dragon country. I see it. What kind of animal is that? It looks like a Maine Coon? No, it's not a cat, that's a lynx. Finally, someone spotted the lynx. The creature appeared like a ghost behind a big tree, crouching low on the ground to hide. Its eyes reflected the flames of the campfire and the figure of Yihan in front of it. Its animal instincts told it that this place seemed very dangerous. Flames, something it had never encountered before. How should I kill this lynx? Let's not mention anything, its fur looks really nice. Yihan was already tempted. Having come to this wilderness world, he had gathered quite a few prey. But he lacked a decent piece of fur. It's afraid of the campfire, so it hasn't acted carelessly. Since that's the case, I'll lure it out. Yihan took a step forward, directly leaving the range of the campfire. Skilled people dare to act boldly. If it were an ordinary contestant, they would certainly not dare to leave the campfire at this moment and would try to expand the campfire's range to block the lynx's attack, to hold on until dawn, waiting for the lynx to leave. But Yihan was afraid the lynx would leave, so he took the initiative to leave the campfire, enticing the lynx to attack him. Yihan is just one step away from telling the lynx to come and bite him. In the live broadcast, Bing Bing sighed. At this moment, she was no longer worried because everyone had witnessed Yihan's fighting ability. He had directly killed a black caiman in a head-to-head battle. A mere lynx was nothing to worry about. For wild beasts, leaving aside poison, size is the most intuitive display of combat power. The bigger the beast, the stronger it is. Tigers are known as the king of beasts, isn't that impressive? But can a tiger compete against an elephant? If an elephant steps on it, it would surely turn into meat paste. Big is the way to go. And this lynx, with its size, how strong could it really be? As long as it dares to take the initiative to attack Yihan, tonight it will be left behind, offering up its flesh and skin. At this moment, some audience members were already praying for 10,000 times the return. In the live broadcast, as Yihan actively moved away from the campfire, the lynx immediately took the bait. It carefully concealed its body, slowly approaching Yihan. Little did it know, Yihan had a map and was using his heavenly eye. Every move of this guy was clearly seen by Yihan. If the lynx knew this, it would definitely curse at being such a loser. At this moment, Yihan had reached the stream, completely distancing himself from the campfire. The lynx thought it was time to strike. So, it suddenly launched its attack. Whoosh! In the darkness, the lynx moved with agility, filled with explosive power. It had a clear target, directly going for Yihan's throat. Ha ha ha! But Yihan laughed and struck back. Bang! Yihan swung his entrenching tool, hitting the lynx squarely in the face. This strike was powerful. Some audience members saw that a sharp tooth in the lynx's mouth was knocked out. Blood was gushing out. The lynx was completely stunned, its expression shifting from fierce to pure confusion. Its body fell from the air, crashing onto the ground and rolling twice. Yihan chose to strike rather than slice in order to protect the lynx's fur. He wanted a complete pelt. Seizing this opportunity, he rushed to the lynx's front and directly pressed down. Oh whoa! The lynx let out a wretched cry, feeling as if a mountain pressed down on it. Yihan's weight, combined with immense strength, left it gasping for breath. Oh my god! Yihan is really powerful, the lynx has no chance to fight back. Bing Bing exclaimed once more. She felt that being a commentator for Yihan had one more important point, that was to shout 666. The audience was in a frenzy discussing, seeing that the lynx was now lying on the ground, limbs spread out, unable to move. It looked just like a cat pancake. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. The lynx cried out in misery, for claws scratching the ground, trying to struggle. Its head twisted back, attempting to bite Yihan. Be good, don't make a fuss. Yihan smiled, reaching out to pat the lynx's head. To be honest, this feel was really nice. He liked cats, but unfortunately, this lynx was clearly hard to tame as a pet, otherwise, Yihan would really want to keep a big cat. Like wealthy people in oil-rich countries, don't they keep cheetahs? While petting the lynx, Yihan completed option 1. He obtained B-level pelt tanning ability. Although the level was a bit low, it was still useful. Next, by getting this lynx's fur, he could process it to make it softer and smoother. However, this scene left the audience confused. Yihan is patting the lynx. Wow, Yihan is really brave. Could it be that Yihan wants to raise it? I think that's not very realistic. Yihan, hurry up and kill it, it's a fiercely dangerous large carnivore. Look! Yihan is smiling and petting the lynx, then he made a move. Hiss. Head pat kill. Could this be the legendary hospice care? It's dead, the lynx is dead, and it didn't trigger the 10,000 times return. In the live broadcast, a large number of audience members were frantically discussing. The pot directly exploded. Because Yihan touched the lynx and then, without hesitation, broke its neck. The lynx instantly passed away, and he completed option 2, obtaining the perfect black powder formula. Before killing, he first patted its head. How can this not be considered end-of-life care? Next, Yihan happily began to handle this lynx. The stream carried away the blood, and Yihan washed the lynx's fur, pondering how to process the fur with the materials he had. At that moment, surprisingly, a black snake about 1.8 meters long appeared, following the stream. Chapter 33, Dragon and Tiger Fight. Wuwan encounters hail. The long snake was entirely black, but it also had some yellow patterns on its body, though they occupied a small area. On its head, the yellow patterns seemed to form the character king. With A-grade hunter abilities and a plant and animal encyclopedia, Yihan immediately recognized it as a non-venomous snake. King Cobra. Since it's not venomous, there's really nothing to fear. Yihan directly stepped into the stream, actively attacking the snake. Hiss hiss. The king cobra flicked its tongue, threatening Yihan. But with Yihan's skill, he quickly grabbed it and choked its neck in the stream. It's a bit slippery. The snake's body was cool and very slippery, giving off a chilling feeling. If it weren't for Yihan's strong grip, this snake would have slipped out of his hands. The audience all saw the king cobra violently twisting its body, wrapping around Yihan's arm, while also opening its mouth wide. But this was completely useless. It couldn't hurt Yihan at all. On the contrary, as Yihan continued to tighten his grip, its neck began to flatten. Some viewers noticed that the snake's eyes were bulging out. Yihan's strength is indeed great. If he were to crack walnuts, he could crush them. Walnuts? I think Yihan could crush raw eggs. What do you mean? Don't eggs crack easily? Hee, you try to grip a raw egg tightly, and you'll know the difficulty. Damn, it's the apocalypse, where can we still find eggs? Stop talking nonsense, the king cobra died, but there's still no return announcement. Seeing that Yihan had lived to crush the king cobra, yet there was still no announcement, the audience felt disappointed inside. Yihan had hunted twice and didn't trigger the 10,000-fold return. Everyone, don't rush. Yihan is now triggering returns the most, he can't trigger returns every time he gains something. Bing Bing comforted the audience, she could understand their feelings. Everyone naturally hopes to trigger returns often. If every game triggered returns, that would be the best. Unfortunately, this is clearly impossible. Whether or not a return is triggered, besides looking at national luck, the rest depends entirely on luck. Still no return. Yihan was also waiting for the announcement, but there was none. He was a bit disappointed. It's okay, I will harvest more and more supplies. Sooner or later, the people in the shelter will be able to eat well. Yihan carried the king cobra he held and returned to the shore. Lynx, king cobra. Looking at these two prey, Yihan's eyes lit up. He thought of a famous dish. Dragon and tiger fight. If chicken were added, it would be called dragon, tiger, and phoenix. Of course, the authentic version of this dish is quite complex and requires various other ingredients to cook it. Now, Yihan can only make a wilderness version of the simple dragon and tiger fight. If only I could gain culinary skills. I'll wait for now, I will eventually gain this ability and make even more delicious food. Yihan pondered in his heart and began to process these two prey. The lynx's skin had already been removed, and he could carry out simple tanning to put it to use. Yihan's plan was to turn this lynx skin into a bedsheet. And he didn't waste the snake skin either, it could be used to make the wooden house waterproof. Soon, the audience saw Yihan start cooking. He added lard to the pot and tossed in the cleaned and chopped snake meat for stir-frying. The heat was intense. After all, snake meat can easily harbor parasites that are invisible to the naked eye. Yihan remembered that he had seen on a TV show that someone who loved eating snakes ended up with parasites in their brain. It left a deep impression on him. So he had to cook it thoroughly to kill those parasites. Yihan contestant, is he going to have a midnight snack? Bing Bing was stunned and barely managed to squeeze out the sentence. The audience was also in tears, 3 meals a day weren't enough, they even had to eat at night? This wave could be said to be a true midnight poison release. Yihan stir-fried the snake meat and then added lynx meat, filling the pot with meat. Finally, he began to add water and simmered it on low heat slowly. He wanted this pot of dragon and tiger fight to stew until dawn. Next, Yihan quickly tidied up and crawled into the tent to sleep. Every day was busy and fulfilling, Yihan could fall asleep as soon as he lay down, and it was deep sleep. The audience suddenly realized that Yihan wasn't preparing for a midnight snack, he was preparing breakfast ahead of time. Goodness, while others struggled to survive for 3 days with only 9 meals, Yihan even started preparing for the next day's food. That night, Yihan slept sweetly. But for some contestants, they were experiencing nightmares. Not long after Yihan lay down, Wu-Wan encountered an accident. A large number of Dragon Country viewers flooded into Wu-Wan's live broadcast room. At this moment, Wu-Wan was facing severe weather attacks. Egg-sized hailstones fell from the sky. Ah! Ouch, it's killing me. It hurts, it hurts. Wu-Wan screamed like a banshee, rushing to cover her head from the hail. She had already fallen asleep in her usual spot, a relatively safe and warm crevice in the rocks. This place had been simply cleaned by Wu-Wan, giving her a sense of security. But just as she had finally managed to sleep after being hungry, she was awakened by the hail. Wu-Wan contestant is being attacked by hail. She is seeking a safe place to hide. The commentator in the live broadcast room spoke hurriedly, fully tense. Wu-Wan must not die. If she dies, it would lower the national fortune value. Many viewers in Dragon Country were also very nervous. The chance of dying from hail isn't very high, but it's definitely not zero. At this moment, Wu-Wan ran under a big tree, trying to use it for shelter from the hail. But it was useless. The hail broke branches and continued to smash down, leaving a wound on Wu-Wan's face. Wu-Wan could only continue running, completely in a panic. It's over, Wu-Wan is going to get killed. This shouldn't happen, the weather in the wilderness is warm, how could there be hail? Actually, hail appears only when it's warm, winter is when hail is the least common. Wu-Wan has a big bump on her forehead, it's too tragic. At this stage, the only shelter that can block hail is probably Yihan's wooden house. Yes. Finally, someone from Dragon Country is going to die. Wu-Wan won't survive till dawn, she will be beaten to death, ha ha ha. A large number of bullet screen comments flooded in, while the viewers in Dragon Country were worried, foreign viewers were gloating. If any country was looking forward to Dragon Country's contestant dying the most, it must be Beautiful Country. Right now Beautiful Country had already lost 2 contestants, and 1 contestant had to amputate, making it the lowest in national fortune value among all countries. How could they feel balanced about this? Besides, the Koreans and Japanese were also not far off, constantly singing their downfall. Now the audience of Dragon Country has no heart to curse these people, everyone is worried about Wu-Wan's situation. At this moment, finding a suitable place to hide from the hail is really not an easy task. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes have passed. Wu-Wan is running in a panic, constantly enduring the impact of the hail, her steps have already become staggered, and she has fallen several times in the process. She is in a terrible state, very close to death. But just at this moment, it seems that heaven is favoring Dragon Country, things took a turn. In the dark night, Wu-Wan suddenly discovered that there is a cave ahead. Chapter 34 Retreat, Retreat, Retreat. The sound of roosters in the bamboo forest. Hail is crazily falling from the sky, but a cave appears ahead. Twice poisoned and still not dead. Suddenly, a large number of Dragon Country audiences can't help but cheer. Wu-Wan also can't help but brighten up, she quickly rolls and scrambles into the cave. No more hail is falling on her head, only a sense of safety is present. Ha ha ha. Heaven is really helping me. Wu-Wan lies inside the cave and laughs out loud. Does Wu-Wan have some kind of system? Doesn't look like it. Can someone with a system be this miserable? Look, she still has blood on her face. This cave seems not very big because I didn't hear any echoes. That's a good thing. If the cave were big, it would definitely be full of many dangers. A small cave is enough for Wu-Wan to stay inside, if you give her a big cave, she wouldn't know how to stay. Surviving great hardship brings great fortune. Wu-Wan has received the inheritance of a cultivator in the cave. No. Wu-Wan discovered the treasure of One Piece. The audience, who was just extremely nervous, now all laughed and started to talk nonsense. Meanwhile, many foreign audiences were jumping in anger. For powerful contestants like Long Yi and Yihan, it's understandable that they are hard to die. But why is Wu-Wan still alive? Baka. Why hasn't a single person from Dragon Country died yet? Wu-Wan should have died, she doesn't have any strength at all. Ha ha ha. Little Japanese are angry, Wu-Wan won't die, making you guys furious. Aishia. A poisonous snake will appear in the cave and bite Wu-Wan to death. Yes. A poisonous snake will appear in the cave, that's very reasonable. Wu-Wan is still lying there, not knowing to check her surroundings, she is bound to die. Foreign audiences are all cursing Wu-Wan frantically. To be honest, even the audience from Dragon Country is a bit anxious. Wu-Wan is lying on the ground of the cave in a big shape. She has no awareness, not knowing she should first check if there are dangers in the cave. She is completely immersed in the joy of having survived a disaster. Bang bang bang. A large amount of hail falls, hitting trees and the ground, making a collision sound. Wu Wan lays there for about 10 minutes before finally sitting up. I almost got killed by the hail. Then in the wilderness, various animals will definitely have some bad luck and be killed by the hail. Wu Wan's eyes lit up, murmuring. She has already thought of a way to obtain food. That is to wait until the hail stops, then go out to look for the carcasses of animals killed by the hail. Wu Wan's idea is very correct, she can get prey without having to fight. But I'm begging you, please check the situation in the cave. The commentator said, both laughing and crying. If you call Wu Wan stupid, she still knows to use the hail to get prey. If you call her smart, she's actually quite silly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a move as taking out an 800,000 loan to open an as a milk tea shop. Hiss hiss. At this moment, a strange sound came from behind Wu Wan. Many audiences instantly changed their expressions. That seems to be the sound of a snake. A snake is flicking its tongue and hissing. Wu Wan suddenly stiffened all over. Only then did she realize the cave may not necessarily be completely safe. It's likely to be dangerous. Ah! Wu Wan let out a shrill scream and hurried out of the cave. But as soon as she stepped out, hail began to fall, forcing Wu Wan back into the cave. This scene immediately caused a great number of foreign viewers to applaud and cheer. Wu Wan was trapped in a disaster. Many Dragon Country viewers all tensed up, sweating for Wu Wan. In front there was a snake, and behind her, hail. Where should she go? Where is the snake? Wu Wan squinted her eyes, carefully watching the scene inside the cave. Finally, she saw the snake's true form. It was a black snake, entirely black, coiled up in the cave like a lump of black poop. Great! This is an American black snake, non-venomous, ha! The commentator looked at his smartwatch, confirmed the species of the snake, and burst out laughing. The Dragon Country viewers also breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say, Wu Wan's experience tonight was indeed a roller coaster. Everyone's mood was like a thrilling ride on a roller coaster. Snake, get away. Don't even think about biting me. The audience knew the snake was non-venomous, but Wu Wan did not. She pointed at the snake and started cursing. Then everyone witnessed a classic moment. Wu Wan began stomping her feet, pointing at the black snake. Back! 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 The black snake was scared. It froze in place, unsure of what to do. Ha 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 ha. The commentator led the laughter, and the audience couldn't stop laughing. At that moment, Wu Wan seemed like a meme from the internet before the apocalypse. Wu Wan shouted loudly, stomping her feet with great force. Adrenaline was pumping. Finally, the black snake turned and ran away. It fled deep into the cave and vanished. Wu Wan's back really scared the black snake away. Some viewers who were still a bit drowsy now laughed energetically. Generally speaking, non-venomous snakes are quite scared of people, cough cough. So this black snake was scared off by Wu Wan. The commentator explained, unable to suppress his laughter, even choking on his own saliva, coughing. Honestly, Wu Wan had quite a rough night. But that didn't make the situation any less funny. Of course, the foreign viewers definitely couldn't find it funny. They even suspected that some mysterious Eastern power was protecting Wu Wan. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yihan opened his eyes. He stepped out of the tent and stretched lazily. He had slept soundly, full of energy and vigor. Some viewers had transformed into watchful cats. Yihan's body is truly amazing. I can't help but think of a tongue twister, big chicken, big pear, big fence. Bing Bing went straight for the face, and the audience cried out in disbelief. Who opened such a fierce car early in the morning? Bing Bing, you've changed. At this moment, Yihan also noticed something strange and quickly took a step forward, adjusting his hands in his pockets. Good morning, everyone. Let me see how the dragon and tiger fight is going. Yihan knew someone was watching the live stream, so he greeted them to cover up his embarrassment. He picked up the pot lid, and a wave of aroma hit him. This pot of dragon and tiger fight had simmered overnight, cooking out the essence of the ingredients. The soup in the pot had turned white, with a hint of gold, looking very appetizing. Yihan used his homemade bamboo chopsticks to pick up a piece of snake meat, blew on it a few times, and took a bite. Wow, it's very tender. So delicious. Yihan nodded, trying a piece of lynx meat. Similarly tasty, no accidents. He was very satisfied with this pot of dragon and tiger fight. Next, he sprinkled a small pinch of salt, stirred it up to finish seasoning. Then, he casually threw a few yam beans into the campfire as a staple food. Soon, Yihan was enjoying a delicious breakfast. The wooden house is completed. Today we will focus on building the bamboo house. In this process, we can also collect a large amount of edible plants. Yihan devoured the meat with great enthusiasm, his mind already planning out today's work, full of motivation. A big pot of dragon and tiger fight was completely eaten by him, and he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Of course, this definitely included food for the little Dragon King. The Dragon King was growing fast, already bigger than before, rounder to the naked eye. Its reddish-brown fur, though not fully grown, was already quite impressive and looked as smooth as silk. In its pair of shiny black eyes, there was full reliance on Yihan and curiosity about the world. Many viewers, upon seeing the Dragon King, would always be melted by its cuteness. After finishing breakfast, Yihan tidied up his things and went to the bamboo forest again. Just as he stepped into the bamboo forest, he suddenly heard a loud crow of a chicken from deep within the forest. The sound of the chicken made Yihan shudder, his eyes brightening. His first meal in the wilderness world was roasted chicken. And it was the first meat he had eaten 3 years after the apocalypse. That taste, he still remembered it till now. There are chickens in the bamboo forest. Could it be bamboo chickens? Bing Bing let out a gasp and immediately made a deduction. She was very diligent. While Yihan ended his day of wilderness survival and started to sleep, she did not rest. Instead, she continued to find time to learn more about wilderness survival knowledge. When Yihan discovered the bamboo forest, she studied about it specifically. So she knew that there might be bamboo chickens living in the bamboo forest. At this moment, Yihan had already quickened his pace, rushing in the direction of the chicken's crow. This bamboo forest is very large. The map I have cannot cover the entire area. Last time I came, I only stayed on the outskirts. I really didn't go deep in. Yihan thought to himself. He planned to explore this bamboo forest this time. And ahead, he had already seen several chickens. It's bamboo chickens. Yihan, who had a complete guide of plants and animals, immediately recognized this kind of chicken. They are the bamboo chickens that like to live in bamboo forests. At a glance, he could see 5 or 6 bamboo chickens, and the crowing earlier seemed to be a male courting a female. Are these all baby chickens? Could it be they haven't grown up yet and are just newly born? They are already courting, they must be adults. Bamboo chickens are generally smaller, usually just over 30 centimeters. I've eaten bamboo chicken before, although there's less meat, it's especially sweet and delicious. Yes, I've raised bamboo chickens. Although they are small, not only is their meat delicious, but they also lay eggs quite well. It turns out that reversing the order of Chinese characters doesn't affect reading. The audience went wild with discussion. Some recognized bamboo chickens and had eaten or raised them before. However, for most, it was truly the first time to learn about this kind of creature. Bamboo chickens are indeed good things. But they need to be raised. Yihan was moved. He wanted to raise bamboo chickens, letting them constantly breed, providing meat while also laying eggs for him to eat every day. Now he was waiting for the system's choice to trigger. But it was taking too long. What's going on? System, hurry up and trigger the choice. Yihan urged in his heart. But the system had no response at all. Brother system, I need urgent help. I want to raise chickens. Yihan was anxious. Normally, the system should trigger a choice at this time. For example, letting him raise bamboo chickens and rewarding him with animal husbandry skills or something. Let's catch a chicken and try. Yihan calmed down, trying to trigger the choice by capturing bamboo chickens. However, at this moment, because of Yihan's arrival, the 5 or 6 bamboo chickens had already run away. He even saw that some bamboo chickens had flown up to the bamboo. How could he catch them? Since I want to raise bamboo chickens, then using a bow and arrow is not suitable. Yihan shook his head. But he didn't plan to use it against the bamboo chicken. But you can't run away. Yihan took off the bamboo basket from his back. Seeing this scene, many viewers were instantly transported back to their childhood. Yihan moved quickly and started his operation. First, he found a branch and propped one end of the bamboo basket up, then tied the basket with a vine, completing a simple trap. Next, he just needed to put in bait and wait patiently. Yihan picked up a shovel and walked a distance away from the bamboo chicken to start cutting bamboo. I understand. Yihan is going to get bamboo worms to use as bait to catch bamboo chickens. Bing Bing's eyes lit up. Bamboo worms are a delicacy that bamboo chickens must love. But usually, bamboo worms hide inside the bamboo, making it hard for bamboo chickens to catch them. So using them as bait will definitely be effective. On the live broadcast screen, Yihan moved swiftly, cutting down 2 bamboo stalks and getting bamboo worms. He placed the bamboo worms under the bamboo basket trap, then held the vine and hid, beginning to wait for the bamboo chicken to take the bait. So nostalgic. I used to catch sparrows like this all the time when I was a kid. So much fun. Bamboo chicken, hurry and come eat the bamboo worms. Why are there still no bamboo chickens falling for it? It's only been 2.5 minutes, buddy, you're too anxious. You seem like the kind of person who hits fast forward during a movie. Actually, 2.5 minutes isn't short, many people can't last that long. Ha 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 ha. The audience chatted casually while watching Yihan's actions, full of anticipation. At first, indeed, there was no movement at all. The bamboo chickens were very cautious. But gradually, as time passed, some bamboo chickens began to be attracted. Slowly approaching the bamboo basket. Yihan's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at this bamboo chicken. There are two types of bamboo chickens, the gray-breasted bamboo chicken and the brown-breasted bamboo chicken. The main difference is the color of their chest feathers. Yihan has spotted the gray-breasted bamboo chicken. Apart from its gray chest, the rest of its feathers are more beautiful than those of the brown-breasted bamboo chicken. Look, it's entered the range covered by the bamboo basket. Bing Bing was explaining the types of bamboo chickens to the audience. At that moment, this bamboo chicken finally could not resist the temptation and entered the bamboo basket's area, starting to peck at the bamboo worms. Catch! Yihan wasted no time and pulled the vine in his hand directly. Instantly, the branch connected to the vine was pulled, and the bamboo basket lost support, falling down. The bamboo chicken was covered by the bamboo basket and immediately let out a panicked sound, flapping its wings trying to escape. But Yihan was already there. Ha 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 ha. Yihan reached into the bamboo basket and directly grabbed the bamboo chicken. It pecked him a couple of times, but it didn't matter at all. The bamboo chicken was too small, it had very little attacking power and could not hurt Yihan. Come, don't be afraid. Yihan held both legs of the bamboo chicken, stroked its feathers, and offered a bamboo worm to its mouth. The bamboo chicken, feeling scared, ate the bamboo worm. It was indeed the first bamboo chicken captured and clearly just a glutton. Seeing this scene, viewers in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. It obviously looked scared, but when the bamboo worm was brought to its mouth, it ate it without hesitation. Such a greedy fellow, this one is interesting. Is Yihan going to raise bamboo chickens? Just look at the last two words of your sentence, I advise you to behave. Yihan doesn't lack such a bit of meat, it will definitely be better to raise them for a continuous supply of meat and eggs. This progress is really fast. While other contestants are still struggling with their meals, Yihan is about to start raising chickens. The refund has been triggered, ha 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 ha. The audience in the live broadcast room was all amazed. Yihan was indeed too strong, all his progress far exceeded that of other contestants. As Yihan tied one leg of the bamboo chicken with the vine, an announcement appeared. Dragon Country contestant Yihan captured a living female bamboo chicken, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations Dragon Country, you have obtained 10,000 living female bamboo chickens. So great. The entire Dragon Country erupted in cheers. Contestant Yihan once again brought living animals to Dragon Country, and these bamboo chickens can even lay eggs. Bing Bing was also incredibly excited, her eyes shining as she watched Yihan on the live stream screen. Very good, the return has been triggered. Next, let's catch all these bamboo chickens. We should at least trigger a return once more. At the very least, we need to arrange for one male and one female, so we can ensure continuous breeding. A smile appeared on Yihan's face as he thought to himself. Next, he planned to set up the bamboo trap again to continue catching bamboo chickens. And just at that moment, a prompt sound finally rang out. Ding! The system's choice, though late, has arrived. Chapter 36, Advanced Choice. Master Lin Chi completely collapsed. The choice finally came. Yihan's eyes lit up as he looked at the system screen that appeared out of thin air. Detected that the host has a strong desire to raise chickens, triggering an advanced choice. Advanced choice. Following the double choice and multiple choice questions, now an advanced choice has emerged. Option 1, free range, gain A-level swimming ability. Option 2, caged, gain A-level ventriloquism ability. Option 3, chicken coop, gain A-level bamboo weaving ability. This choice is an advanced choice. There is a base reward. After selecting any option, you can gain A-level livestock ability. The advanced choice actually has a base reward. No matter which option is chosen, there is a guaranteed reward of A-level livestock ability. This means that this time, the choice will directly yield 2 A-level abilities. What a profit! Yihan was thrilled. With these abilities, raising any animal in the future would be much easier. But soon, he fell into a dilemma. Putting the rewards aside, these three options each have their pros and cons. Indeed a tough question. It's a pity that this choice isn't a multiple choice. Yihan shook his head, a bit regretful. If this choice were both an advanced choice and a multiple choice, how great would that be? Not only would he not have to struggle, but he could also directly obtain all 4 A-level abilities. That would be a huge win. Free-range chickens have many advantages. For example, they are healthier, their meat is better, and their eggs taste better, etc. But the difficulty is the highest. There's a high chance I can't control these bamboo chickens. Yihan thought and first ruled out option 1. Free range won't work. The chickens he worked so hard to catch would probably run away quickly. And as for the swimming ability, he doesn't need that for now. Yihan could already swim, and in the wild world, it was risky to go into the water easily. Option 2, caged. To gain a level ventriloquism ability, I will also rule out. These bamboo chickens were originally free. Once caged, they may not adapt and have various problems. It's a hassle. Ventriloquism ability isn't of much use right now. Yihan finally made his choice. Option 3, to build a chicken coop and raise chickens. This way, it can ensure that the bamboo chickens have a certain space to move around, healthier than caging, and safer than free-ranging. Moreover, the reward is bamboo weaving ability, which is also very good. He can use the bamboo in the bamboo forest to weave more things. And an important point is that building a chicken coop and constructing a bamboo house might be combined. Building a chicken coop with bamboo would allow him to complete 2 choices directly. It's highly likely to work. Yihan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he chose option 3. The system prompted him to complete the choice quickly to receive the reward. It seems like contestant Yihan is stuck. In the live stream, Bing Bing watched Yihan not moving for 2.5 minutes and said this teasingly. Ha ha ha. I know this question, just restart it. Isn't this a bad signal? Don't mess around, the light of wisdom is shining in Yihan's eyes. I think he's thinking. Just came from Wu Wan's side, what's going on with Yihan now? Yihan smiled, he must have thought of something happy, like his wife having a baby. The live stream room was bustling, with viewers chatting non-stop. Yihan finally made another move. He began to continue catching bamboo partridges. Bamboo partridges usually live in groups, and a group often has around 10 birds. Yihan planned to catch as many as possible, as many as he could. The bigger the base, the faster they would reproduce. So, all the viewers started to focus on Yihan catching bamboo partridges. It was tense and exciting. A flood of bullet comments appeared, urging the bamboo partridges to bite the hook quickly, and praying for a 10,000-fold return, busy and hectic. In the blink of an eye, Yihan had already caught 3 bamboo partridges. 2 males and 1 female. All were tied with vines around their legs and fastened to a nearby bamboo tree. Today, I definitely won't be able to build a bamboo house. Good things take time, let's first handle the bamboo partridges. Yihan calmed down, waiting for more bamboo partridges to fall into the trap. At this time, among the 10 contestants from Dragon Country, Yihan had the most viewers. Catching bamboo partridges was very interesting, and they could wait for him to trigger a choice, bringing joy. But the second most popular contestant was actually the divorced mother of 2, Wu Wan. Normally, people watched her stream to either see a joke or fear she might suddenly die, ruining the national luck. But now, a special situation had arisen. Because Wu Wan was in the jungle picking up bodies. The hailstorm from last night had ended, and the jungle was a mess. Many thick branches were broken off and fallen to the ground. These were natural firewood, no need to chop, just pick them up. Wu Wan specially chose a long, straight, and thick branch, removed some of the forks, and it became a very good wooden stick. It could be used as a weapon. This is a magical item. If I had found a stick like this when I was a kid, I'd be the coolest in the village. I'm a girl, but I'd love to hold that stick in my hand. I bet it would feel awesome, just waving it and the wind would follow. Miss, look at me, honestly, I have one of these sticks in my hand right now. Wu Wan struck it rich. She can't even fit all the clothes and pants in her pockets. Wu Wan is doing great. She's already triggered the 10,000-fold return twice today. Wow, Wu Wan went back to her cave and wrote a Peach Blossom Spring essay overnight. The viewers saw that Wu Wan had gained a lot from this corpse collecting trip. Just the birds killed by the hail were 8 in total. Some were big, some small, but all could be eaten. If various plants were hard to distinguish, making it easy to eat toxic ones, birds were generally not a problem. The problem now was how Wu Wan was going to eat these birds. She couldn't just eat them raw, could she? She needed to start a fire to roast them. But it was obvious that Wu Wan didn't know how to start a fire by rubbing wood. At this point in the wilderness survival, most contestants had already gotten their footing, and most had their own fire source. But Wu Wan had no fire source, which was a huge disadvantage. Speaking of starting a fire by rubbing wood, we have to mention Master Lin Chi. This former wilderness survival master, who once had millions of fans, had completely fallen from grace. Because he was trying to start a fire by rubbing wood, but repeatedly failed. The live stream was filled with tons of insults and mocking comments from foreign viewers. In the screen, Master Lin Chi was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth, and frantically rubbing a branch to spin. But his speed was clearly not enough, he couldn't start a fire at all. Master Lin Chi was a fraud. He can't even rub wood to start a fire, and he calls himself a master? Millions of fans online. It feels like 8 million are fools, we can still filter them out. The remaining 2 million are bot fans, right? Ha ha ha. Why is this useless guy so slow? Doesn't he usually use his hands to show off? What a joke, a person who has achieved success and lives in a villa surely has no shortage of women around him, look how nervous he is. Audiences from Long Country were furious, constantly attacking Master Lin Chi. In such occasions, there were surely Koreans and Japanese, all coming to mock Long Country. Why is there still no fire? Where's the fire? Master Lin Chi was angry, he broke the branch in his hand and violently threw it to the ground, stomping on it. His hands were already blistered, don't mention starting a fire, there wasn't even any smoke. At this moment, Master Lin Chi felt immense grief and anger. Deep down in his heart, compared to the failure of starting a fire, he cared more about the fact that his reputation was completely ruined. This was unbearable for him, and for a moment, he even thought of death. Chapter 37, Regretting Right After Suicide? Lightning strike fire. The thought of death appeared in Master Lin Chi's mind. In this wild world, he felt immense pressure. His body and mind were both suffering. The entire nation's fate of Long Country rested on him. Although he alone could not decide the life and death of Long Country, he still carried a tenth of it. He couldn't sleep every day. Facing hunger and enduring hardship, worrying and fear. Notices appeared one after another, showing other competitors triggering returns and obviously doing very well without worries of food and drink. There were also announcements that almost every day someone was dying. I know I was wrong, spare me. Please let me go back, I can't survive in the wilderness, I'm just a fraud. I'm sorry to everyone, I'm sorry Long Country, I deceived you all. Master Lin Chi knelt on the ground and began to cry. He hoped that the gods in the sky would intervene and let him return to the safe underground shelter of Long Country. Unfortunately, no matter how he begged, nothing changed. He still knelt in the wilderness. Despair. Master Lin Chi fell into despair, he unfastened his belt and even thought about hanging himself. Master Lin Chi, don't. We can all forgive you, please pull yourself together, for Long Country and for yourself. The commentators in the live stream shouted urgently. The audience was also panicking. Lin Chi actually wants to commit suicide, what a coward. Useless. When facing difficulties, instead of thinking of solutions, he only thinks of dying? So selfish. If he just gives up, it affects the entire fate of Long Country. Can we negotiate with him to wait a bit before dying? Yi Han's side is about to catch another bamboo chicken, which might trigger a return. Right. If Master Lin Chi dies, it will affect the return probability of other competitors. A historical sinner. He's worse than Wu Wan. A flood of comments swirled wildly, but unfortunately, Master Lin Chi couldn't see any of it. At this moment, he had already hung his belt on a branch and secured it, preparing to hang himself. He even moved a stone to stand on, stepping up and putting his neck into the belt. Ha ha ha. Incredible, someone from Long Country is finally going to die. I suggest that in our small Japan, we erect a statue for Master Lin Chi, forever immortal. Keek. Could it be that Master Lin Chi is actually one of us from small Japan? Good. The Koreans send congratulations, celebrating the suicide of Master Lin Chi from Long Country, the national luck is about to decrease. San Country decides to set today as a great festive day, ha. Many other countries celebrated enthusiastically. In the next moment, Master Lin Chi kicked away the stone he was standing on, and his whole body was completely suspended. Woo. Tears streamed down his face as he felt he was starting to suffocate. Unable to breathe. So uncomfortable. It hurts, the flesh on his neck was strangling him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Master Lin Chi regretted. Facing death, he felt extremely frightened. All the audience saw a very absurd scene. Master Lin Chi had just hanged himself for less than 3 seconds, just 2.5 seconds of time. He directly reached out and untied his belt. His whole body fell down and crashed to the ground, gasping for breath. Instantly, all the Dragon Country audience breathed a sigh of relief, while the foreign audience was completely dumbfounded. Are you playing around? Just committed suicide and now you regret it? I can't just die like this. Mom, are you watching me live? Can you help me? Master Lin Chi wiped his tears and spoke. Many people suddenly thought of a line from an ancient text they learned in class. Suffering pain and sorrow, never failing to call for parents. At this moment, in an underground shelter in Dragon Country, an old man was in tears. Chi-Chi, you can't leave before me. Mom is willing to help you, oh heavens, please open your eyes and save my child. He is not a bad person, I will repay for his mistakes. Lin Chi's mother knelt on the ground, continuously bowing her head, pleading for her son. Many people nearby couldn't bear to watch and hurried to support her. This is maternal love, truly touching. Aunt, don't worry, everything will be fine. Your forehead is bleeding from bowing. Don't worry, your heart is so sincere, it will surely be effective. Woo. I also miss my mom, but during the apocalypse, I lost contact with my family. Wait, everyone look, it's thundering in the sky. What's going on? Could it be Master Lin Chi is crossing back? In the livestream, the weather suddenly changed, and a thunderstorm appeared in the sky, quite a spectacle. It was like the crossing effects from some time-traveling dramas. Master Lin Chi also raised his head, his eyes shocked as he looked at the sky. Boom boom boom. The deafening thunder seemed to shake the earth. In the next moment, Master Lin Chi was stunned. All the audience was completely shocked. They saw a bolt of lightning strike down from the sky, hitting a tree hard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tree exploded into flames on the spot, creating a roaring fire. The legendary lightning fire. For ordinary people, it's hard to encounter such a natural phenomenon. But in fact, before the apocalypse arrived, every year in Dragon Country lightning fires occurred, causing forest fires and huge property losses. This is a natural disaster, which occurs frequently across the Blue Planet, with countries like Dragon Country, Beautiful Country, and Maple Leaf Country being high risk. Meanwhile, countries like Stick and Japan basically have none because their territory is too small. And now, this natural disaster has directly helped Master Lin Chi, which left everyone dumbfounded. The mountains and forests caught fire, the flames were spreading. Birds' corpses were already falling from the sky, having been suffocated by the thick smoke while trying to escape. Besides that, many wild animals living in the jungle were also unable to escape and would be burned alive. There's fire, and there are prey. Mom, are you helping me? I will live well, I still want to support you in your old age. Master Lin Chi wiped his tears, stood up, and felt a surge of fighting spirit. This scene made people feel deeply moved. Especially those who witnessed Lin Chi's mother kneeling and bowing, they felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Before this, everyone was angrily cursing Master Lin Chi as a fraud and a coward. But this world is never just black and white, he also has his own shining points. He earned money and was very filial to his mother, perhaps out of guilt. He also anonymously donated money to schools in impoverished areas. I don't want to whitewash Lin Chi, he indeed tricked everyone and performed very poorly, dragging down Dragon Country. But now he can rise up and has encountered lightning fire, this is of course a good thing. Everyone, let's cheer for him. The commentator smiled. With the help of this lightning fire, Master Lynch is not likely to have any problems in a short time. With the fire seed and food in hand. At this moment, the entire audience of Blue Star was stunned. What happened to the bad weather we talked about? Hail and lightning fire, why are they all helping the Dragon Nation? Is the luck of the Dragon Nation so terrifying? Announcement, Dragon Nation contestant Yihan has obtained. Just then, an announcement appeared, striking many foreign viewers heavily. Yihan triggered the 10,000 times return again, and the Dragon Nation got 10,000 live male bamboo chickens. One male and one female, the two bamboo chickens are just right for pairing, the Dragon Nation can now raise chickens. Chapter 38, 8 bamboo chickens, back with a full load. Yihan is making bamboo rafts? With this return, the Dragon Nation now has 10,000 male bamboo chickens and 10,000 female bamboo chickens. Just two paired together can rapidly reproduce in a short time, let alone 20,000? It won't be long before these 20,000 bamboo chickens will quickly develop into a huge bamboo chicken population. This return is of great significance. Dear viewers, I have good news to share. The high-level officials of the Dragon Nation have organized personnel to fully raise chickens. Soon, each shelter will gradually be allocated a certain number of bamboo chickens. By then, every shelter in the Dragon Nation will have a chicken farm. Ice received this news from the high-level officials of the Dragon Nation through her smartwatch. She hurriedly shared this good news with everyone. The live broadcast room immediately erupted. Yihan, you are my god. I won't say more, I bow to Yihan. I can almost taste the delicious chicken meat. From now on, Yihan is my real father. The shelter I'm in has already received bamboo chickens, with special staff responsible for raising them, and security patrols 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from stealing the chickens. Why haven't I received any here? I just want to see the bamboo chickens with my own eyes, even just a glance. Everyone, don't worry. There are so many shelters across the country, there definitely won't be enough to distribute. We have to wait for the shelters that have received bamboo chickens to breed some small bamboo chickens and then continue to distribute. The entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar. Inside the underground shelters, it felt like New Year's. In the shelters that had already received bamboo chickens, everyone rushed to see the bamboo chickens. And they wanted to apply to become chicken caregivers, where not only do they need to know how to raise chickens, but they also had to pass a background check for 3 generations without a criminal record. It was incredibly strict. On a small scale, these bamboo chickens represented a continuous source of food. But on a larger scale, they represented hope. In the apocalypse, what a precious word this is. Dragon Nation contestant Yihan obtained one live female bamboo chicken, triggering a 10,000 times return. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation, obtaining 10,000 live female bamboo chickens. Amid the cheers and excitement, Yihan triggered the return again. After a brief silence, the entire Dragon Nation entered a new round of celebration. Another 10,000 bamboo chickens have been added, and they are capable of laying eggs. One male with 2 females can reproduce faster. Great, another return. I guess everyone should be very happy now. Yihan also started to smile, looking at the bamboo chicken he had just caught in his hand. He spent almost the whole morning catching bamboo chickens. Although it took a lot of time, the results were quite delightful. Yihan caught a total of 8 bamboo chickens. Among them, 3 were male and 5 were female. This group of bamboo chickens was almost completely caught by him. You all stay here, I'll go chop some bamboo and bring it back. I can also get some vegetables. Yihan smiled as he put all these bamboo chickens into the bamboo basket and covered it with a lid. Once ensured that the bamboo chickens wouldn't escape, Yihan began to chop bamboo. He also prepared a bamboo shoot and 2 tender bamboo shoots. That's about it, it's time to go home for lunch. Yihan raised his head and squinted at the sun. It's time for a meal. He picked up the bamboo basket and carried a bundle of bamboo on the way home. During this process, he would occasionally stop to pick some wild vegetables. This is fern, everyone look at those tender shoots, they look like little fists, that's why they are also called fist vegetables. Fern is fragrant and refreshing, rich in various nutrients, and very delicious. This is purslane, the leaves are a bit wasteful, just take the tenderest part. Can you give me the part you don't want? Woo woo. There's also shepherd's purse, I especially love shepherd's purse dumplings. In the live streaming room, Bing Bing occasionally exclaimed. Seeing Yihan gathering various wild vegetables, the viewers couldn't help but drool. Yihan is amazing, how does he know so many wild vegetables? Have you noticed, all the wild vegetables Yihan collected are edible, not a single mistake. Really? How many more skills does Yihan have that he is hiding from us? I suggest a thorough investigation on Yihan, his identity is definitely not that of an ordinary college student. Yihan is very likely a time traveler or a reincarnator as described in novels. I am Yihan, I have been reincarnated, in this life I will make up for all my regrets. The audience was discussing wildly, the live streaming room was bustling with excitement. Finally, Yihan returned fully loaded. He brought back 8 bamboo chickens, a bundle of bamboo, and a large amount of wild vegetables to the front of his wooden house. After putting everything down, he first went to the creek to wash his face and wipe off the sweat on his body. The audience called this segment giving benefits. Mainly because Yihan's physique was really top-notch, those abs, that V-line, were all incredibly eye-catching. The midday weather was hot, so Yihan simply took off his shirt and started organizing the things. He planned to put the bamboo chickens inside the wooden house to stay. Although the wooden house was already built, Yihan hadn't had the chance to live in it yet, now it was filled with Yihan's cured meat and other supplies, and the 4 walls were almost completely hung with them. There is actually a bamboo chicken that laid an egg. Yihan opened the bamboo basket and was immediately thrilled, discovering a chicken egg. Because the bamboo chicken is very small, this egg is not much bigger than a quail egg. Such a small egg, how should I eat it? Got it, I'll make egg drop soup. Yihan was filled with joy, he hadn't even officially started raising chickens and he already got an egg. After settling the bamboo chickens, Yihan began to wash the wild vegetables, cured meat, and yam beans. After processing the ingredients, he started to cook lunch. Today's lunch menu, mashed yam mixed with wild vegetables and diced pork, sautéed fern with alligator meat, and shepherd's purse egg drop soup. The audience was in tears, watching Yihan eat. Wow, this mashed yam is soft, sweet, and melts in the mouth, combined with the blanched and chopped wild vegetables, it's simply the perfect match. You can even chew on the little pieces of pork, the salty and fragrant taste bursts in your mouth. The fern is slightly overcooked, but still very crunchy. Let me show you this piece of alligator meat, it's a perfect mix of fat and lean, a bite into it, and the flavor lingers. Shepherd's purse egg drop soup, very delicious, but there are too few eggs. Yihan was quite over the top, eating heartily while also explaining to the viewers. Really treating himself as an eating live streamer. This also happened to be the time when each shelter distributed lunch, everyone could get a slice of black energy block. Bing Bing also had a piece in her hand, she bit down hard, glaring at Yihan. As if she were biting into Yihan's flesh. After lunch, Yihan rested a bit, then immediately rushed back to the bamboo forest. As of now, the audience still didn't know he was going to build a bamboo house. Because he already had a wooden house, he definitely didn't need a new place in the short term. Who would have thought Yihan wanted to complete the selection and gain rewards? Yihan is chopping a large amount of bamboo. Could it be that he wants to make a bamboo raft? Bing Bing had a sudden idea, thinking of the bamboo raft. If there is a water vehicle, wouldn't it be possible to enter the Dragon Lake? I feel it's very likely. Exactly, with Yihan's character, since he discovered this treasure land, he wouldn't just leave it alone. There must be all kinds of fish and shrimp in the lake, as well as water plants like lotus roots and water chestnuts to gather. I hope Yihan doesn't easily go into the water. There are crocodiles in the lake, it's very dangerous. This is a tough problem. Although Yihan killed a crocodile that was on land, once he is in the water, he is unlikely to be the crocodile's opponent. Yihan only knows how to introduce food, but he doesn't mention what he plans to do with the bamboo. In Yihan's live broadcast room, there were many comments flooding in, and the audience was making all kinds of guesses. An afternoon quickly passed, and Yihan made 3 trips back, bringing back a lot of bamboo. Almost done, let's start building the bamboo house. Once this bamboo house is completed, we should get 2 big rewards at the same time. Yihan's heart was filled with immense expectation. Chapter 39, The Suffering Asuka. Yihan builds a chicken coop. First, building the bamboo house can get a plus level pottery skills. Then, building a chicken coop can acquire a level bamboo weaving skills. Finally, there is also a guaranteed reward for the high-level choice. As long as the chicken coop is built, you can get a level animal husbandry skills. So it's not just 2 big rewards, but 3 big rewards. Yihan almost forgot about the guaranteed reward. Just by using bamboo to build a chicken coop, he could gain 3 rewards at once. A triple gain. Yihan was filled with motivation and immediately began to prepare dinner. Eat well first, then he would have the strength to work. After dinner, he would work for a few more hours. Run, Yihan is about to cook. Wow, 3 meals a day, can't miss any of them. I'm out, brothers, I'm going to watch a movie. Stop. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? He is talking about the little actress Asuka and the killer Caesar Lawrence. That's too brutal. Everyone, give me some advice. I found my son secretly watching Asuka's livestream, and he's still underage. As Yihan was about to tantalize everyone again, many hurried to leave. Many were truly scared. Watching Yihan eat was simply too tempting. It's no exaggeration to say many people were moved to tears by hunger. At this moment, in Asuka and Caesar's simple makeshift shelter, a scene of devastation was unfolding. Asuka was crying and struggling, but that only excited Caesar more, unleashing his beastly nature. The scene was unbearable to watch, attracting many viewers. Caesar is pure beast. If this goes on, Asuka cannot survive. Tragic, really tragic. I suspect this is on the dark web. I don't know what the dark web is like, but I was once tricked into a foreign scam area, where Caesar was considered a kind person. Everyone, I suspect that after Asuka dies, Caesar might eat her. Caesar is starting to bite her now, look at those bite marks. Asuka is so pitiful, if she was willing to follow me, I would cherish her. A flood of comments surged, with viewers from all over the world discussing. Finally, Caesar was satisfied, turned over, and lay down. Asuka curled up in the corner of the shelter, crying, her body twitching in pain. The little country could no longer smile. They once thought that Asuka had latched onto Caesar and at least wouldn't starve to death. But now it seemed they were all wrong. Caesar didn't see her as a human at all. Now, he wasn't even giving her food, but was hitting and abusing her. If this continues, Asuka might not survive for many days. While Yihan ate dinner, the viewers were roaming in each live broadcast room, checking on the situations of other contestants from the Dragon Country. Currently, Yihan was living the most comfortable life. The more exciting it is, the more spectators will naturally be attracted. Other contestants will see how things go, and the number of spectators will fluctuate. Today, besides Yihan here, there are 3 other popular livestreams, all on par with each other. They are Wu Wan, Lin Chi, and Long Yi. Both Wu Wan and Lin Chi benefited greatly due to the bad weather, making them like Rising from the Dead, extremely dramatic, which naturally attracted a large audience. On the other hand, Long Yi started building a wooden house as well. Long Yi is quite strong, he madly chopped trees with an axe and has now gathered enough materials to build a wooden house. The audience watched him feast on roasted wolf meat before he continued working. Go, Team Long. Yihan has already built his wooden house, you'll be the second soon. Ha ha ha. The infrastructure of Long Country is invincible. The first 2 to build wooden houses are our Long Country contestants. Beautiful Country's Alan Williams also plans to build a house, but he lacks proper tools and can only use a stone to chop trees, ha. Those who got weapons from the initial supplies will have a considerable advantage. Master Lin Shi used lightning to ignite fire and is already enjoying roasted meat. Today, Fisherman Yu had some luck despite the rain and caught several fish. He is eating roasted fish and used one to make kelp soup, making me drool. The audience from Long Country was chatting with each other, and currently, all 10 contestants from Long Country were doing well. Wu Wan and Master Lin Chi, who had fared very poorly before, have now turned things around. Especially Master Lin Chi, who is now eating happily with grease all over his mouth. Some audience members said he's not really a wilderness survival master at all and should stop being called master. But others said he may not be a survival master, but he's a master of deceit, tricking 10 million fans, so he can still be called master. Since everyone got used to it, the title Master Lin Chi was retained. Can everyone hear me? I got some roasted meat today, can I spare some for my mom? I know I'm a fraud and not qualified to make requests, but I will strive to survive and contribute to Lone Country. Master Lin Chi sincerely said. Many viewers were surprised that he turned out to be such a devoted son. This request wasn't excessive, and his attitude was very sincere, so Lone Country's official team immediately distributed some roasted meat to be given to Master Lin Chi's mother. On the other side, however, Wu Wan was in trouble, staring at a pile of corpses in front of her. She had been busy all day, collecting many corpses. There were various birds, some mice, lizards, and even a rabbit and a lamb. All of them were killed by hail. The key point is that Wu Wan didn't know how to start a fire and couldn't cook any of these things. Besides scavenging corpses, Wu Wan also carefully explored this cave. It's a good place. The cave is not large, just about 7 or 8 square meters, but it is enough for Wu Wan alone. In terms of height, it is about 3 meters high. However, there were some stone crevices in the cave, and the black snake from last night was gone. It must have escaped through the crevices after being scared away by Wu Wan. So, Wu Wan cleaned the cave and sealed all the gaps with stones, mud, and some weeds to ensure safety. Now she is trying hard to start a fire, and many viewers in the livestream are cheering her on. Although Wu Wan loves to poison herself, this time she triggered 2 returns and has contributed. All contestants from Lone Country, no matter how poorly they perform, everyone hopes there won't be any deaths or injuries. After having dinner, Yihan tidied up a bit and started building a bamboo house without stopping. First and foremost is selecting the location. Since the bamboo house is to be used for raising chickens, Yihan didn't want it too close to his wooden house. Otherwise, it would smell like chicken manure, affecting the air. But it can't be too far because he has to collect eggs every day. Feeding the chickens, cleaning the chicken coop, and so on. Finally, Yihan started to build the chicken coop on a piece of empty land about 100 meters away from the wooden house. He carried all the bamboo over and began to work furiously. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream suddenly realized. So Yihan isn't building a bamboo raft, he clearly wants to build another house. This house must be for raising chickens, to serve as a chicken coop. Bing Bing exclaimed in surprise and slapped her forehead. She had thought in the wrong direction about the bamboo raft, it was completely mistaken. I have only one word to say, which is awesome, so awesome. While others don't even have a house, Master Lin Chi still lives in a doghouse. Yihan's chickens are going to live in a bamboo house. Yihan is incredibly capable, he hasn't had a moment's rest all day. As his second wife, I feel so heartbroken. Don't you want to be the main wife? How can you willingly be the second wife? Don't mention it, I made a bet with my best friend, and I lost. She is now Yihan's legal wife. Everyone chatted in Yihan's livestream, thinking that he would stop to rest after a while. But unexpectedly, Yihan seemed determined to finish building this chicken coop in one go. Under countless astonished gazes, a complete chicken coop structure made entirely of bamboo had appeared, taking shape. Chapter 40, Triple Rewards Received. Phantom Pain and the Firestarter. Fast, too fast. Since the beginning of this wilderness survival, Yihan has given everyone too many surprises. This person seems to be capable of anything, as if made of iron. I'm completely convinced, Yihan is invincible. When I used to deliver food, I was the best, and I thought I was very capable until I saw Yihan. Building a house is actually this easy, I have learned it. I'm terrifyingly strong now. The design of this chicken coop is also ingenious. What was Yihan's college major? Is it architecture? Don't joke, Yihan just started college when the apocalypse came, he hasn't attended university at all. I see, Yihan is a natural sage, all-knowing and all-powerful. The livestream was in an uproar. The viewers were all amazed by Yihan. Seeing that Yihan was about to complete his second house, many foreign viewers could not hold back and joined the discussion. Baka! Yihan must have cheat codes, this isn't fair. Actually, Yihan is one of our Korean people, that's why he is so strong. I heard that in Dragon Country, getting into university is not a simple task, no wonder Yihan is so strong. Exactly, the college entrance exam in Dragon Country is known as crossing a narrow bridge with a huge army. The difficulty is extremely high, every university student is a super genius. Forget university, even elementary school students in Dragon Country are very smart, their math skills crush our beautiful country's elementary students. People from Dragon Country invented terrifying multiplication tables, it's frightening. Many foreign viewers' comments made the viewers from Dragon Country burst into laughter. Many people who blindly admire foreign cultures still don't realize that many foreigners are quite foolish. They even think that the masks hide signal antennas. It's simply absurd. However, for college students, previously, college students were indeed impressive, with a bright future ahead. But the wheel of time rolls forward, evolving into a dire situation where graduates face unemployment. At this moment, Yihan began to put the final touches on the bamboo chicken coop. He used a very clever method. That is, he split the bamboo in half from the middle, hollowed out the inside, and then fit them together in a right and wrong way, creating a natural waterproof measure. Once it rains, the water will flow away along the bamboo grooves, ensuring it won't leak at all. Moreover, the windows of the chicken coop were made very large by Yihan to ensure sufficient ventilation, avoiding air pollution that could make the bamboo chicken sick. Finally, Yihan piled up a large amount of bamboo branches and leaves that had been cleaned before inside the bamboo house. This chicken coop was finally completed. Believing that the bamboo chicken has arrived here, it feels just like coming home. Ding! When Yihan completely finished this bamboo house, the system's pleasant notification sound arrived as promised. Congratulations to the host for building a bamboo house, gaining A+ level kiln ability. Congratulations to the host for building a chicken coop, gaining a level bamboo weaving ability. Congratulations to the host for building a chicken coop, gaining a level animal husbandry ability. The reward trio has all been credited. In an instant, Yihan's whole body trembled, feeling a vast amount of knowledge and experience pouring into him. Wisdom twinkled in his eyes, as if he could see a multitude of scenes, and they were experiences he had lived through. Kiln, bamboo weaving, animal husbandry. In these three fields, I went from being a novice to an expert. Yihan felt joy in his heart. He returned to the wooden house and stuffed all 8 bamboo chickens into a bamboo basket, carrying them to the bamboo house chicken coop. As he guessed, the bamboo chickens returned here and obviously began to become lively. Unlike when they were in the wooden house, constantly timid and filled with fear of the unfamiliar environment. Now it's good, they can surely grow and reproduce quickly in this bamboo house chicken coop. Mission accomplished. Time to sleep. Yihan left the chicken coop and returned to the wooden house to tidy up a bit. Because the bamboo chickens had made a mess in the wooden house, he had to clean it up quickly. Yihan seems to still not intend to live in the wooden house. I believe he is a perfectionist, wanting to wait until the wooden house is completely decorated before moving in. In the live stream, Bing Bing made a guess. Bing Bing, stop guessing, you can't understand Yihan's thoughts. Haha, while Yihan is building a chicken coop, you are saying it's a bamboo raft. Tents are not good, they are always no match for wooden houses. Once encountering bad weather, living in a wooden house is safer. Yihan hasn't faced bad weather here yet. Whether he lives in the wooden house or not doesn't matter, I just want to see Yihan explore Longso Mountain. Count me in. Always looking forward to the mysterious journey of Longso Mountain. 1,000 voices beg Yihan to conquer Longso Mountain. The audience was most excited about Longso Mountain. However, at this stage, Yihan had no plans for in-depth exploration of Longso Mountain. It was completely unknown, undoubtedly filled with dangers. Caution was necessary. Having a system does not mean invulnerability, being careful ensures longevity. Only when he obtained the map of Longso Mountain would it be the real time to venture there. Yihan crawled into the tent, lay down, and immediately fell asleep. This ability to fall asleep in seconds once again made many viewers extremely envious. Many people suffer from insomnia, and with the apocalypse upon them, anxiety made it even harder to sleep. Yihan slept while many viewers were still not feeling sleepy. So they began to patrol through the live streams one by one. Soon, several pieces of news spread. Sweet Donut cried. Hearing this good news, many viewers from Long Kingdom flocked into Wang Weihan's livestream. Now everyone no longer called him by his original name but referred to him as Sweet Donut. As the first contestant to have an amputation, he still had considerable popularity. Many viewers would occasionally check in on him, wanting to see if his wound was infected. At this moment, Wang Weihan was sobbing uncontrollably in his makeshift shelter. Those who understood immediately noticed that he was suffering from phantom limb pain. This feeling will never be understood by those who have not experienced it, only amputees know. To explain scientifically, to describe in words, it is that Sweet Donut's brain still does not accept that he has lost part of his lower leg. His brain cannot feel the lost leg, so it activates a pain mechanism, constantly trying to reactivate this small leg. Then Sweet Donut would feel an intense pain. This process can last quite a while, torturing him endlessly. My leg has been cut off, how can it still hurt? Ah. The donut cried with a runny nose and tears, sobbing uncontrollably. He simply could not understand why this was happening. As always, the beautiful country's audience was mercilessly insulting him, while the dragon country's audience reveled in his misery. In the end, the donut king, Wei Hong, cried himself to sleep, his body curled up. And just then, a shocking piece of news spread. Once transformed into Shinnong tasting 100 herbs, Wuwan now became Swearin, successfully striking fire. She unexpectedly discovered flint, causing a sensation. Chapter 41, Starting to build the earthen kiln. Ice's mouth is blessed. Flint. In the wilderness, once this resource is found, it almost means no more worries about making fire. Wuwan tried many methods of striking fire by wood, all ending in failure, and finally, she gave up, going into a frenzy in the cave. The scene at that moment was extremely intense, and the audience was terrified. Suddenly, Wuwan, with disheveled hair, howled in the cave, letting out meaningless screams and roars, seemingly attacking a non-existent formidable enemy. Then she kicked a stone in front of her, and the stone crashed into the cave wall, sparking a fire. Upon seeing this, Wuwan was stunned, standing frozen in place. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into an overwhelming discussion. This is flint, it can be used to make fire. Wuwan is so lucky, how could this cave have flint? Good, good, good. Not only did Wuwan transform into Shinnong to taste herbs, but now she also mimics Swearin to make fire. Case solved, you all thought Wuwan was truly enraged, in fact, she was casting a spell. So it turns out Wuwan is a legendary magician. Just now, she performed magic, the spark technique. Her strange howling was actually chanting a magic spell. Oh my! Such powerful magic, it must be at the forbidden spell level. In truth, everyone understood it was merely a coincidence, but they loved to have fun, and the live chat was filled with laughter and jokes. Wuwan was also laughing as she hurriedly picked up the piece of flint, smashing it hard against the rock wall. Sparks appeared once more. I have fire. I have fire, I have fire, ha ha ha. Wuwan held the flint, opening her arms and laughing joyfully. This scene was very dramatic. Some audience members said she could play Mei Chaofeng without makeup. Next, Wuwan immediately began making fire. She frantically struck the ground with the flint, sparks igniting dry grass, and soon a bonfire blazed in the cave. Eat. Wuwan began roasting meat. The harvest from her corpse gathering today was plentiful, and she could now roast it all. The firelight illuminated Wuwan's eyes, which glimmered softly, and she quickly enjoyed the roasted meat. The process was winding and a bit funny, but for the dragon country, this remained a good thing, a joyous event. As the sun rose and the moon fell, a night passed in the blink of an eye. Many contestants also began to act, welcoming a new day. Yihan stepped out of the tent and first went to check on the chicken coop. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the bamboo chickens had laid 3 eggs. 5 hens yielding 3 eggs, that's quite good. Well done. The hatching time for bamboo chicken eggs is usually a little over half a month, at most 20 days. Looking forward to the chicks hatching. Yihan simply cleaned up some chicken droppings before leaving the chicken coop. Since he had started raising chickens, from then on, he would have an extra task every day, which was feeding the chickens. Gathering grass seeds, vegetables, and little bugs to feed the bamboo chickens. As for using bamboo worms, Yihan couldn't bear to do that, he needed to eat too. I have gained the ability to build a kiln. Today, I can start constructing the furnace for firing bricks, tiles, as well as pottery and porcelain. Among them, porcelain is the most difficult. For now, I won't consider it. Yihan thought to himself. Pottery and porcelain are collectively referred to as ceramics, but in fact, there are significant differences between the two. To make pottery, just clay is enough, and the temperature needed isn't too high. But for porcelain, it requires porcelain clay or kaolin, mixed with quartz and other materials, and with strict ratios, it must be fired at extremely high temperatures. Yihan has this ability, but at this stage, he is definitely too lazy to do it. For everyday items like bowls, dishes, and cups, pottery is sufficient. Porcelain is something he will consider making when he has nothing to worry about, when he's just idly looking for something to do. Good morning, everyone. Why not take a guess at what Yihan is going to do today? I'll rule out one option first, playing with mud. In the live stream, Bing Bing greeted everyone. Now she's gotten smart, rather than guessing about Yihan, she lets the audience guess. And she teasingly said Yihan definitely wouldn't play with mud. Actually, Yihan could take a day off, just lie around and soak up the sun. Sister, I understand you. Since we're talking about sunbathing, doesn't that mean stripping off his clothes? He still needs someone to apply sunscreen on him, right? You all are too superficial, only craving Yihan's body. I'm different, I crave the food he makes. His food, his presents, I want them all. I want the Dragon King, I really want to raise one. Boo-hoo. Today is a good day, perfect for weddings and moving. Yihan should move into the cabin, right? Everyone was chattering away. Since the national competition for survival in the wilderness began, many people were filled with hope, no longer in despair like before. Every day, they had endless things to talk about in the livestream. At this moment, Yihan started preparing breakfast. A serving of mashed yam mixed with vegetables, added with big chunks of pork, and then boiling a soup. Of course, he didn't forget the little Dragon King's baby meal. This little guy seems to have grown again, and has several more teeth. Fortunately, when Yihan found him, he was almost ready to open his eyes, already having a certain physical foundation. If he had still been in the stage of only being able to drink breast milk, even with the system, Yihan wouldn't have been able to raise him. The Dragon King's appetite is getting bigger. Yesterday, he pulled at my pocket. Today I have to put some leaves in my pocket. Yihan teased the little Dragon King, who was already reaching out with two front paws to scratch at his fingers, his pair of shiny black eyes melting the hearts of many viewers. Then, Yihan changed the topic and started explaining the differences in kills to the Dragon King. Dragon King, do you know? The kills for firing bricks and tiles can generally be divided into three types based on the airflow during sintering: direct flame kills, horizontal flame kills, and reverse flame kills. Building a kiln, also known as a hoop kiln or a brick kiln, can be further divided into mud hoop kills and brick hoop kills, depending on the materials used. Mud hoop kills aren't very stable and don't have a long lifespan, but right now, with the limited materials I have, I can only use a mud hoop kiln. Yihan explained some knowledge about mud kills to the Dragon King, leaving the audience in shock. From Yihan's words, it sounded like he was going to build a mud kiln to fire bricks and tiles. At this moment, the Dragon King even nodded, seemingly responding to Yihan. But now, everyone wasn't focused on the Dragon King anymore. No one expected Yihan to take on such a big project. It had only been a few days since the wilderness survival started, and he was already going to start firing bricks and tiles? Dude, you already have 2 houses. Were you really a university student before, and not just into flipping houses? It seems Yihan intends to fire bricks and tiles. Is he going to build a brick house? In the live stream, Bing Bing was once again stunned by Yihan. So, you just build that wooden house, and leave it there to look at, right? You don't even move in, you just build for fun? I can't comprehend this move by Yihan. He even understands the craftsmanship of mud kills? This is an ancient skill that's almost lost. But is this the key? The key is that Yihan doesn't need to do this at all. What is he after? Indeed, infrastructure is the strength of the Dragon Nation, but Yihan, you don't need to brag like this. Alas, Yihan is making a mistake here. He should gather more prey and stock up on food to return to the Dragon Nation. I support Yihan. Don't forget, at the beginning, many people said Yihan was just a pretty face and wouldn't survive 3 days. Now they are quickly being proven wrong. Yes, we need to believe in Yihan. He is currently performing the best among all the contestants. The audience erupted with excitement. Many people questioned Yihan, even accusing him. But soon, they were met with fierce criticism. Then, under Bing Bing's complex gaze, Yihan packed up his gear and started gathering materials to prepare for building a clay oven. She could only feel her head buzzing. Because just moments ago, she had said Yihan definitely wouldn't play with mud today, and then in the blink of an eye, Yihan really started playing with mud. This mouth is simply like a beacon. Chapter 42, The Clay Oven Factory. Craftsman Yihan. In the live broadcast, Yihan was using a soldier shovel to dig, searching for suitable clay. Isn't this just playing with mud? Bing Bing was stunned, her mouth opened, not knowing what to say. The audience was laughing like crazy. Bing Bing, your mouth must be a beacon. You said Yihan could never play with mud, then Yihan shows you he's playing with mud. This is the legendary power of words. Bing Bing, I beg you for one thing, say I am a mountain. Everyone, come quick and see the fool. Whatever Bing Bing says is exactly the opposite. If Bing Bing says he is a mountain, then he is a mole. Ha, does anyone need Bing Bing to say it? This person is definitely a mole. Laughing with my family, have some for the first floor. At this moment, Yihan had already found suitable soil. This soil quality is good. It can be used to build the clay oven and also to make pottery and bricks. Let's get it all done in one go. Yihan's eyes brightened as he looked at the soil in his palm. A smile appeared on his face. Next, it was time to start digging. The audience watched as Yihan swung the soldier's shovel and began to dig frantically. Along with the soil came some earthworms and other small bugs, but he didn't miss any of them. Instead, he collected them in a bamboo tube. These can be taken home to feed the chickens. Yihan's eyesight is really good. The live broadcast has super high definition, giving a feeling of being there, but I can't see clearly those earthworms hiding in the soil. Bing Bing exclaimed again, praising Yihan. The audience said Bing Bing had become Yihan's #1 fan. Whatever Yihan did, she could praise it in 2 lines. Baka. Yihan, die. Yihan is getting arrogant. In fact, he can't eat that food for much longer. Sitting on his laurels will lead to his downfall. Exactly, there are surely powerful beasts in Dragon Head Mountain that will come to take his life. While others are looking for food, Yihan is digging soil. His lead is only temporary. Our Asan Singh just triggered a 10,000-fold return. Dirty Asan, get away. What's so great about returning a lizard? Wait, a lizard? Asan seems to have a penchant for lizards, poor lizard. San has some unique hobbies, like treating lizards as wives or washing hair with cow urine. Of course, malicious comments from viewers of other countries were unavoidable. Each country stood completely on opposite sides. At this moment, Yihan had excavated a large amount of soil, moving swiftly, and he was completely submerged in a deep pit. This pit was even larger and deeper than when he had dug to create traps to kill wild boars. Some viewers began to worry that Yihan might not be able to get out. This pit was dug very straight, with hardly any slope. How would he climb up? That's enough, let's dig this much and get the clay oven set up. Yihan estimated in his heart and nodded. Then, he looked up at the big deep pit, smiling. Everyone saw Yihan take a few steps back, then he began to dash forward. He ran forward at an incredible speed and then jumped. His figure was extremely agile, like a human cheetah. Swish! His body created a sound of wind, one foot already pushed against the pit wall, gaining leverage, and his form soared once more. Bang! In the next moment, his palm slapped heavily on the ground, grabbing the edge of the deep pit. Then he flipped forward, clean and smooth, already standing on the ground at the top of the pit. Oh my god! This is so cool! Bing Bing covered her mouth with her hands, bursting out with a scream. This series of actions flowed like clouds in water, looking pleasing to the eye. But the difficulty involved was extremely high. Many parkour experts were staring in shock. This required an incredibly strong physical ability to accomplish. So awesome, super cool, too spicy. In the underground shelters, a series of screams erupted. At this moment, Yihan returned to the ground and began to look at the surroundings. Finally, he made a decision to build an earth kiln right here. This location was very safe, within the scope of the map, allowing him to control the surroundings at any time through the map. And the distance from his wooden cabin base was only 300 meters, which was not far. Moreover, there was enough space. Because many beech trees originally grew here, all of which had already been cut down by Yihan. From now on, this will be my kiln factory. Next, I need to sift these soils, which is also a troublesome task. Yihan looked at several piles of earth in front of him which were taller than a person, feeling a bit of a headache. Excavating the soil was just the first step, and the following work was quite substantial. The wooden cabin and bamboo hut in front of him were very simple tasks for him. But completing a brick house was indeed quite complicated. Especially in this wilderness, everything had to start from scratch. First, I'll go back and use my A-level bamboo weaving skill to make a large sieve. Yihan picked up a bamboo tube filled with earthworms and small insects and stepped back to the chicken coop. He fed these foods to the bamboo chickens and chatted with them, establishing a simple connection. In fact, some people raised chickens as pets, and the chickens were very well behaved and understanding. Besides messing around and crowing, chickens could actually be decent pets. These bamboo chickens are quite cute, like the various birds my grandfather used to raise. They are eating so happily, pecking with precision. Luxurious. Yihan's bamboo chickens are eating earthworms. If I remember correctly, there are still some contestants living off earthworms, right? Ha ha ha. It's the little Japanese contestant in Bay-Tue-san. He eats earthworms every day and has even returned quite a few to Little Japan. Speaking of Little Japan, let's talk about when that Misaki girl will last. I think she's running out of time. Only a few days left. Within 3 days, she'll die at the hands of Satan. The Little Japan contestant in Bay-Tue-san was eating earthworms every meal. He was a middle-aged man with deep laugh lines, and his eyes drooped, looking unlucky. Also, the now infamous killer from Beautiful Country, Caesar Lawrence, has been called the Devil Satan by many audiences, earning him such an apt nickname. At this moment, Yihan fed the bamboo chickens and sat down on a cut stump in front of the wooden cabin. This stump was used by him as a stool, specially dug out during the tree cutting. Yihan sat there and began to chop bamboo, eager to showcase his bamboo weaving skills. After obtaining the A-level bamboo weaving ability, Yihan realized just how rough his previous basket crafting had been. If he were to weave a bamboo basket now, he could definitely reach the level of a craft, a work of art. People would rush to want to collect it. Yihan finished digging the soil. Why did he start cutting bamboo again? He chopped out some very fine bamboo strips. What is he going to make? Bing Bing looked at this scene, feeling a bit confused. When it came to building earth kilns and firing bricks and pottery, this really was a blind spot in her knowledge. She had experienced making pottery in a pottery studio before, but that was just for fun, and she didn't understand the specifics enough. In the end, it was a viewer who reminded her that she finally realized Yihan was going to make a large sieve to sift the dug-up soil, removing stones and other impurities. Next, the viewers were all amazed, watching Yihan's actions. Even those who knew nothing about it could see that Yihan's movements were incredibly skilled, like a seasoned craftsman, a bamboo weaving master. Soon, a fine bamboo sieve, resembling a large radar, began to take shape in Yihan's hands. Chapter 43, Obsidian. Green ears and wild kiwi. Yihan is really big. Oh no, I mean this bamboo sieve is really big. Bing Bing made a slip of the tongue, saying the wrong thing. Actually, she couldn't be blamed, Yihan brought so many surprises to everyone. While explaining during Yihan's livestream, she was often in various forms of shock, so it was understandable to make mistakes. Also, after 3 years of the apocalypse, the host profession seemed a bit unfamiliar, which was within reason. Every mesh hole is exactly the same size. The tight mesh is neatly arranged, making my OCD brain feel relaxed. Look carefully, each bamboo strip is the same thickness. How did Yihan do that? What a big fuss. When Yihan built the wooden house, he used mortise and tenon joints that fit perfectly. His eyes are like a ruler. It seems Yihan didn't take the bamboo basket seriously when he made it. The craftsmanship of that basket pales compared to this sieve. Charge. Yihan can make the earth kiln today. The live stream room was bustling. Everyone felt very fulfilled watching Yihan work. It looked smooth and comfortable, and one couldn't help but get immersed in it. Dragon King, you pooped again. Yihan put down the big bamboo sieve to check on the Dragon King. The little guy had made quite a mess in his pocket. Fortunately, Yihan had lined it with leaves, so his clothes didn't get dirty. After a simple cleanup, Yihan fed the Dragon King some food, and it curled up in Yihan's pocket and fell asleep peacefully. The Dragon King is too cute. Has everyone noticed? It's grown a bit bigger, and it has even more fur. Bing Bing looked at the little Dragon King with sparkling eyes. A viewer said that the Dragon King's appearance was excellent, making it a rare top-quality tricolor. The tricolor here doesn't refer to having 3 colors of fur but means that each hair can show black, white, and red colors. And the Dragon King is this kind of top-quality tricolor. With one finger, Yihan gently touched the little Dragon King's head, picked up the big bamboo sieve, and left the wooden house headquarters, heading towards the kiln factory. He cleared a wide area, removing weeds and other plants, then fixed the big bamboo sieve at an angle on the ground and began the sifting work. Yihan swung the shovel, slapping the soil onto the bamboo sieve. The fine soil would pass through the sieve openings, while stones and other debris trapped inside would be blocked. This scene is not uncommon at construction sites, as many people have experienced it firsthand. Still letting a lot of earthworms through. Bamboo chickens can't finish eating them all, we can keep these earthworms for now. During this process, Yihan found many earthworms, which he collected. Needless to say, the bamboo chickens wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. Seeing these earthworms, the viewers couldn't help but get excited again. So many earthworms. Even the little weevil must be drooling. He knelt on the ground begging Yihan, saying he was willing to be Yihan's dog, begging Yihan to give him a worm to eat. Bang! Yihan flew up and kicked him in the old face, knocking out his front teeth, and the man fell to the ground searching for his teeth, letting out a mournful wail. Goodness, are you guys writing a novel in a chain? It's well written. Update quickly, I can't sleep at night. Everyone was having a great time, while Yihan was working hard. As noon approached, Yihan finally finished sifting through all the dirt. There were quite a few stones hidden in there, and Yihan even found a large piece of obsidian. This piece of obsidian was as long as his palm, quite flat overall, completely pitch black, looking very deep. Seeing this piece of obsidian, Yihan's eyes brightened. He suddenly remembered that he had once seen someone making a dagger from obsidian while watching videos. I'll keep this piece of obsidian, and try making a sharp dagger someday. Yihan was now using a soldier's shovel to cut vegetables and meat. Cutting trees, digging soil, all done with the soldier's shovel. Although every time he used the soldier's shovel on food, he would carefully wash it first, a sharp dagger was obviously a better choice. In this way, he would have a dedicated kitchen knife in the future. At critical moments, if he dropped the soldier's shovel and something unexpected happened, he could quickly pull out the obsidian dagger for emergencies. The soldier's shovel was his main weapon, and the obsidian dagger was his secondary weapon. Yihan was very much looking forward to it, placing this piece of obsidian in the backpack beside him. He looked up at the sky and then touched his stomach. The audience immediately understood, Yihan was about to start having lunch. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, Yihan would make them cry from hunger. This morning, Yihan worked so much, he definitely needed to feast. However, next, Yihan didn't rush back to the wooden house but headed towards Dragon Head Mountain, stepping out of the map's boundaries to search for various edible wild vegetables. Soon, he discovered a new type of plant by a stream. Before him lay a large patch that looked like wood ear mushrooms and silver ear mushrooms, but they were green. Growing close to the ground, dense and thick. Green wood ears, they look like they could be poisonous. I decide to call this plant green ear. This green ear must be edible, Yihan has already started collecting it. If you don't know, don't speak carelessly, this is called ground skin vegetable, and it's very delicious. This is actually a type of algae plant, also known as ground ear, but this name green ear is really unique. The audience was all discussing, while Yihan had already cleaned out this entire patch of ground skin vegetables. To be honest, Yihan had never eaten this stuff, but since the Plants and Animals Encyclopedia said it was edible, it must be fine. The scientific name for this plant is ground skin mushroom, also known as groundwood ear or ground skin vegetable. Of course, if everyone wants to give it a new name like green ear, that's okay too. It is rich in nutrients, especially high in calcium. After a meal, going up 6 floors is effortless. Ding Ding briefly explained to everyone, and even made a playful remark at the end. This patch of green ear was swept clean by Yihan, and he continued onward. Before long, a large lush tree appeared ahead, about 3 meters tall. A multitude of branches hung down from the tree, covered in fruit the size of eggs, and some the size of quail eggs, with a brown, fuzzy exterior. Seeing this scene, joy immediately spread across Yihan's face. Many viewers also recognized this kind of fruit. Wild kiwi. Wild kiwis are usually a bit smaller than those sold in fruit stores, but they can have higher vitamin content. Yihan was just craving fruit, and this wild kiwi tree was perfectly timed. He, carrying the backpack, swiftly climbed up this tree. Start harvesting. With Yihan's actions, several birds on the tree were startled and flew up. Yihan had sharp eyes. He saw that many wild kiwis were pecked by the birds. I initially planned to pick just a few and come back later when I wanted to eat. But the birds don't give me that chance. Yihan frowned. So he decided to pick all the wild kiwis this time and take them all back. What he couldn't eat could be dried into kiwi slices and stored. Next, the dragon country would welcome a frenzy of 10,000 times return. Chapter 44, Crazy Returns. The Death of Caesar. This tree had many branches, and they were very lush. On the larger branches, some smaller branches would split off. On the smaller branches hung large clusters of wild kiwis, all ripe. The fruit in front of Yihan had been pecked by birds, showing damage, revealing the green flesh inside, releasing a fruity aroma. Smelling this sweet scent, Yihan felt tempted. He picked one, broke it apart, and brought it to his mouth. The ripe flesh melted in his mouth. The sweet flavor exploded in his mouth, mixed with just the right amount of sourness. It was simply delicious. Yihan's eyes lit up. He simply set up a feast right there. One wild kiwi after another went into his mouth, leaving the audience drooling. Fresh fruit. How many people longed for this in the apocalyptic blue star? Dragon Country contestant Yihan obtained one wild kiwi, triggering 10,000 times return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 10,000 wild kiwis. Dragon Country contestant Yihan. Announcements began to appear. Some audience members calculated Yihan ate more than 20 wild kiwis on the spot. He triggered the 10,000 times return 3 times. Dragon Country thus received 30,000 wild kiwis. And those 20 or so wild kiwis were just a drop in the bucket for this tree. This was a frenzy, a feast. In every underground shelter of Dragon Country, crazy cheers erupted. At this time, Yihan had almost finished eating. He wiped his mouth and began harvesting. Clusters of wild kiwis were plucked along with small branches and placed in the backpack behind him, which soon became completely full. Because there were already many items in the backpack, such as that piece of obsidian and a large pile of wild vegetables, Yihan had no choice but to go back first, drop off the items, and then come back again. Oh no! This backpack is already big enough, yet it still doesn't hold enough. If only Yihan had a storage bag or a space ring. Return, return, return. 10,000 times is not enough. It should be 100,000 times return, 1,000,000 times, 10 million times. To be honest, I thought about this. I believe perhaps as our Dragon Country contestants become stronger and live better, we might really trigger higher level returns in the future. Right. 10,000 times return is too little. I would be willing to sacrifice all of Zayawazi's national luck for our Dragon Country to have 1 billion times return. Looking at these fresh kiwis, everyone was salivating. If only the return multiplier could increase, that would be wonderful. At this point, Yihan was back with a full load at the wooden cabin base. He emptied everything from the backpack, piling it on the ground. He put the piece of obsidian in the corner of the wooden cabin, separating the wild vegetables and kiwis into 2 piles. Then Yihan set off on his journey again. This time, he brought the cooking pot too. The audience exclaimed that Yihan was smart. This pot could hold quite a lot of kiwis. Yihan, with the backpack on his back and the pot in his arms, returned to the kiwi tree. Soon, he filled both the backpack and the pot. The continuous returns made everyone in Dragon Country cheer with joy. All the other competitors understood clearly, Yihan had found a wild kiwi tree. I'm so hungry, I want to eat kiwis too. Wuan lay outside the cave, soaking up the sun, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Yihan is truly amazing. He has made a huge contribution to the Dragon Country. I want to perform well too. Master Lin Shi made a firm decision to turn over a new leaf. In the dangerous wild world, one could die in an instant if they weren't careful. But as long as one isn't exceptionally unlucky, surviving isn't that hard. Yihan, my wooden house is almost built. Over here, Long Yi had already chopped enough wood and started constructing his wooden house. This also attracted quite a few spectators, cheering for him. Yi Han returned again, amazing. "Oh no, I have a fish on the hook." Fisherman Yu was fishing, an audience member jokingly said he was fishing for an eternity. "Big brother Yi Han is so awesome, I can't fall behind." A slightly immature yet heroic young boy murmured, clenching his fists. He was a contestant from the Dragon Country, a 15-year-old genius martial arts boy named Shin Baiju. Good-looking, with an impressive physique, he would undoubtedly be a young star in the entertainment circle, loved by many mothers. "Yi Han, well done. I want to give back too, to contribute to the Dragon Country. Wife, are you watching my live stream? I miss you so much. This wild kudzu root is very developed, but it's not easy to dig out, keep it up." One by one, the contestants from the Dragon Country were very excited. Yi Han played an excellent leading role, his repeated returns were very inspiring. Even if some contestants felt fear because of the dangerous wild world and wavered, seeing Yi Han's accomplishments made them quickly bounce back. Besides the aforementioned contestants, the Dragon Country also had a hunter, Zhou Kaihuang, a national-level chef, Chef Lin Wei, and a gold medal-winning athlete named Nan Bingtian. The 10 contestants included one last contestant, the only other female contestant from the Dragon Country aside from Wu Wan. Heir to a traditional Chinese medicine family, Shin Mo. It is said that her Chinese medicine skills are exceptional, and she is very beautiful. Although her performances in survival are not outstanding, she has many fans who support her, watching over her every day. They were once again shocked and excited by Yi Han's continuous returns. Currently, our 10 contestants from the Dragon Country have Yi Han at an absolute T0 level, far ahead. Dragon Team is T1, undoubtedly the first tier. Even others, including Mom Wu Wan and Trickster Master Lin Chi, can manage to eat meat, at least they are T2 level. If our contestants from the Dragon Country could gather, it would be absolutely invincible, sweeping the wild world. Right now, we still don't know how large this wild world is, but I feel the chance of contestants meeting is very low. But Mingxiang and Caesar have met, the Dragon Team even cremated the beautiful country's Paul. Yi Han triggered another return. Yi Han is truly sent by the heavens to support the Dragon Country. A large number of audience members were all buzzing with excitement. Every time the return announcement appeared, they would cheer collectively, shouting Yi Han's name, the scene overwhelming. Finally, after going back and forth 5 times, Yi Han had completely picked all the Kiwis. During this time, he returned 68,000 Kiwis to the Dragon Country. However, in the process, Yi Han also got injured. He was stung by a caterpillar, and the back of his left hand was a bit red and swollen. This is a minor issue. In the wild, this is unavoidable. The audience felt pity for Yi Han. Those who have been stung know it's no fun, and it takes at least 2 days to recover. Yi Han returned to the wooden house base, quickly washed the sweat off, and began preparing lunch. Just at this moment, an incredibly shocking message spread. The contestant from the beautiful country, Caesar Lawrence, is dead. Chapter 45, Killing to Rob National Luck. Chaos in beautiful country. This explosive news caught everyone by surprise. In recent days, everyone had been waiting for the news of Asuka's death. But unexpectedly, it was Caesar who ended up dead. What on earth happened? At this moment, Caesar's livestream had been completely shut down, which meant he was completely dead. So the audience could only come to Asuka's livestream. Here, they witnessed a very bloody scene. Some viewers even vomited on the spot, expelling the black energy blocks they had eaten for lunch. At the crime scene, Caesar was naked, lying in a pool of blood. Asuka was holding a large stone with both hands, repeatedly smashing it against Caesar's head. Even though Caesar was already dead, she continued. Watching as Caesar's head was smashed to a pulp, turning into a mess. Damn! Asuka has killed Caesar. Can someone tell me what happened? I was just busy watching Yi Han pick kiwi. Wait, did you guys notice? Not only did Caesar lose his head above, but his other head is also gone. Hiss. It looks like it was bitten off, gives me chills all over. Asuka's mouth is full of blood, she was the one who bit it. Of course, if it wasn't her bite, could it be yours? Asuka's livestream went completely crazy, viewers from around the world flocked in. Finally, someone recounted what had happened. This morning, Caesar went out searching for food. To prevent Asuka from escaping, he tied her up, keeping her at the door of his shelter, just like a guard dog. When he returned empty-handed, he grabbed Asuka by the hair and dragged her into the shelter, wanting to vent his frustrations. But what he didn't know was that during his absence, Asuka had quietly freed herself and found a sharp stone, hiding it in the shelter. In fact, even then, some viewers had already figured out that Asuka was likely planning to kill Caesar. However, at that moment, everyone's focus was mainly on Yi Han's crazy returns, and even if someone sent a message, it was quickly buried, almost lost in the sea. So hardly anyone paid attention to this matter. Inside the shelter, Caesar held Asuka's hair roughly, pushing her head down. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed. Caesar was no longer whole. He was horrified, and enduring the excruciating pain, he punched Asuka hard, but Asuka's gaze was fierce as she delivered a blow like a monkey stealing peaches. With all her strength, Caesar was in agony, rolling his eyes, completely losing his capacity to resist. Asuka seized the stone she had hidden, beginning her frenzied assault. At first, Caesar could still barely raise his hand, trying to stop Asuka. But soon, he completely went still. Everyone also saw a public notice. Notice, Beautiful Country's player Caesar Lawrence has been killed by Little Wokoku's player Asuka Tenha. Beautiful Country's national luck value decreased by 10, current national luck value 70. Warning, if the national luck value is 60 or below, the chance of triggering 10,000-fold returns will be halved. Little Wokoku gains 10 national luck points, current national luck value 100. The content of the notice shocked the entire Blue Star and all the players. Even Yihan, who was cooking lunch, was stunned. Killing someone can actually take away national luck value. I really didn't expect that the country with the lowest national luck value right now is the powerful dominating country, Beautiful Country. Little Wokoku previously lost a player named Wildfield Show, and now Asuka has brought it back, restoring to 100 national luck points. Yihan couldn't help but feel emotional. However, this had no real impact on him. Even if killing players from other countries could steal national luck value, in essence, it was not much different from before. The national competition is a matter of national fate, and different countries are naturally on opposing sides. But now, the opposition has only grown stronger. Moreover, the chance of encountering players from other countries in the wilderness world is quite low. Even if someone were to come, Yihan could quickly spot them using the map, and his combat power is unmatched. So after a moment of amazement, Yihan continued with his lunch preparations. However, this is a massive disaster for Beautiful Nation. The whole of Beautiful Nation is enraged. Caesar can die, but he can't die at the hands of Asuka. Who is Asuka? A forbidden actress from the small country of Japan. What does this represent? A dog daring to bite its owner. Little Japan, seeking death. Declare war, annihilate Little Japan, kill them all. I will massacre the Japanese, and cut off all their heads. What should we do? Our national fate is at its lowest, already on the edge of a cliff. It's over, let it be destroyed, let us all die together. Damn it, before I die, I'm going to enjoy myself first. Right then, in the underground shelters across Beautiful Nation, multiple riots broke out. Some took advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and loot, committing every crime imaginable. They stole others' supplies and even killed people. Others discovered that the shelter managers were hiding canned goods and biscuits that had been saved before the apocalypse. This news spread, sparking even more riots, and the country fell into internal chaos. In the end, Beautiful Nation's government deployed the army and special forces, forcefully killing all the rioters, barely restoring order. Otherwise, before the national fate value hit 0, they would have self-destructed due to internal strife. Meanwhile, Little Japan has risen. Now they have 100 national fate points. Beautiful Nation only has a pitiful 70. Little Japan has never been anyone's dog, and we will never be a dog. Our nation is the greatest, the strongest. Now, Little Japan warns Beautiful Nation, since you are weak, stay in your place, don't provoke us. This declaration infuriated Beautiful Nation to no end. And Dragon Nation, Stick Nation, and other countries were all watching the spectacle. This is so typical of Little Japan. Little Japan is exactly like this, no doubt about it. This nation really plays the role of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to perfection. Reversal of fate. Little Japan warns Beautiful Nation, ha ha ha. When you've lived long enough, you get to see everything. The entire Blue Star was in an uproar, with all kinds of discussions and debates flooding the airwaves. At this moment, Yihan had already finished preparing his lunch and quickly finished eating. He was hurrying to build his own earthen kiln. Soon, the audience saw Yihan once again showcase his professional skills, starting from scratch to construct the initial form of the earthen kiln. Although some people still didn't understand why Yihan was building an earthen kiln, they gradually accepted it. Now, no one had the right to criticize Yihan. Whatever he did, they would just watch quietly. Most of the resources in Dragon Nation's possession were all thanks to Yihan's efforts. Yihan was amazing, and that was all that mattered. Meanwhile, some viewers noticed that Asuka had closed her livestream. Asuka closed her livestream. What is she going to do? Contestants can choose to close their livestreams so that viewers can't see them. Generally speaking, this happens when they are doing something more private. Asuka, being an adult film star, was already used to being filmed. When Caesar repeatedly violated her, she never closed her livestream. But now, she closed it? Many viewers began to speculate about what was happening. There is a guess that sends chills down one's spine. Because there is no food left in Caesar's shack. By the time Asuka starts her live stream again, a full 5 hours have passed. In the live stream, Asuka's figure appears. It is clear that she is dressed up, no longer looking like the disheveled and ragged person she was before. The dust and blood on her face have been washed away, her hair is wet, tied back with a vine as a hair tie. Although her clothes are quite tattered, they give off a pure and sensual vibe. It's hard to imagine that she just killed someone. Asuka just went to take a shower. I have never seen such a plot before. She has a new workout. Where did Caesar's body go? The bloodstains in the shack have been cleaned up, and even the dirt has been dug away. They must have buried it somewhere, or burned it. Wait, everyone look. A huge pile of stuff covered by leaves has appeared in the corner of the shack. Could it be Caesar's body? It definitely isn't. Who would leave a body where they sleep? Each contestant's shelter is filled with tools and food. As the discussion continued, everyone began to feel something wasn't right. Asuka is kneeling inside the shack, smiling, giving off a chilly feeling that makes one's hair stand on end. In another place, at the kiln factory where Yihan is. He took off his clothes, wearing only a pair of shorts. Honestly, it's not that he wants to show off his good figure, but he is afraid of getting mud on his clothes and having to wash them. Yihan is using a shovel to mix a huge pile of mud in front of him. In this mud, he has also mixed in plenty of straw to enhance its stability. Next to him is a frame made of branches, forming the outline of an earth kiln. The wind blows, but this frame doesn't budge. This is Yihan's strength. Many experienced masters looked on, astonished. Yihan built the sturdiest earth kiln under the simplest conditions. Next, Yihan is pounding the mud into lumps, forcing out the air inside, creating a loud popping sound. Instantly, many viewers were reminded of their childhood. I used to play like this as a kid. I mixed pee with mud and slapped it on the wall. Ah, buddy, you're not that young anymore. How old is your kid? I'm post-2000, I never did this. My dad mentioned he liked to play like this when he was a kid. He was born in '69. I loved playing with those four-wheel drive cars, zooming super fast. You guys can't compare. I played Peace Elite, stole my mom's money for skins, almost got killed. The audience chatted happily, reminiscing about their childhood memories. Meanwhile, Yihan starts filling the mud into the frame, gradually truly building up an earth kiln. This is amazing. The mud is holding together, it hasn't fallen down. Bing Bing exclaimed in wonder, staring intently at the live stream screen. Yihan's movements were meticulous, leaving no flaws, yet very fast, still looking pleasing to the eye. Building an earth kiln felt like creating a work of art. This proves his skill in this area is extremely high. Many people have become numb. Every time they think Yihan is out of ideas, he manages to pull out something new. Finally, under the witness of a vast audience, this earth kiln has been successfully built by Yihan. Including some internal structures, like the fire chamber and smokestack, everything is complete. Experts know the tricks, while outsiders come to watch the fun. Of course, most people are outsiders and can't understand it all, purely cheering 666. Alright. Next, we just need to wait for the earth kiln to dry. Yihan clapped his hands, letting out a breath. In front of him, the earth kiln. Like a huge steamed bun, it sat on the ground. With its earthy yellow color, many people said this was a pumpkin bun, or a brown sugar bun, and so on. Everyone was craving it, even those who didn't like steamed buns before would kneel and shout grandpa if given one. The earthen kiln was built, but there was still a distance to build a brick house. Yihan returned to the wooden cabin base and went to the creek to wash off the mud from his body. The refreshing creek water splashed against him, washing away the dirt, feeling very comfortable. Hey, Dragon King, now eat some kiwi. So many kiwis, I need to process them quickly, or they will rot. Yihan sat down on a tree stump and began to eat the kiwi. He didn't waste the kiwi skin, he could feed it to the chickens. Chickens are omnivores, they can basically eat anything. Yihan ate while selecting the kiwis. Some were already rotten, and he tossed them away. Eating rotten fruit can easily make you sick. Getting sick in the wilderness is no joke. He also picked out some that had been pecked by birds and took them to feed the chickens. Soon, a large pile of kiwi skins had stacked up in front of Yihan. He was almost full. Then there were still 4 piles of kiwis. The first pile was ripe kiwis, already quite soft, needing to be eaten quickly to avoid rotting. The second pile was still relatively hard kiwis, which could be stored for at least a day or two without worrying about spoiling. The third pile was kiwis that were of medium softness. Yihan planned to make dried fruit to preserve them. The fourth pile was damaged but not rotten, they could be fed to the chickens. Sorted and neatly arranged. Yihan is peeling one pile of kiwis, then cutting them into slices with a bamboo stick. I get it, he wants to make dried kiwi for easier storage. Bing Bing understood Yihan's actions and shouted out. She was confident, this time she would definitely guess right. Yes, you're right. My 5-year-old son also guessed it. Bing Bing is really smart, amazing. Oh my. Bing Bing actually figured out that Yihan is making dried fruit. Come on, quickly give her an award. Looking at these sarcastic comments, Bing Bing felt both annoyed and amused. Of course, everyone meant no harm, just having fun. Soon, Yihan had a large pile of kiwi slices laid out on a big bamboo sieve. The big bamboo sieve was clean, with no dirt on it, perfect for use right now. Of course, one big bamboo sieve wasn't enough because there were too many kiwis. Yihan also used some big leaves, washed them clean, and spread kiwi slices on top. Next, they needed to be sun-dried, and he could also use the heat from the bonfire to assist in removing the moisture from the kiwi slices. After a busy time, a large area of kiwi slices began to dry and dehydrate before Yihan. However, now, since it was getting late, the sun was starting to set, turning into dusk, he could only continue drying them. In the blink of an eye, it was dinner time. Yihan touched his stomach and felt he wasn't very hungry, because he had eaten a belly full of kiwis. So for dinner, he planned to keep it simple, just eating yam puree with vegetables and pork cubes, while skipping the rest. When Yihan started to cook dinner, some viewers noticed that Asuka was in Caesar's shelter, smiling and turning off the live stream. Everyone fell silent, knowing full well what she was about to do. The cruelest side of wilderness survival was laid bare before everyone. Chapter 47, Tanning Lynx Fur. Saltbush and Gallnuts. Next, everyone knew what Asuka was going to do. But in a tacit understanding, no one said much. The screen returned to Yihan's livestream. He was happily eating. This yam puree is really delicious. Soft, sweet, and sticky at the entrance, with a faint milky taste that melts in the mouth. Everyone, look at this piece of pork. Listen carefully. Yihan took a big mouthful of mashed yam, with a pork cube the size of a dice on top, and put it all into his mouth, chewing slowly. Then the audience heard the sound of juice bursting open. Many people could imagine that moment when the delicious meat juice exploded in the mouth, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yihan is not human. Actually, he's pretending. That mashed yam doesn't taste good, it's bitter. Yeah, that pork must smell fishy. I don't like it, I'm not jealous at all. Ha, that's the real-life version of saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Another day has passed, and before we know it, this wilderness survival has already lasted 6 days. What? Today is only the 6th day? Not even a week? As the bullet comments rushed by, Yihan finished his dinner, took out a bamboo chip, and carved a mark on it. The audience saw that on this bamboo chip, there was already a character shaped like the word Zhang, which meant 5 days had passed. The newest carved line represented the 6th day. The 6th day is about to pass. Yihan felt a bit emotional in his heart. In just 6 short days, his life had changed completely. And it made the entire Dragon Nation see great hope and feel deeply inspired. Let's see how the dried kiwi fruit is doing. Yihan put away the bamboo chip and started checking the condition of the kiwi slices. The temperature was well controlled, the moisture inside the kiwi slices was constantly evaporating. Yihan flipped them one by one, adjusted their positions, and continued baking. This work wasn't tiring, but it was quite tedious and troublesome. Yihan bent over and finished flipping all the kiwi slices. Then he began to tidy up the tent. That meant he was finally going to live in the wooden house. Yihan is moving into the wooden house. Congratulations, Yihan, on your new home. Seeing this scene, Bing Bing said with a smile. Yihan folded up the tent, packed it neatly, and placed it in the corner of the wooden house, next to the obsidian. Then he moved the big tree leaves that had been laid on the floor inside the tent, exactly as they were, into the wooden house. For now, I can only sleep on the leaves. Tomorrow I'll make a bed, and then treat the lynx skin properly. Lying on the leaves, Yihan made up his mind. The kiln burning work ahead was not something that could be done in a day or two. It was time to make a bamboo bed, and then tan the lynx skin to use as a mattress. Right now, the lynx skin couldn't be used at all. How to describe it? It was like washing a pair of jeans on a freezing winter day and drying them outside. So stiff that you could stick them in the ground and they'd stand up straight. After resting for a while, Yihan got up, walked out of the wooden house, and took the lynx skin to the stream. The first step of tanning was soaking. Yihan tied one leg of the lynx skin with vines and fastened it to a big rock. That way, the stream water could keep soaking and washing the lynx skin. It could even attract tiny creatures in the water to nibble away the leftover fat and impurities on the skin, making the next tanning step easier. Yihan's conditions were limited, so he could only use the ancient tanning method, which took quite some time. One round of tanning often didn't have much effect. It needed several rounds before the skin could become smooth and soft. Of course, Yihan didn't have very high standards, as long as it wasn't too hard. He estimated it would take about 3 rounds of tanning. As for the tanning method, he planned to use both plant tanning and oil tanning at the same time. After making sure the lynx skin wouldn't be washed away by the stream, Yihan went back to the campfire to check on the dried kiwi fruit. After all this baking, the kiwi slices had already begun to shrink and deform a little. Their color also turned slightly yellow, no longer as bright green as at the beginning. To make the kind of dried kiwi sold in supermarkets, there are actually some complicated processes. For example, using some prepared agents to wash away the astringency while also preserving the original emerald green of the kiwi, and finally drying it. Yihan directly dried them, so the taste and appearance would be slightly less, but still very good. Bing Bing explained to everyone. At this moment, Yihan began to pack the dried kiwi into large bamboo tubes. He kept quite a few bamboo tubes for storage purposes. Some contain lard, and some contain boiled and cooled water. Now with some extra bamboo tubes, he could hold the dried kiwi. He also tried a piece and found it quite nice. Dried kiwi had more chewiness, making it a great snack or dessert after meals. We have a little snack now. Yihan lay in the wooden house, inhaling the fruity aroma and soon fell asleep. The audience expressed that Yihan was actually snacking. 6 days of survival in the wilderness, freedom to eat meat, having 2 houses, plus a little snack, it was simply unbelievable. The next morning, Yihan woke up ready for a new day. He was full of energy and enthusiasm. After breakfast, he headed to the kiln factory to check the state of his earthen kiln. The exterior of the kiln had dried up, no longer in a wet state. But there must still be a lot of moisture inside, and it needed to continue drying before it could be used. Yihan nodded and left, making his way towards Longsho Mountain. Seeing this scene, the audience was all very excited. Yihan is going to explore Longsho Mountain. Bing Bing exclaimed with great anticipation. Please don't talk. Oh no. Bing Bing said Yihan is going to explore Longsho Mountain, it must be dangerous. Yihan seems to be looking for something, really. He won't even give us a hint. Guessing from Bing Bing's words definitely won't work, it has to be Yihan who tells us himself. Except when eating, where he becomes a food blogger, Yihan is usually quite aloof, like a cool god. What is Yihan still missing? Is he hunting or looking for wild vegetables? Ha ha ha. Yihan is eating sweet flag as a snack. The comments flooded in, as everyone closely watched Yihan's every move. Yihan casually snapped a piece of sweet flag and popped it into his mouth. Sweet flag, known as sourpole, is tart, and many people have eaten it as a snack. In addition, Yihan also picked some young shoots that could be eaten as wild vegetables. With the complete plant guide, this wilderness seemed to be full of food everywhere. However, Yihan was not out looking for wild vegetables. He continued forward, already passing the kiwi trees from yesterday. Finally, he found what he was looking for. Ahead, there were small saplings growing, flowering, and bearing clusters of fruit. These fruits were small and had a layer of white shell on the outside. Some audience members recognized this as salt myrtle. Not only that, but at the base of these plants' leaves, there were many irregularly shaped green lumps, called gallnuts. Seeing this scene, Yihan nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 48, Gallnut Honey. Beekeeper Yihan. Yihan stepped forward, reaching out to pick a few small fruits and popped them into his mouth. Suddenly, a sour and salty flavor burst forth, very unique. It's salt myrtle. Could it be that Yihan wants to use this instead of salt? But that actually won't work. Bing Bing became a bit anxious. She had been learning about various plants in the wilderness every day, and immediately recognized the salt myrtle. The outer shell of salt myrtle has a salty taste, but it cannot replace table salt because the potassium and sodium content is relatively low. As everyone knows, the component of common table salt is sodium chloride. Therefore, this plant cannot replace table salt. Bing Bing, don't worry. Yihan's strength is clear to everyone. He won't make such a silly mistake. Since Bing Bing has said this, then Yihan definitely won't do that. This thing is a good item. My grandpa likes to use its root to stew pig's feet, and it tastes really good. I understand now. Yihan is looking for this plant to prepare for tanning lynx skins. Some people say it is called saltskin wood, while others say it is called fivefold. Why is that? A flood of comments surged, and the audience kept discussing. And some skilled people had already seen through Yihan's intentions. Seeing this, Bing Bing looked at her smartwatch, took a sip of water, and prepared to explain. But at that moment, Yihan spoke up. This plant is called saltskin wood. Its fruit has a salty and sour taste, which can replace the taste of salt for seasoning, but it cannot provide the salt that the human body needs. Yihan spoke, clarifying everything, and dispelling some audience worries. Sure enough, Yihan understood this plant very well, and there was no need to worry. Then you can see these irregularly shaped green lumps, these are fivefolds. This is not the fruit of saltskin wood, but the work of a pest called fivefold aphids. Fivefold aphids bite saltskin wood, causing it to react and produce these small green lumps, which are filled with many larvae of the fivefold aphids. Yihan also broke open a green lump to show the audience. Inside was empty, hiding numerous tiny eggs. This is also a type of traditional Chinese medicine, which can treat night sweats, heat, and stop diarrhea. As Yi Han explained, everyone completely recognized this peculiar plant. Ding Ding was stunned, suddenly feeling at risk of losing her job. Yi Han had stolen all her lines. I am looking for salt skin wood, this time mainly for the tannic acid found in this plant. It can be used to tan lynx skins. As Yi Han spoke, he had already begun to deal with the salt skin wood in front of him. He directly uprooted it, as the root can also be useful for cooking various meats. Before long, Yi Han had obtained more than 10 plants of saltskin wood. This plant is usually not very tall, and Yi Han bound the more than 10 saltskin woods with vines, preparing to carry them away. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of a tree ahead, hanging with several beehives. Beehives mean honey. This discovery made Yi Han's eyes light up. Following Yi Han's gaze, the audience also saw the beehives. Although each beehive was not very large, about the size of a human head, there were a full 3 of them. If he could get them, he could produce quite a bit of honey. However, someone noticed that the beehives seemed to have a hint of green. This made people feel something was off. Many had never heard of or seen green beehives. That is fivefold honey. Because the bees collect nectar from fivefolds, the honey produced will have a light green color, a slight bitterness, and the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. It's quite a rare honey. Bing Bing learned to answer quickly. Fivefold honey, not bad. We need to find a way to get it. Yi Han immediately decided to take all 3 beehives. Ding! Just then, the system's choice was triggered. Host discovers beehive, triggering choice. Option 1, ignore it and gain the disease cataract. Option 2, use smoke method to obtain beehive, gain A-level beekeeping ability. Option 3, steal the beehive and hide in the water, gain the ability to hold breath underwater for 5 minutes. Seeing these 3 options, Yi Han couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This was the 3rd time he saw the underwater breath holding for 5 minutes reward, but unfortunately, he still had no fate with it. He wanted beekeeping ability more. With beekeeping ability, becoming a beekeeper would allow him to obtain a continuous supply of honey. Moreover, the smoke method was originally Yi Han's plan to use. In nature, all creatures, including humans, are afraid of smoke. When a fire occurs, many animals and humans don't die from being burned, but from being suffocated by the smoke. First, I'll head back, then come over to handle the beehives. Yi Han, carrying a large bundle of saltbush wood, began his journey home. Upon returning to the cabin base, he grabbed fire starter and a bamboo pole, and immediately rushed back. The audience was filled with anticipation, discussing wildly. Earlier, when Yi Han dug up the saltbush wood, he didn't trigger a return. The beehive should trigger one now. It definitely will. What Yi Han returns is always good stuff. Yi Han is amazing, his luck is incredible, he's the god of the wilderness. Honestly, our Dragon Nation players have been lucky, blessed by the heavens. Congratulations to the Dragon team for moving into their cabin, haha. Everyone, Wu Wan over there made a door for the cave, it's pretty interesting. While Yi Han was rushing back and forth, some viewers visited other contestants' live streams. They found that Dragon 1's cabin had been completed. It was clear that Dragon team's strength lay more in combat. Their cabin was far inferior to Yi Han's. If Yi Han's cabin represented the standard answer, scoring full marks, then Dragon 1's cabin was just barely passing. It could be lived in, wouldn't collapse, and met the most basic needs. As for appearance and structure, they were lacking. But still, this was the second cabin in the wilderness world, also from a Dragon Nation contestant, worth celebrating. Then there was Wu Wan, who used branches to tie together and made a door for her cave. It fit perfectly at the cave's entrance. This brought a sense of security. So some viewers jokingly said, after Shenong and Swearen, Wu Wan had added another title. The Caveman of the Mountain Top. Then some people countered, saying Wu Wan's cave wasn't on a mountaintop, but at the foot of a small hill. So she could be called the Cavewoman of the Hill, or the Cavewoman of the Foot of the Mountain. In the end, more viewers chose the title Cavewoman of the Foot of the Mountain, and Wu Wan gained a new nickname. At this point, Yi Han had already returned to the location of the beehives. He began collecting branches to start a fire, lighting a bonfire beneath each beehive. Yi Han specifically picked some damp branches, so the smoke would be thicker. Soon, thick smoke began to rise. Buzz buzz buzz. The bees were startled and flew out of the hives, flying chaotically. Some even crashed into the trees. Instinctively, they tried to escape the smoke and heat, so they could only fly away from the hives. At this point, Yi Han should have stayed away, keeping his distance. But he, being skillful and bold, hid behind a tree, holding a shovel in one hand and a bamboo pole in the other. Occasionally, 1 or 2 confused bees flew near him, and Yi Han managed to swat them away with the shovel. His quick reflexes were no longer just a figure of speech. Once all the bees had left the hives, Yi Han started to act, using the bamboo pole to knock the hives down, quickly bringing down all 3. When the hives hit the ground, Yihan picked them up and placed them into his basket, while also covering the bonfires with dirt, putting out the flames. The whole operation was smooth as flowing water, and Yihan had gathered 3 fivefold bee nests. The system notification popped up, and he had obtained an A-grade beekeeping ability, becoming a beekeeper and never needing to worry about honey again. At the same time, an announcement appeared. This harvest triggered a 10,000-fold return, and all 3 beehives were returned at once. Chapter 49, Sleep Aid Streamer Yihan. The little Japanese invades Longshou Mountain. Dragon Nation contestant Yihan obtained 3 fivefold bee nests, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to Dragon Nation for receiving 30,000 fivefold bee nests. 3 bundles returned together, directly 30,000 beehives rich with gallnut honey. After a brief silence, the entire dragon country erupted in cheers. So amazing! Thank you, Yihan, for returning 30,000 beehives to the dragon country. Ice was so excited that she shouted. A large number of comments flooded in, and the audience was thrilled. Beehives? Yihan just reminded me, I can do this too. When Long Yi saw this announcement, he immediately trembled with excitement. He had poked a beehive when he was a child and got stung several times, crying out in pain. So, Long Yi immediately began searching for beehives. Yihan triggered the return again. Honey is a great thing, I want some too. At the foot of the mountain, the cave person, Wu Wan, was very envious. But she dared not go after a beehive, she would definitely get stung. Yihan is too strong. In my previous video work, I had such content, but those beehives were bought and just hung on trees, I could just pick them. Sigh. Master Lianqi sighed deeply. I want to learn from Big Brother Yihan and contribute more to the dragon country. Grandpa, how has your health been lately? The talented martial arts boy, Jin Baiju, said. Yihan's return once again inspired the players from the dragon country. Everyone was energized and worked even harder. At this moment, Yihan had already returned to the wooden cabin headquarters with the beehives. Behind him, the back basket was stained with a lot of honey, causing some waste. Because when he knocked down the beehive with a bamboo pole, one of the beehives broke. Yihan hurriedly placed all 3 beehives into the pot. He began cutting the beehives, letting the honey flow out into the pot. There are honey larvae in the beehives, many people love to eat this. I want to try too. Yihan scraped the white honey larvae from the beehive and placed them in a bamboo tube. When it's lunchtime, he could fry them, they say it's very fragrant. Seeing the honey larvae, some audience members were already drooling. Many people really enjoyed this treat. A big pot of honey. Start portioning it out. Yihan was filled with joy as he stored the honey into bamboo tubes. Honey doesn't have an expiration date, and it basically won't spoil. One by one, the large bamboo tubes were filled with honey, and the lids were placed on. This honey looks really beautiful, with a bit of sparkling emerald green, very pretty. Ice couldn't help but drool. After packing all the honey, Yihan had 3 beehives left to eat. He simply cleaned the outer shell, cut the honeycomb into pieces, and chewed on it. Wow, it's very sweet. The aftertaste is slightly bitter, with a unique medicinal aroma. Yihan nodded in satisfaction, chewing on the honeycomb. This is not that purely sweet honey, the taste is richer, and Yihan really likes it. He simply sat on a tree stump, constantly munching on the honeycomb while the audience watched and listened to the sound. Wow, Yihan has transformed into an ASMR streamer. Account name, Yihan ASMR, Sleep Aid. No kidding, I've really seen such videos, a beautiful girl chewing on a beehive. I especially love watching this. I even rewarded the female streamer with a flower, and she said thank you to me. Yihan is enjoying himself, I want to try too. He's saving the honeycomb scraps he spits out to feed the chickens, that's really impressive. Did you guys notice? Yihan didn't throw away the leftover bones and the ashes from the bonfire, he saved them instead. A flood of comments surged, and the audience kept discussing. Yihan continued eating the honeycomb while checking out the beekeeping ability he had just acquired. Beekeeping is a science. First, I need to make a beehive, this is easy for me. Then, I need to lure the bees into the hive, this step requires applying beeswax inside the hive. I can't eat this honeycomb anymore, I need to save it to make beeswax. Yihan thought to himself. In fact, he didn't eat much, about half a honeycomb. The remaining beehive, Yihan immediately started to use it to refine beeswax. It's actually quite simple, just add some water to the pot, melt it, and pour it into a mold. In addition to attracting bees, beeswax is also a skincare product and can be used to make candles, among many other uses. While melting the beeswax, Yihan also began to process the more than 10 saltskin wood plants he had brought back. He chopped off the root section, washed it clean by the stream, just in time for lunch to stew pig's trotters. The remaining parts could be used to tan lynx fur. There are too many things to do. The pot is also not enough, if only I could have 2 pots. Yihan murmured. He had long been dissatisfied with the lack of pots. He wanted to have 2 pots. I'll think about it later. I can make a pottery pot for use. Yihan thought to himself. However, the pottery pot is easier to break and heavier. In every aspect, it would definitely not perform as well as the camping pot among the initial supplies. This camping pot could be called a magical tool, with a large capacity, lightweight, and sturdy. Next, Yihan continued to stay busy. He went to the stream to scrub the lynx fur. After a night of being washed and soaked in the stream, the lynx fur was no longer so dry and hard. Yihan found a suitable stone in the stream, its edges quite blunt, which could be used to scrape off the remaining grease and impurities from the inside of the fur. He scraped once, and then scrubbed repeatedly. Tanning fur requires patience, a constant repetition of actions, and Yihan was mentally prepared for this. Scraping and scrubbing, he worked diligently for more than half an hour. At this time, the beeswax was ready, and Yihan poured it into a bamboo tube for storage. After cooling down, the beeswax would solidify. When needed, just heat it up again, and the beeswax would melt. Yihan is keeping this beeswax. He might want to make candles. There is a bonfire for lighting at night, so candles aren't needed. Using beeswax can attract wild bees. Becoming a beekeeper. I am a beekeeper. Will Yihan really keep bees? It's not certain. He is tanning fur, which is another new skill. Everyone, quickly go and watch the live stream of Xiaowazi, Disherwan Miao. It seems she is at our Longzhou mountain. What? Xiaowazi has come to Longzhou mountain? That is our Long Kingdom's territory. At this moment, a piece of news came out, causing a sensation. Someone discovered that the Xiaowagua player, Disherwan Miao, appeared to be at Longzhou mountain. A large number of viewers surged into her live stream, observing carefully. There is such a large waterfall, and below it, a lake can be seen. This is Longzhou mountain. Xiaowazi invades Longzhou mountain. This is a heavy piece of news. And this Disherwan Miao is an ugly old woman, who had made many malicious comments targeting Long Kingdom even before the apocalypse arrived. Countless people from Long Kingdom hated her very much. At this moment, Disherwan Miao was soaking wet and in a terrible state. While fetching water, she accidentally fell into the river and was swept all the way to the end of the river, where there was a waterfall ahead. At the critical moment, Disherwan Miao grabbed onto a fallen tree, barely managing to climb ashore. The place she got up was right at the top of Longzhou mountain. She was seen with a backpack on her back and a pot in her arms, moving cautiously, trying to descend the mountain. My pot! At that moment, she accidentally slipped, fell, and the pot rolled out of her arms, falling down the waterfall and being swept away. But she immediately forgot about this pot because she lost control of her body, starting to roll down the rugged and steep Longzhou mountain. Some viewers saw that her leg was already broken, the white bone protruded sharply through the flesh, looking very horrific. Chapter 50, Gifts from Nature. Trigger a series of choices. This scene made people's scalp numb. Even through the live stream screen, one could feel the intense pain. And this is an open fracture. It basically announced the death sentence of the Low City late sprout. For a moment, many countries were cheering. Setting aside the struggle for survival in the wilderness, this Low City late sprout is also infamous internationally. Originally, she was flattering the beautiful country, targeting the dragon country. But now the beautiful country is utterly disgusted by little Japan, wishing to eliminate all little Japanese to relieve their anger. So, in the barrage, everyone except the little Japanese is cheering. Haha, Low City late sprout is doomed. This is the fate of invading my dragon country's territory. Those who offend my dragon country, no matter how far, must be punished, 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 punished. Good. Little Japanese dare to kill our beautiful country's people, they are already on the death path. Beautiful. Why does little Japan have 100 points of national fortune? Hurry and lower it. I wonder if this thing is even a person. How can it look so ugly? Must have mutated after drinking nuclear waste. The end of Blue Star is all the fault of little Japan. A massive barrage surged, all were condemning. At this time, this Low City late sprout had already fainted from the pain, and was foaming at the mouth. She rolled down and finally stopped when a big tree caught her, a bit further down the mountainside. Looking at her, she was incredibly miserable, her face covered in blood, her nose broken, and one of her front teeth missing. Her clothes were torn, and she had even lost a shoe. Her posture was also very strange, both hands raised high above her head, palms facing up, as if surrendering. Her right leg had an open fracture, sharp bone shards piercing through the flesh, and it caught on some plants, tangling with the bone. Her left leg was bent inward in a kneeling position, the knee area torn with a chunk of flesh completely gone, blood flowing profusely. Given this condition, she probably wouldn't live much longer. Instantly, many audience members from the Dragon Country were anxious, rushing into Yihan's livestream. Yihan, urgent call to Yihan. Hurry to Dragon Head Mountain, little Japanese is coming to deliver a head. If you go late, she'll die. Don't let her die on her own, she must die by your hands. National fortune value, national fortune value, national fortune value. Important things said 3 times. Stop shouting, Yihan can't see our barrage anymore, now we can only pray. But how will Yihan discover this matter? Heaven bless. Yihan's livestream fell into madness. Everyone was drooling over those 10 points of national fortune. It's known that the dragon country's current national fortune value is still full, at 100 points. Once Yihan collects the Low City Late Sprout's head, the dragon country's national fortune value could exceed 100, reaching 110. Many viewers speculated that some changes might happen at that time. It would surely bring significant benefits to the dragon country. But no matter how anxious they were, it was useless. Yihan was preparing lunch. One ingredient after another was being processed, and the viewers could guess his menu for today. First is Yihan's favorite now yam puree with diced pork. Then, a big pot of stewed pig trotters. Inside the stewed pig trotters, he added salt, skinwood roots, lemongrass, and garlic for flavor. Bubble, bubble. Steam continuously wafted out from the pot, bringing with it a delightful aroma, and when Yihan took a sniff, he felt refreshed. Fam, today we're having stewed pig trotters. These trotters are a good thing, rich in collagen. Yihan introduced seriously. He was purely tempting the viewers. Unfortunately, everyone's mind was not on the food. Each of them was as anxious as ants on a hot pot, fearing that the Low City Late Sprout might die suddenly. The pig trotters need to be stewed a bit longer, can't rush. They must be soft enough to taste better. Yihan lifted the pot lid to check the state of the pig trotters, and found they were still a bit hard. So he planned to take advantage of the time it takes to stew the pig trotters. Go to the creek, rub the lynx skin. This thing does not fear rubbing, the harder you rub, the softer it will become. Leave it to fate. If I get it, I'm lucky, if I lose it, it's my destiny. Everyone, just keep calm. I believe this time, Yihan definitely can't kill Dishi Wanmiao and gain those 10 points of national fortune. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing sighed and tried to comfort everyone. Dishi Wanmiao was unconscious on Longzhou Mountain. Even if Yihan had the greatest ability, he would still find it hard to discover this matter. No matter how anxious everyone was, it was of no use. But just as Bing Bing's words fell, a miracle happened. Everyone saw Yihan arrive at the creek, and his whole body turned to stone on the spot. Yihan's eyes widened, his mouth opened, standing still, looking at the creek before him. Because he saw a pot. A pot had appeared in the creek, blocked by the lynx skin, and had not been washed away. Yihan was sure his own pot was still cooking pig trotters. So, where did this pot come from? What should I say now? Thank you, Mother Nature, for this gift. Yihan dashed forward and quickly grabbed the pot in his hands. Safely secured. Soon after, he discovered that there were things inside this pot. The lid was on the pot, not lost, because Dishi Wanmiao had tightly bound it with vines. So this pot was complete. Except for a slight dent on the surface, everything else could be considered perfect. Yihan even discovered that the bottom of the pot hadn't turned black, obviously showing it hadn't been used many times. Brand new, a precious item. There are some wild vegetables, small wild fruits, as well as earthworms, grasshoppers, mushrooms. Salt, salt. Yihan checked the supplies in the pot, and he discovered a bag of salt. This discovery made Yihan overjoyed. He had just been lamenting that one pot wasn't enough, and now another pot had dropped from the sky. Previously, he had used quite a bit of salt for the smoked meat, and now he had an extra bag. Moreover, this bag of salt had used less than 1/5, and there was still plenty left. There are no signs of anyone nearby. This pot was most likely washed here by the water flow. Yihan, with his A-grade hunter ability, quickly observed the surrounding environment and reached a conclusion. In his mind, he could see the towering Longzhou Mountain. Without a doubt, this pot had been washed over from the direction of Longzhou Mountain. So there were other contestants present on Longzhou Mountain. Ding! At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang. The host has discovered a wild pot, triggering a series of choices. This instantly shook Yihan's heart. New types of choices appeared. In addition to the previous double selection questions, multiple choice questions, and advanced selections, the series of choices was now triggered. Since it was a series, there would probably be at least 2 or 3 choices. Option 1, release the wild pot and gain the disease brain cancer. Option 2, carry this pot home and gain B-grade nose-picking ability. Option 3, swim upstream to find the owner of this pot and gain A-grade swimming ability. Attention, choosing incorrectly will lead to the end of the series selection. Please choose carefully, host. Is there even a choice? I will go find the owner of this pot right away. Yihan immediately made his choice, grabbed the spade, and charged forward. Chapter 51, Vultures Seeking the Enemy. Fierce tigers descend the mountain. His actions immediately made the entire blue star boil. It seemed like this was fate, destined to let Yihan find Dishi Wanmiao. No, no. Dishi Wanmiao, please die quickly, you must not die at Yi Han's hands. You waste, the shame of Little Wa country, you should commit seppuku. It's over, Yi Han is coming. What should we do? The national fortune value of the Dragon Kingdom will exceed 100 points. Stay calm, don't panic. Lonzo Mountain is so big, why should Yi Han be able to find Dishi Wanmiao? Right, right. Yi Han will not find her, Dragon Kingdom people, don't even think about it. Yi Han's actions sent a large number of Little Wa people into a frenzy. Dishi Wanmiao's death had become a foregone conclusion. But she absolutely cannot die at Yi Han's hands. If that happens, the damned Dragon Kingdom will gain 10 points of national fortune and become the first country in the world with a national fortune over 100. Anyone can tell with their toes that this will bring huge benefits. Damn it. Can this ugly old woman just die already? Fuck. Die, 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 hurry up and die, the Dragon Kingdom can't get any stronger, they're already too strong. Shiva, protect me. Low City Wanmiao, just die already. Jesus, please, don't let Yi Han find her. Quick, bring a fierce beast to bite Low City Wanmiao to death. A large number of foreign viewers were also anxious, constantly hoping for Low City Wanmiao to die quickly. She absolutely cannot die at Yi Han's hands, giving the Dragon Kingdom more national fortune. At this moment, Yi Han had already arrived at the foot of Longzhou Mountain, in front of Yulon Lake. Such a huge Longzhou Mountain, how am I supposed to find her? Yi Han frowned, looking troubled. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were also extremely nervous, sweat forming on their palms. This task was incredibly difficult. Yi Han's eyes quickly scanned the entire Longzhou Mountain, trying to find a clue. At that very moment, everyone heard a terrifying cry coming from the sky. The sound was coarse, with a wild and vicious tone. It sounded like something from a horror movie. But Yi Han immediately recognized it as the cry of a vulture. He looked up and saw a vulture flying across the sky, diving down towards the right side of the waterfall on Longzhou Mountain, hovering at the middle of the mountain. That's it. Yi Han couldn't help but shout in excitement. Without a doubt, the owner of this pot must be in serious trouble, otherwise how would they have lost such important supplies? Even vultures are here, at this rate, they probably don't have much time left. Everyone knows vultures like to wait for a person or animal to die before they start picking at the corpse. It could be that the Dragon Kingdom contestant is in immediate danger, I must rescue them at once. Or it might be a foreign contestant near death, I must act quickly too. If the foreigner dies on their own, I won't get the national fortune points, I have to help them. Yi Han muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance. Whether it's his own contestant or an enemy contestant, Yi Han had to get there as quickly as possible. He glanced at Yulon Lake in front of him and shook his head. The lake was blocking his way. The fastest way was, of course, to swim across, but Yi Han couldn't risk his life. What if a crocodile bit him in the water, or a giant snake tangled him up, or a dangerous creature like an electric eel zapped him with a shock? He'd be finished. He might die even faster than the person on the mountain. Every action must prioritize his own safety. The more critical the moment, the more one must stay calm. A vulture, a divine messenger from the heavens, has shown the way. Yi Han is moving at incredible speed, making a detour to the foot of Longzhou Mountain. He's fast, but also steady, avoiding every possible danger. My God, watching this gives me goosebumps. In times of great importance, one must stay calm, that's what Yi Han is like, he's so handsome, so charismatic. Bing Bing was commenting wildly, growing more and more in awe of Yi Han. Bastard. Damn vulture, I will kill your whole family. That vulture helped Yi Han locate Low City Wanmiao, shit. Vulture, hurry up and peck Low City Wanmiao to death. Finish her off. All Dragon Kingdom people, stand up. Quick. Quick, kill me and help Yi Han. The whole of Blue Star was boiling over. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Han's every move, watching him move with the grace of a dragon, running through Longzhou Mountain. In the complex terrain of the mountains, Yi Han moved as if on flat ground. Ahead, a steep cliff appeared, almost vertical. The nearest path was to climb up, but the difficulty was extremely high. If he accidentally falls down, at least he will be injured. But if he takes a detour, it will waste a lot of time. Many viewers believe that Yi Han should be steady and seek victory by taking a detour. But the next moment, Yi Han stuck the spade at his waist and began to climb. A-level climbing ability, activated. The whole world is shocked again. OMG. Yi Han can also climb, he is an absolute master. Hiss. In the realm of unprotected free climbing, Yi Han definitely has his place. This man keeps creating miracles, how many more skills does he have yet to reveal? I'm completely convinced. Yi Han from the ancient and mysterious eastern country has shocked everyone again. After climbing this cliff, he will be very close to reaching the late flowering period of Low City. Come on, Yi Han. Yi Han's expression is calm, but his eyes are incredibly sharp. A heart full of thunder, a face like a calm lake, but a general at heart. Everyone is going crazy. Yihan, this godlike man, once again shocked the world with his strong climbing ability, successfully crossing this cliff and standing firmly on the ground of Longzhou Mountain. That almost 90-degree vertical cliff has been completely conquered under his feet. The audience followed his gaze and saw a giant vulture circling low in the sky. And below the vulture, there lay the woefully helpless late flowering of Lo City. The vulture let out a piercing cry, already landing and squatting beside the late flowering of Lo City. The late flowering of Lo City is clearly on the brink of death, and this vulture is ready to peck at her ugly face. Ding! A system prompt sounded, but in a moment of urgency, Yihan didn't have time to check the options. In a flash, Yihan threw his spade, smashing it towards the vulture. Whoosh! The spade spun in the air, making a whistling sound, and struck hard on the vulture's face, knocking its beak askew. Jow! The vulture let out a sharp, strange cry and flew into the air. And in the process, its wings swatted away Yihan's spade, sending it flying into a distant thicket. Seeing this, Yihan frowned. The spade could not be lost, he had to get it back. Roar! But at this moment, a roar filled with powerful majesty and wildness sounded, as if striking the soul. Everyone saw a striped tiger coming down the mountain, rushing towards Yihan in a striking manner. Boom boom boom! This giant tiger's massive paws slammed down on the ground, making a booming sound, as if an earthquake had occurred. The vulture, frightened, flew higher, not daring to come down. But it did not leave. Clearly, it wanted to wait until the battle ended to eat some leftovers. This. Bing Bing's face turned pale in an instant. Through the screen, one could feel the terrible ferocity. This is not the fat tigers raised in the zoo before the apocalypse, waiting every day for feeding, nearly domesticated. But a purely wild tiger, full of wildness and extremely aggressive. As the king of beasts, it is the ruler of Longzhou Mountain, and every creature that appears before it will be seen as food. What to do? Yihan is facing a tiger. It's over. How could this happen? This is a plot by the little devils. Damn! Yihan must not be hurt. I believe in Yihan. He possesses powerful combat capabilities, he can definitely take down the tiger. If Yihan had the spade in hand, he might have a chance, but now. It's all Lo City Late Flowering's fault, she is just a curse. It's her fault that Yihan is in danger. The barrage surged wildly, and countless viewers from Long Country were anxious and furious. Instead, Yihan was surprisingly calm. With A-level physical fitness, A+ level hunting skills, and S-level overall combat ability, he couldn't afford to panic. From this moment on, his body would turn into the most precise combat machine. As the wind howled, a ferocious tiger came charging at Yihan with terrifying force. The entire world was watching this scene, waiting for a result. Ding! At this moment, Yihan once again heard the system's prompt sound. Before his eyes, a system light panel appeared. It clearly displayed two choices. The host has discovered the owner of the pot, triggering the second series of choices. Option 1, save this person and upgrade A-level medical skills by 1. Option 2, kill this person and receive 1 ability upgrade card. Option 3, watch in silence and gain the disease hemorrhoids. This choice is a double choice question, please make your choice as soon as possible. Note, the ability upgrade card can be used for any ability below SSS level to directly increase it by 1 whole level. Also note, option 1 has already been completed, just make a choice to receive the reward. This was the choice Yihan triggered when he first saw Disher Wan Miao. At the time, he hadn't had time to check this choice, but when he struck with a shovel to stop the vulture from pecking Disher Wan Miao to death, he accidentally completed one option. Now, with the appearance of the fierce tiger, another new choice emerged. The host has encountered a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, triggering the third series of choices. Option 1, fight it. Choosing option 1 will trigger different rewards based on the various battle outcomes. Option 2, turn and run. Choosing option 2 will directly end this series of choices. This series of choices was indeed very special. Not only was there the ability upgrade card, a truly extraordinary reward, but the third choice would also trigger different rewards based on different outcomes. Yihan glanced at the system panel, and he had already made his decision in his heart. In a flash of lightning, he immediately made his choice. The second choice was undoubtedly to select the previous two options. In the moment he made the choice, Yihan had already received the reward of upgrading A-level medical skills by 1. When the wild boar fell into the trap, Yihan obtained A-level medical skills through choice. And now, this ability had been upgraded. It became A+ level. Next, he still needed to complete the option of killing Disher Wan Miao to gain the ability upgrade card. As for the third choice, it was undoubtedly to fight the tiger. Roar! At that very moment, as Yihan made his choice, the gigantic tiger charged toward him with a menacing presence, raising its paw to strike. If hit, even with Yihan's powerful physique, he would at least suffer bone fractures. In a critical moment, Yihan instantly dodged. He rolled sideways, then pushed off the ground with his foot, charging straight toward where Disher Wan Miao was, with a clear goal. This person must die by his hands. Baka! Damn Yihan, stay away from Disher Wan Miao. Yihan, you're finished. Even if you kill Disher Wan Miao, it won't help, you'll soon die at the tiger's mouth. I want to see the tiger bite Yihan and eat him. Long Country's luck has run out. After Yihan dies, the other contestants will also start to face disaster, all will die. Disher Wan Miao has woken up. She opened her eyes. Run, Wan Miao-san. If you want to talk about who is the most nervous now, naturally it's the two countries of Long Country and Little Japan. Both sides had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, Yihan also saw Disher Wan Miao slowly opening her eyes. It's a flicker of light. Yihan gritted his teeth, fully aware of the time pressure. Just now, the vulture was about to feast, and Disher Wan Miao was clearly in a life and death state. But now she has woken up. Isn't this a brief return of light? When the brief return of light passes, she will die herself. Roar! The roar of the tiger came again. It was furious after missing a hit. It charged at Yihan once more, opening its bloody jaws to bite fiercely. There's no doubt about that incredible biting force. Once a flesh and blood body is bitten, survival is almost impossible. Damn it! Yihan was forced to dodge again. With this tiger interrupting him, he couldn't focus on killing Disher Wan Miao. Disher Wan Miao finally understood the scene before her body released the last adrenaline, giving her a bit of ability to act. In fact, this brief return of light was time for her to say her last words. But Disher Wan Miao quickly took off her backpack, pulling out an axe from inside. She raised the axe, guarding against the tiger in front and Yihan. Seeing this axe, Yihan's eyes brightened. To deal with this tiger, the axe is actually better than the entrenching shovel. At this moment, Disher Wan Miao's pupils began to dilate. She was dying. Yihan took a deep breath, his toes digging into the soil, kicking up a spray of dirt that hit the tiger's face. Taking this opportunity, he rushed towards Disher Wan Miao at the fastest speed, snatching the axe from her hands. Thanks! Yihan roared wildly, raising the axe high and swinging down hard. With this strike, he used all his strength, directly beheading Disher Wan Miao. Ding! A pleasant system prompt rang out. Yihan received a power upgrade card. Power upgrade card. Overall combat ability, upgrade. Yihan shouted in his heart. In an instant, his overall combat ability rose a whole level. From S level, changed to SS level. Finally solving Disher Wan Miao, he could focus on dealing with the tiger. With A level physical fitness, SS level overall combat ability, and the axe in hand, Yihan was bursting with confidence, ready to fight with this tiger. This would be a true dragon versus tiger fight. At the same time, continuous announcements were surging forth, shocking the entire Blue Star and all the competitors. In this national fortune contest, the first nation to break 100 points of national fortune value and exceed the limit has finally appeared. Chapter 53, Shocking Harvest. A change not seen in 5,000 years. Yihan used the axe given by Disher Wan Miao to chop off her head. Instantly, a large number of announcements appeared. Announcement: Dragon Country player Yihan kills Little Yamato player Disher Wan Miao. Little Yamato Country deducts 10 points of national fortune value, current national fortune value 90 points. Dragon Country gains 10 points of national fortune value, current national fortune value 110 points. Congratulations to Dragon Country for becoming the first nation to break the limit of national fortune value. Announcement: Dragon Country's national fortune value exceeds the limit, launching at least 100,000 times return, with a certain probability of triggering a million times return, very small probability of 10 million times return. Announcement: one-time reward for Dragon Country's warehouse, a certain material random critical hit increase, drawing. Congratulations to Dragon Country, 1 million dead wild boar triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit increase. Congratulations to Dragon Country, obtaining 100 million dead wild boar. Announcement: Dragon Country triggers additional rewards. Any person within Dragon Country who harbors malice towards Dragon Country and its players will be highlighted. This long list of announcements shocked the entire Blue Star. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. The national fortune value breaking the limit of 100 points indeed triggered a tremendous change. The benefits are too great, simply against the heavens. Dragon Country's warehouse was directly overflowing. 100 million wild boar, even if a billion people come to share, it would still be more than enough. At the same time, deep within Dragon Country's underground shelters, people suddenly appeared, glowing red all over. All of them had malice against Dragon Country and its 10 players. Their hearts were not with Dragon Country. What's wrong, dear? Why are you turning red? I have no ill will towards Long Country. What is happening? Crap, I'm exposed. What should I do now? Damn this red light, put it out quickly, you fool. I am Flav, I love long country, I am a long country person. Sounds of shock erupted wildly. Among them, some are inherently bad, worshipping foreign things. There are also spies planted in long country from abroad, unable to leave as the apocalypse descends, only able to live in long country shelters. And there are foreigners in long country. For example, a social media celebrity before the apocalypse named Flav. Until now, he is still shouting his slogan in poor long country language. But the bright red light on him has already informed everyone that deep down he harbors ill will toward long country. All his surface admiration for long country is just a disguise. Kill them. Foreign devil, you eat energy blocks, go eat shit. Ha ha ha. I have long felt something was wrong with you, turns out you are hostile to long country. This wave in long country will unite everyone, this significance is too great. The power of the divine. The supernatural power. This power brings the survival of the nation's fortune, and can easily see into people's hearts. From now on, long country will have unprecedented unity, and anyone with ulterior motives will have nowhere to hide. Don't even think about enjoying the various resources returned by long country's competitors. Accompanied by exhilarating cheers, many foreigners glowing red all over were beaten to death on the spot. Flav, unable to defend himself, started cursing long country, cursing Yihan and other competitors. I've long been unhappy with you, coming to long country to shout slogans and make money while looking down on long country. Let's all attack, kill him. The masses of long country were filled with righteous indignation, going crazy to beat him, beating him to death in a frenzy. Soon, the high-level officials of long country ordered the official personnel in the shelters to take action and control these people. Everyone, please calm down. Killing these people directly surely avenges us, but they can also be used, let them do hard labor. The arrival of the survival of the nation's fortune is a great change, a big opportunity that my long country has not seen in 5,000 years. One day in the future, we might return to surface living, then everything will need rebuilding, and it will be just the right time for labor. In 10 live streaming rooms of long country, commentators all received orders from high officials of long country, quickly calling for everyone to stop. This really makes sense, these people live in long country, consuming long country's resources. Directly killing them is too cheap for them. They should be controlled, made to do hard labor, and exhausted. Long country is united as one, and the originally somewhat chaotic situation quickly stabilized, with each shelter adding a group of laborers, strictly controlled. Those who harbor ill will towards long country and hate long country's competitors all became labor reform prisoners. Long country entered an unprecedented period of unification and unity. Great, great. This is really wonderful. With this, the materials returned to long country by our 10 competitors will not be enjoyed by those spies and traitors. In the wilderness world, Long Yi's eyes lit up, bursting into laughter. He really didn't expect Yihan to actually achieve the first kill for long country. Killing the lowly Japanese market evening seedlings. Yihan is simply a hero against the Japanese. The benefits brought by this wave are truly immense, too great. I was worried that the materials I returned would be used by the enemy, after all, they hide very deeply. Now, it's all good. I can completely relax. Yihan is really amazing. There's a fish on the hook, it's a big fish. The fisherman Yu also started to smile, hurriedly beginning to struggle with a big fish. This fish weighs at least 10 pounds, I hope it triggers a return. 100 million wild boars, the whole nation can eat. Brother Yihan is a hero, he's my idol, I wish I could meet Brother Yihan. The genius martial arts boy Chin Baiju looked at him with admiration and shouted. Which young person does not admire heroes, and wish to become a hero? Yes, that's how it should be. Those who look down on me, don't think you can eat the food I return. At the foot of the mountain, the cave dweller Wu Wan was quite pleased with this. Yihan killed the Japanese soldier. I want to kill the Japanese soldier too, my grandfather died at their hands when he was young. The scammer Master Lin Shi shouted loudly, waving his fists. Scammer. Ha, did your grandfather really die when he was young? Master Lin Shi, awesome. Why does this sound so wrong? He really is a scammer master, but he should have just misspoken in the heat of the moment. His grandfather must have gone through the Japanese invasion back then, and when he was a child, his grandfather told him about it. Everyone was discussing, and the live broadcast room was filled with laughter. All the contestants in the wild world were incredibly shocked. Dragon Country was in jubilation, while the Japanese side felt as if the sky had fallen. Just when they returned to 100 points of national luck, it dropped to 90 points. Damn it. In Caesar's shack, Asuka furrowed her brows. Low city late seed. Baka. Asuka couldn't help but curse. She had just worked hard to kill Caesar, earning 10 points of national luck for Little Japan, only for it to be sent away by low city late seed. At this moment, Yihan was still engaged in a fierce battle with a fierce tiger, and the audience was extremely tense. In the live broadcast screen, as Yihan chopped off Low City Lateseed's head, the fierce tiger charged once more. It opened its huge mouth, releasing a strong stench, and bit towards Yihan. Seeing this, Yihan leaped up and kicked Low City Lateseed's head, sending it flying straight into the tiger's mouth. Good. Who says our dragon country people can't play soccer? Yihan is incredible. Bing Bing waved her fists and shouted, her voice cracking. This kick was a direct shot. Ka ka ka. The fierce tiger bit down on the head, exploding with astonishing bite force, and a sound of bones breaking filled the air. The sound of its teeth grinding against the skull sent chills down everyone's spine. It is said that this fear is written in human genes. And Yihan took the opportunity to charge forward, launching his first active attack. He tightly gripped the axe in his hand, swinging it towards the tiger's neck, creating a shocking sound of wind slicing through the air. Chapter 54, Fierce Battle. Yihan fights the tiger. The tiger was biting Low City Lateseed's head, and its sharp teeth seemed to be stuck on her skull. It wanted to open its mouth to bite Yihan but couldn't, so it raised its paw to swat at him. Whoosh! The massive paw extended, revealing sharp claws. This is a major characteristic of felines. When stalking prey, they retract their claws, and the thick pads on their feet make almost no sound, perfect for ambush. Once they strike, they reveal their deadly claws. Want to swat me? Yihan sneered, quickly changing the direction of his axe, swinging it toward the tiger's right front leg. His reaction was incredibly fast, making the audience feel that Yihan's target was originally the tiger's leg, not its neck. Ka! Amidst gasps of amazement from the audience, the axe collided with the tiger's right front leg, making a crisp sound. With this strike, Yihan was exerting force while the tiger was also applying force. The explosive impact at the point of contact was beyond imagination. Even with Yihan's physique, he felt the pain radiating from his hand and almost dropped the axe. Yihan's hand is injured. This is Yihan's first injury since starting to survive in the wild. That tiger isn't having a good time either, its leg is surely fractured. Go, Yihan. You are the pride of our dragon country, in my heart, you are a god. Yihan tactically retreats, he switches the axe to his other hand. Oh my! Can he really use both hands? In the live broadcast room, a flood of comments surged in, as the audience was extremely excited and nervous. Normally, everyone only has one dominant hand. Some are accustomed to using their right hand, while others are accustomed to using their left hand. Called a left-handed person. And Yihan, he could use both hands as his dominant hand. He swung the axe with his left hand, its power almost the same as his right hand. Roar! The tiger, in pain, was extremely furious. It shook its head and finally spat out the head it had in its mouth. At this moment, its mouth was already drenched in blood, the strong smell of blood only stirred its ferocity even more. Yihan shook his numb right hand, his whole body slightly leaned forward, adjusting his breath. For runners, everyone knows the importance of breathing adjustment, and in a life-and-death battle, it is even more crucial. If you get breathless while fighting, you have already lost half the battle. Yihan's eyes were sharp, not weaker than that king of beasts. The audience was already standing up, and some even couldn't stand steady and were watching on their knees. In the next moment, the tiger lunged again. But everyone could see that its movements were clearly not as agile as before. Because one of its legs was bleeding, the pain echoed through it, a loss it had never experienced before. Come! Yihan let out a powerful roar, his figure almost leaving an afterimage, dodging the tiger's pounce once more, while his axe came down fiercely, accurately striking the same wound again. 2 consecutive heavy strikes, hitting the same spot. Finally, Yihan broke the right front leg of the tiger. The bone was broken, it was limping on one leg. Yihan struck successfully and did not linger in battle, instead directly withdrawing. Sure enough, the tiger, in pain, fell into madness, its tail whipping with a loud bang. That tail was like a steel bar, brutally swishing at the spot where Yihan just stood. The large audience dared not even breathe. Yihan had already done the impossible, breaking one leg of the tiger. But in this battle, if he carelessly got hit by the tiger, he might just die here. He had almost no room for error. Boo! The tiger let out a painful roar, its eyes full of fierceness, its left front paw smashed down, charging forward and directly digging a small pit. But a smile appeared on Yihan's face. At this moment, anyone could see that the tiger was unstable, its movements quite staggered. 3-legged cat, come! Yihan laughed heartily, easily dodging the tiger's attack, his axe continuing to strike down, aiming for the tiger's neck. First, disable one leg, significantly reducing the tiger's combat power, then start attacking the vital points. This was Yihan's tactic. If he had aimed at the neck from the start, it would have been very hard to succeed. And now, it was much simpler. Facing Yihan's axe, fear had already begun to grow in the tiger's heart, a terrifying weapon it had never seen before. It wanted to dodge, but the broken leg hindered its movement. Just had its leg broken, how could it be accustomed? Yihan's axe fell heavily, striking its eye. Although the tiger's movement had shifted, it still dealt a huge amount of damage. Good, the tiger is now limping and blind, Yihan wins. Ha ha ha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Yihan fights the tiger. Amazing. I think Yihan's fighting power has surpassed that of Team Dragon. It turns out when Yihan fought the crocodile last time, he didn't even use full strength, otherwise, the crocodile wouldn't last 3 moves. Yihan fights the tiger, every move is critical. The tiger attacks Yihan, but all missed. You even put money on this kid. The live stream room exploded with excitement. Yihan was about to achieve an incredible feat. In a direct combat fight, taking down an adult tiger. Such combat power could be called the pinnacle of humanity. SS-level comprehensive combat ability, controlling the rhythm of the entire battle from start to finish. The king of beasts in front of me is like a rookie. This feeling is so refreshing. Yihan was extremely joyful in his heart, but at the same time, he was not the least bit careless. The closer to victory, the more cautious one must be. Beware of the dying tiger's last struggle. And also prevent it from escaping. Even ants fight for survival, let alone this fierce tiger. Sure enough, after Yihan had blinded one of its eyes, this tiger wanted to escape. Roar! This time, its roar was filled with sorrow, no longer the imposing power it once had. But how could Yihan let it escape? That would mean releasing a tiger back to the mountain, with endless troubles to follow. Yihan reached out, directly grabbing its tail and pulling it back fiercely. Muscles crazily rubbed and pressed, like twisted steel, unleashing all its strength. Die! Yihan unleashed true fire, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. With one hand holding the tiger's tail, he brought down the other hand heavily, smashing the back of the axe onto the tiger's head. The axe blade is a sharp weapon, while the back of the axe is an absolute blunt instrument. Hitting the head is better done with a blunt tool. With this strike, blood started flowing from the tiger's nose and ears, its enormous body began to weaken. Yihan pressed his advantage, striking again with the axe. Ah whoa! The tiger let out a miserable wail, its life nearing an end. It struggled desperately, starting a last-ditch attack. But little did it know, Yihan had already anticipated this. As the second axe came down, he had already retreated and climbed up a tree. The tiger fell into madness, constantly twitching, blood frothing from its mouth, its massive body swaying and crashing everywhere. The headless corpse of a lowly city weed was trampled under its foot. Some spectators said it seemed like it had stepped on its own excrement. After all, the tiger's weight was there, at least over 200 kilograms. Yihan climbed the tree, quietly watching this scene. Now only one last strike was needed to finish the harvest. Finally, the remaining life force of the tiger was exhausted in its struggles. It lay on the ground, its throat letting out a low whimper. In the next moment, Yihan leaped down from above, gripping the axe tightly, and smashed down hard onto the tiger's head.